here with Fallen. You don't need any introduction. And we're going to talk about, I was going to say one of your favorite maps. Is Overpass one of your favorite maps?
Yeah, I would say so. I like Overpass a lot.
Where does it fill in all time for you?
After train. Train Overpass.
Okay, I should have done train with you then.
Yeah, Overpass.
Well, we're on Overpass now. This is where, on the CT side, are you just letting the players call the openings based off of the flow of the game once you get past the opening game plan?
Yeah, so I would say that this role here for the rifle on A, I think at least on CSGO, it was the position with the most opportunity for higher ratings on every single position in the game.
Sure.
Like the A rifling position is one that really can do a lot on the map, and it gives you opportunities to be playing well. And I would say that his job is literally knowing how to play effectively in different areas. So there will be rounds where you want this rifling to be effective on this area, like he's going to be aggressive, he's going to have some plays. Sometimes that's 2, sometimes that's 3, even as 4 sometimes. Spirit will bring 4 players here if they know the other team's not going to play a big game. He needs some options, being aggressive on fountain, aggressive on playground. I think that a secondary way of playing it is just really blocking them with utility in the beginning of the round. He's going to be throwing a smoke here to make sure that they don't know what we're doing, right? Sometimes this smoke molly combo is going to be just for faking it. Sometimes he's going to be playing around it. So he want to be throwing this a lot of times because then they cannot really read him. Because if you only throw this when you're going to use it, people are like, okay, he's coming, right?
Sure.
So he has his own game. And then I think there's a secondary game where they're going to pair up, for example, on toilets, Alper plus rifle, or even on this part of the map. But I think that most of the time, it's all about this rifling, understanding which kind of pressure the other team wants to apply and which kind of things that he can punish, for example.
Okay.
So, for example, I know that Yekindar is going to be looking for what our opponents are doing when they go A, and he's going to be trying to understand where he can have impact, where he can punish something. And then everything that's happening here, sometimes is going to bring Yuri back to A. So the less aggressive they are, for example, if you go more like VP old style, or Jame and Fame and playing super passive, and they don't really care that you're going to come A, then you normally have this Alper playing retake mode. The rifle is going to take as much as he can, they're going to throw a defensive smoke, and then you don't really need the retake guy to be much on A, because they're playing so passive that they can play more 3B, you know? So this rifling position, when he's playing more passive, or playing, for example, here on long passive, it gives you indication from when this guy has to come up to A. Or sometimes you can also think like, I think they're going to take out this map and go back to B, so Yuri stay B, so we don't really have only 2 players on B, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say you're doing a more passive setup like this. Is this the type of thing that you are happy to turtle up across the map? Kind of like Nuke, where you're giving a lot of map space? Or is this type of thing where we want to, in this scenario, have short control so that we can flank up connector behind?
I personally think that the passive game on Overpass is more suitable, but there are teams, and I think that on tier 2 even more, they're much more challenging, right? They're going to be taking space. This duo is going to be taking short together, looking for kills. And I mean, it's great if we're catching the lurker off guard and we're getting a 5v4, then of course it's worth it. But I also think that if the other team is playing on a high level, you're going to get punished a lot doing those things. And then that's where I think turtling up is a little bit better. But eventually, I think best case scenario, you know how to play both. But sure. I think teams should be playing passively first, because otherwise, you're not going to get there.
No fundamentals if you don't have the passive stuff down.
Yeah.
5v4, T-side Overpass, how confident are you in a round win then? Because it's still a very CT-sided map. Off of one pick, are you like 70% of the time we should be converting that? Like, what do you think? I know it's hard to put numbers on it, but...
Yeah, I would say that if you find this kill on the rifler, there's 2 ways the CTs can think. One of them is instantly rotating towards A and going for a 3-man A defense where they're going to even push up stuff more, or even gamble on A. But that's going to be not played too much, in my opinion, anymore, because the CTs already know that the pressure has been applied on A, and they know that the Ts know that you're rotating A. So sometimes people are just going to say, I'm going to solo AWP A, you guys stay 3B, hope for them to go B. And then if you are trying to be smart as terrorists, you're going to say, okay, they're coming towards A, let's go B. And then if you don't have due diligence, or if you just think it's a normal round, if you go 5v3 on B, and then it's normal. The rifle kill on A doesn't really matter, right? If the players on B are playing well, if they get multi-kills, then the death on A doesn't really matter. So, you know, it's not too easy to understand what's going to happen after this first kill. And I think short presence is important on this moment. So the same way that sometimes you are capturing some control over A and you want to have lockers, you want to have long, on some situations you want to take a look on short. You want to make sure that you have it. I think nowadays on CS2, CTs doesn't really stay here much because the positions that you can stay here are not too strong anymore. Back on the days you could stay on top of this rail here, right? You were watching Monster, like I call this TV position. This position is not so great anymore in this game because of the high of the.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it's not as good as it was before. So nowadays I'm still checking for this short area to give me more reasons to go B or open up the map. But I feel like it's already giving up to you anyway. But still, I think it's crucial for UST. Okay, I got a kill on A. I open up short again, so they have to be scared of B. And then you can think of end game. And then it's pretty much like all the other maps and all these gambling decisions that the cities can take. But yeah, Overpass. You can't really do much of fakes as well. I don't feel like this map is too great to be faking, go back faking. It's hard to play like that too.
I feel like one of the things that is good for though is like the seesaw. So not like a full on like let's throw nades and then we'll just rotate B because they're obviously going to beat you on rotation. But it's just about like putting the pressure and then taking space, putting the pressure and taking space, because like if you do have all con control, short control and bathrooms on the T side.
Just like having short on this too. It's over.
Great.
You have everything you want.
Yeah. So like you can, as you're pressuring A, you can have a guy searching short to either catch rotations or see if the site's empty, right? That's one of the things in the modern game that super key is your lurks knowing when to be active enough.
Yeah, that's very micro decisions, that micro timings, micro understandings where they might have gone for a 3A, have to check it. It's worth to go for this 1v1 or 2v1. But yeah, it's we have a word in our team that we call it Pinocchio.
Pinocchio?
Yeah, and basically we're trying to sell a lie, So for example, if we kill this guy on A and I know that there's a chance they can go be rotated to A, sometimes I'm going to tell the A players we're closer to Pinocchio A, so they understand like I have to apply a little bit more pressure, however I can, in order for them to be a little bit more convinced that it's A. And then this is the micro timing for the B players, because they are doing the lie, they're selling the lie on the other side, and then the lurkers have to capitalize. Okay, this is all they can do, Okay. So they're going to communicate it. I'm done. Like this is all I can do, and then you have this opportunity to be going for those kills. It's an important keyword.
Interesting.
Yeah. Something like that,
yeah. Okay. Well, cool. Thank you for giving us some of your thoughts on Overpass.
That's it. It's a good map. Hard to play on pugs though, but it's a good map competitively.
Yeah, just don't play it on pugs.
It's hard.
Problem solved.
It's hard.
Biggie Zero, hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Yeah. For you too.
Yeah, it's a whole new event this time around, mate. We're in a different city, not Katowice anymore, Krakow. You been here before?
No, never.
Okay. Now look, this event, 24 teams, global VRS. You boys just made 2 roster changes. Is it Piara Junior?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm saying that right?
Yeah. Actually, we say Piria, because it's in Portuguese, but if you say like that, it's okay.
We've got to keep walking and talking. I don't want you to get disconnected from your team, and obviously VSM. Ross, watch out for the poll. Now, you guys played online for Bounty. I saw some other Brazilian teams like Legacy and stuff. They were playing in like more local Brazilian events, but you guys chose to go to Bounty. Why did you make that choice?
I don't know. I think right now we just need more time in Europe together, because it's a new roster, so we have to be here, like practicing and getting more experience together. I think it's not just good for the new boys, but for us as a team,
Yeah, getting some more reps against the international opponents. Now, you're going to do photos in here, so we can stay out here, I guess. I wanted to ask as well, right, so you go and you play Bounty. Where were you guys playing from for Bounty? What country, like where in Europe?
We were in Serbia. Yeah, we love there. We always go to there because I feel there is a kind of the people there is a kind of Brazilian mood. The people there is cool with us, and we have a good support there.
Okay, so you would have been practicing there in the lead up. How long before Bounty were you in Europe? How many days of practice did you get before the online stuff?
I think 8 days maybe.
Okay, that's pretty good. So you came back to start the year pretty early then?
Yeah. Well, we came back. Actually, we came back 5 of January because we didn't have the contract of period. But we got I think 7-8 days maybe.
Okay, and then I guess you stayed after you guys played Bounty, the online portion. You just stayed in Serbia and kept practicing, and then came here.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've had a lot of practice then.
Yeah, right now I think we are more prepared than Bounty.
Yeah, so that's it. Well, you've added 2 new boys in the team. It looks like, I was having a look, you guys weren't banning Anubis. What do you think of the new Anubis?
I don't have like opinion right now, but we just had I don't know 2 days of practice. For me, that I play mid, so for me it's a little bit weird. Let's see, but I don't know what's gonna be the meta right now, and what's this difference gonna impact inside the server. But I think we have to wait, like the first tournament, to see what's going on. You know.
I want to get into a conversation, gentlemen. So I don't know who wants to tell me here. You got a 16-year-old Orpa from the academy on the team now. How much have you played with Mr. Am I saying this right? And I know I'm going to say it wrong. Segikawa?
No, it's right.
That's right.
You have to ask him, actually. But I think it's right.
How's he been going? How long have you been playing with him?
It's been good. Yeah, and I don't know. You'll see in game.
Okay, because obviously you guys had head trick, but you're going for a bit of a change in the AWPing department. So are we hoping for something more aggressive? What are we? Kenzie's always looking at me. He loves aggression. What are we thinking? What does he bring?
Who?
Segikawa.
You'll see in game, you know.
I have to wait. You don't want to give anything away.
No.
Okay, what about new Anubis?
But new Anubis, everyone like it, except it's essential because he's playing K and I see every round pushing him on the water. Yeah.
So you like the changes?
Yeah, I like the changes because I play mid.
So so do you like it from the CT side or the T side or both?
I think both.
Okay.
Yeah, because like CT is a bit lost right now on middle, and but for me on CT side it's easier to play, I'd say.
Okay. What about you? You don't like it?
No, because I'm playing B, they don't fix B. You know, you have...
You don't like the hole they gave you?
No. You have big arch in B side, and con is always T-sided, you know, so it's not playable anymore.
Why don't you just push more? Just push connector more, take some more fights.
I don't know, Skinzero is pushing, I'm just holding B, you know, so like this.
Okay, so you get the boring job. Unfortunate for you. All right, let me jump down. Let me talk to the young man. Mr. Segikawa, is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
I was watching some of your Facer games last night because I'm like, okay, this guy doesn't have any matches on HLTV. I got to watch something. So I was watching. You were playing Facer games yesterday.
Yeah, I was so bad.
There was like an Anubis game I checked the demo of. There was a Mirage game though I looked at that you had like 27 kills or something. What should I watch to get the best Segikawa or the guy in the server?
No, but not face it games, it's worst.
Okay, I was like, he's not open a lot. What's going on?
I don't like open faced.
Okay.
It's useless.
That's fair enough. So you're from the academy team, right? In the academy team, right? You're obviously working away. Getting a promotion like this is pretty sick. So how's the practice been with the boys?
All fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's super good.
What type of AWPer are you? Are you aggressive?
I think I'm a little bit aggressive.
So you like to go for fights?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
To repeat something and do everything that I can.
That's exciting. Okay, so everything's been good. Everyone's happy. They're helping you out? Like you're setting up right now. There's a whole lot to learn. Have they helped you with where you find your config and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Oxek. How are you?
Hello. Fine. What about you?
Very good. It's a new year. Do you have any resolutions?
Always same.
Always the same.
Always same. For 7 years, I think it's same. Everything, all settings, never changing.
And what is it?
It's 1280960.
I didn't. That's so far. That's such a gamer reply. Oh my god! I legit didn't get it. No, I legit didn't get it. I meant like your New Year's resolutions. Gamer moment.
Oh, we're not cutting that one?
No.
Okay, that's good. Basically, what I'm aiming for the new year and wishings, yeah. At least bunch of tier 1 events, trophy that I can wish for it. The rest, I think, is on the flow. Like the life is same. It's not like too many changes at the moment, since everything like kind of stable. Yeah. I only like wishing for like some trophies and endless money. Endless money. Endless money and endless happiness as well.
Me too. Endless money and endless happiness.
For everyone.
Yes. 1980720. Teşekkürler.
You're welcome.
Snow.
Hello.
I wanted to ask you a question. Now, in Australia, when we celebrate Christmas, it's sunny and we have barbecues and stuff. Now, I don't know what it's like in Brazil when you guys celebrate Christmas. What's a day like on Christmas Day for Brazilians?
We eat a lot of we have like a dessert in Brazil that is traditional. It's like the name it's like pavê.
Okay.
And every family do pavê, and everyone eat that, and it's very good. And yeah, I think it's pavê or like turkey, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, turkey. And yeah, this stuff.
What's the weather like though? Is it warm or is it cold at that time of year?
It's warm.
So it's like Australia. So you guys outside like doing things? You going out to the beach and stuff, or like is it all family stuff inside the house?
I don't live in the beach, to be honest.
Okay.
So I live far from the beach.
Okay.
But everyone in Brazil like do some barbecue and this stuff, and it's very warm there. And yeah.
Okay, nice. All right, it's a bit like Australia in that sense. Now, I was just talking to Biggie Zero about the Anubis changes. What do you think?
I think it's good. Of course, it's good for us because we are not playing train, and yeah, it will be good to play Anubis. I like this map, and it's a very good map for this side, and it's good.
Okay, so you don't mind the changes? They're only small changes, but
Yeah, it will be different to play like in the mid, right? It's a gap there, and yeah, it will be different. Let's see.
okay. And what about the MP7? You've been using much of that since the update?
Bro, Bigo Zero is the MP7 master.
Yeah.
He's insane with this gun, and yeah, I have playing with this gun so a little bit. So, but it's very good. It's a very good gun.
Do you think we're going to see a lot of it here in Krakow?
Sorry?
Do you think we'll see a lot of players using it here in Krakow?
Yeah, of course, bro. This gun is insane.
Okay, we'll keep our eyes for it. All right, mate. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you.
Hello, Major.
Hello.
It's very nice to see you. How are things?
Pretty well, I think. Not the best way that we start this season, but obviously this tournament is very important for us, so we're going to try to show better face than we start.
And now it's also on LAN, everything. It's in a new venue with Krakow and everything. So you think you're going to be able to tap into the excitement with the group being on LAN? You play better, I think, there, right?
Yeah, if you told so. Yeah, I think we play better on LAN. We will see. But yeah, obviously it's very good environment here to be here. It's a very big tournament, and for every player it's very important. And yeah, try to have some fun.
Yeah.
The most important thing is that, I think, and we'll see.
Okay. Do you have any New Year's resolutions?
Yeah, losing weight a little.
Losing weight?
Yeah.
Me too. I'm calorie counting.
Yeah, me too also.
So sucks. What is like the best breakfast for calorie counting? Because
I think eggs, no?
yeah, eggs, but then your cholesterol goes up.
Yeah, for a man it's okay.
Yeah.
The cholesterol. Maybe not for a woman, but for a man, eggs is perfect, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have eggs tomorrow.
And I don't know.
Strawberries.
Strawberries, yeah, blueberries, maybe.
Avocado?
But it's a lot fat. It's a lot of calorie. Yeah. Pancakes with Nutella, maybe for you.
What? I'd love that. But it's so hard on the road, right? Don't you think it's so difficult to stay healthy on the road? And you travel so much.
Yeah, and also my teammates like a lot of fast food, McDonald's, pizza, and generally at night, you know, when it's 10 and I don't want to eat, you know, and the pizza is coming, like I said to myself, don't eat. Major, don't eat, but it's too difficult.
The same with the casters. After a show at 10 p.m., they're like, we ordered 17 hamburgers. I'm like, oh, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's about CS. So good luck this tournament.
Thank you.
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Checks, and the City of Krakow.
It is the Intel Extreme Masters, and we are definitely back in Poland. It is cold outside. I can assure you that there's so much more going on inside the building here. This trophy right here has seen 20 years of Counter-Strike on the backside of it. Now, with that said, that means that a lot of people had to come through these halls. They had to leave a legacy. They had to make an impact. And most importantly, they had to become champions. And as you can see, when we look around, quite a few champions on the wall. So some of those aspiring champions to be will be right where we're going right now, into what is known as the Player Lounge here at the Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026. So let's take a walk, shall we? Let's see who we find. Who's getting ready to play? All right, so right out of the gate, we've got people playing ping pong. Highly anticipated matchup here. Maybe not so much of the ping pong table, but for every individual team at this point of the tournament. I could bother these guys. This looks fun. All right. I'm actually scared. I'm scared. Hey, James. Hey, bud. Can I borrow you for a minute?
Yes.
James, how was your sleep last night?
Bad.
Bad?
Yes.
What made it bad?
Anubis versus Aurora.
Yeah, okay, yeah, fair. And then with that, did you have bad dreams, or did you relive moment? Can you tell me a little bit more about that night?
Less hours.
Less hours.
Yeah.
Do you think you were the only one on the team that feel that way?
Can you repeat?
Do you think you're the only one on your team that felt that way?
No, I think we're all tired. Yeah.
It's all that winning you're doing, right?
Yes, we're doing call, but we don't have break and we have no time for rest.
So I'll get this camera out of your face. Thank you very much, James. Okay. We'll keep that party rolling. You know, obviously people get a little tired when they're doing these things. It's called a level of stamina and endurance that you absolutely have to nail to be a top level Counter-Strike player. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Cameraman, I'm trying not to get you hurt here. There are bean bags and bags and all sorts of stuff in the... Oh, man, yo. Mr. Snow.
Hello.
Mr. Snow?
I'm good, and you?
Doing all right, man. How come you're not playing ping pong?
The guys playing ping pong are so bad. Our team is bad playing ping pong, but soccer, we know how to play soccer, maybe.
Well, I mean, okay, so how did you determine that everybody's bad at ping pong? Because, you know, like, for example, ESL Pro League, everybody plays ping pong, right?
Yeah, I was playing there, and the guys didn't know how to push the ball, you know? And yeah, it's hard to play with them.
Oof. Well, you do have a big matchup today, but we're not going to get into that right now. Tell me about your night. How'd you sleep? Tell me about how you're finding Poland. I know it's very cold outside.
Bro, it's very cold here, and I'm not. I don't know how to say, but this temperature is too different for us who came from Brazil, and yeah, it's good. It was a very good night. I sleep very well. And we are good to play this match and hope we can win.
Well, Snow, I hope the best for you as well. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. With that, Harry and Hugo, what do you guys got for us?
Oh, come on. There's no question, Hugo. Everyone's thinking about the same game, the biggest game from stage one. Getting to see the BC Game Gang with Simple back in the server. Him and Electronic looking lights out. They completed an insane comeback to open up that series. And now they're in a position, Hugo, where they could grind their way through into the next stage. Taking down Legacy was no small feat.
Yeah.
That game was phenomenal, man.
It was exciting, especially when we had the back and forth, considering Legacy talk a lot of smack. They got it thrown back right in their face. An 11-2 comeback, as you alluded to, and then the 13-1 on Inferno. An absolute bashing. Return of the king, return of the GOAT in a way, Harry. And I've got to say, the Portuguese players held their own.
Yeah, there was a lot to be excited about here, right? Not just the comeback, not just Simple returning. Him and Electronic as the duo. Electronic fielding some of his best games in BC game yet. But yes, the Portuguese guys even holding their own. Crazy had a really, really rough start to the series, went on to recover fantastically. Aragorn, someone who's actually been pretty hyped up, really held his own, finished as the top-rated player of the series, so that's fantastic to see. And I like some of the interviews we got from these guys afterwards as well, talking about the kind of surreal nature of the situation they're in. Also, the interview from Taz he did with HLTV, kind of talking about the pressures on this team, how no one really expects Simple and Electronic to be able to bounce back, the huge gamble they've taken for VRS in terms of how much money was put into this roster, how every game hits like a final. There's a lot riding on them doing well, and so to see them doing well, it does make you happy.
Well, you're going to see more BCG coming up later as well as they take on 3D Max, but let's take a look at the games today as well, because we have plenty more BO3, some elimination games, some progression games into stage 2. The first one we'll be kicking off with is Aurora v PARIVISION, two teams who have made big changes coming into the new season. For PARIVISION, it's paid off immediately with a win back at Bounty, and for Aurora, coming in interestingly into yesterday despite a slow start at Bounty. I want to see if they can match up against this Jame-led squad. That's all going down at the first game of the day, and we heard Trace caught up with PARIVISION ahead of the game.
Back in the server, let's talk a little about PARIVISION yesterday. You play Heroic. How does it go for you?
It was not easy game, to be honest. On Inferno, it was everything good, but when we go to Dust, our peak, actually, we didn't lose Dust 3 months or 4 months. They destroyed us on this map, so it was tough. Before Engine, we have a little bit talk, so we need to step up, guys, focus, and I'm happy we win.
What was it about that T side on Dust 2 that was a little rough?
They surprised us by their decision. I think they a little bit was gambling against us, and also we didn't play that well.
For a team like you guys, as a younger team, when that happens, how do you go back and reset? Who is that big figurehead? Who's saying to do that?
Dastan. Dastan is our boss. So he just say, I cannot say bad words, but we need to step up. We need to step up, guys. Come on, we cannot lose. You know everything. You know how to win. So just let's go, boys.
So let's do it. Dubai, right? Let's talk a little bit about the game today against Aurora. They play a ton of Counter-Strike. You guys coming off the Blast Bounty, crazy thing going on over there. But versus Aurora, what do you expect?
Last time we beat them on Major. I think they're a strong team. They also have changes in rosters. Now they have Soulfly. I don't know, we will see. So, yeah.
Last question I've got for you. What's it like having a target on your back in the server as a team after you win Blast Bounty, after you beat 3 big teams over at Blast Bounty? Everyone looks at PARIVISION, wonders what are they doing over there. What is it like to have that target on your back?
I just want to say, guys, don't have these big expectations from us. We're still rookie, we're still young, and of course I think we are not elite team like Vitality, for example, because we need still experience. So don't have these big expectations like it was on Blast. So we'll see. We just want to beat top 10. May, if good, it will be top 5.
Thank you very much for your time. Good luck today.
Thank you.
That was Belchinok from PARIVISION coming in ahead of a progression game. Stage 2 is very much on the line and very much up for the taking off the back of a Tier 1 trophy for a rookie squad who you maybe only saw at the Budapest Major. Well, they're dragging that momentum into the new year and look to take down a fresh-faced Aurora. Now, Harry, if you told me this matchup was happening the other day, after I saw Aurora at Bounty and was overly disappointed, I don't know if I would have been too hyped. But now after seeing Aurora shred Gamer Legion in the way they did yesterday morning, I think there could be legs on this train.
Yeah, legs on a train. It's terrifying imagery, but it could be the case. Aurora looked really, really solid, and it was all brought together beautifully by some strong performances from Woxic to get this series going. I think that's going to be the real thing to keep an eye on here and now, is if you have Woxic and Xantares stepping up, they're going to be hard to contain. One area you could look to outclass PARIVISION in is that AWP head-to-head, and Woxic could certainly turn the heat up on them. This is also PARIVISION. you know, they've really tried to manage the pressure carefully. They're trying to still set expectations low, but you can't help how the kind of greater community sentiment is around this team. We're all looking at PARIVISION with a lot of intrigue, a lot of interest, and now expectations after their win at Blast Bounty to start the year.
And it's not just us as well, it's their opponents, teams prepping for this roster, teams maybe realizing what they're up against. We saw PARIVISION off the back of a 6-map win streak on Dust, beating some of the best teams in the world on that very map. Well, they lost it yesterday, Harry. We just heard them talk about it. Getting blown out by Heroic, of all squads, on Dust 2 was a bit of a surprise. And so teams are going to be prepping, teams are going to be preparing for this new PARIVISION as they come in to a new year. Either way, I'm just enjoying the journey of this roster, and I want to see where they can go. They're not going to win every trophy this season, Harry, but they could certainly be in the conversation for some more if they keep up how they played back in Malta.
Yeah, you know, the biggest strength of PARIVISION is just the level of fundamentals this team plays at. They've always excelled with trades. They've excelled at converting on openers. They have that classic DNA about them with these Jame-led squads where they're going to be hard to put away. And so we can start to bring in the veto now. Let's see where this one's ending up.
Is it the day that someone picks Anubis? Is it the day that Aurora finally just throw it into the mix? Mirage coming in for PARIVISION off the top. There it is, Harry. Anubis for Aurora.
All right.
We've been waiting.
All right, Majo, we see you, bud.
The first Anubis official for this Turkish team. They were, at a time, a year ago, coming in as the best Anubis team of last year. They played some incredible games on this map. They have been avoiding it. They've been second banning it, for crying out loud, in recent series. So to see them finally feel comfortable enough to pull it into a game where, you know, they are underdogs at the end of the day. PARIVISION have played this once. They played it online against ENCE. Then we had the crazy overtime map. It was the first match of the year for PARIVISION. So there's some tape, but ultimately, I'm looking at Aurora on this map. Dust 2 to finish. Going to be a banger. Hope we get all 3.
Yeah, I really hope we do as well. Dude, let's talk a little more on Anubis, because for Aurora, for a while, the maps that were getting taken out felt almost tailored towards wrecking this team as much as possible. And when they lost Anubis, it was at this like high-flying time for the Aurora squad. A lot of moves in the right direction, moving up through the rankings. And then they lose what was kind of their home map. And
time again.
Yeah, it happened multiple times over. Dude, now Anubis back in, as you say, haven't seen them play it. And so they've been waiting for the right moment to bring it in. Maja feels like now is that time.
Yeah, definitely could be, right? This is for progression to stage 2 here at Krakow, so it's no easy feat, right? Typically, you look at a stage 1 of some of these tournaments and maybe feel like some rosters could run through, but I don't think there's any guarantees. With the 24 best teams in the world, with not a single roster denying the invite here to Krakow, everyone is gunning to get into the top 16. We're going live, folks, with the first game of the day here. Day 2, Aurora v PARIVISION and Mirage. PARIVISION pick to kick us off.
Heading into this year, it was nothing but wins for PARIVISION here. But that's now changed. Little swing on in towards the A site. Woxic with a tap to open things up. Xantares, all right, getting stylish with it. The accidental weapon swap. You thought it was going to betray him. He's able to make it work, and it ends up being a very pretty pistol.
How's he done that, Harry?
Dude, you know, those are the two guys we were talking about. You wanted to have Woxic, Xantares showing up early on. That's a nice start in the pistol, man. 2 from Woxic over towards the spawn. And Xantares, I want to see that one again. How on earth does he have time to course correct this?
Just one tap off the change as well. Woxic still making me believe in the P2K.
Yeah. Dude, Woxic gave a pretty saucy interview as well, where he just said, well, it wasn't saucy, it was just nice.
Spicy?
He said, you know, it's nice when you feel like a team is at the end of the road and you make a change because it brings new life into the team.
Definitely.
That was his take after day one. And I think you've seen that a little bit. Because there was this feeling for Aurora, you know, what if they kind of hit their ceiling? What if they'd hit it a while ago and they were unable to break through? And I think for a while you believe that you can hit that next level, but then they have their hands tied. They have to make a change. And so trying to draw positives from that move.
I still think expectations were seriously low on this squad with the change. I don't think the change blew anyone out of the water. I think it's still yet to do so. I'm certainly not going to jump the gun. We need to see whether Aurora can compete against, you know, these top 5 teams. And it's going to take some time for someone like Soulfly to get acclimatized. But I'm hopefully optimistic.
So we were talking about PARIVISION's Mirage coming into this. Nothing but wins to start off the year. And man, when you look at the names they've taken down, it's a pretty good fleet of names.
Yeah.
Spirit, Furia, Falcons. Those are the 3 they were able to take down on this map and head-to-heads back at Blast.
That'll do.
Tournament they went on to win. You know, those are 3 top dogs, top of the field. And PARIVISION had answers for them.
And that's crazy considering it's not even a map that they played too much in their major run, right? With their success there. They only touched it 3 times, winning it once. So this wasn't even a mainstay of their pool across the major, but maybe because teams were banning it out against them. They had a huge win streak coming into that major. So let's see what they can do today. Back on a very comfortable map. We've got the AWP out for Woxic in the first buy round. PARIVISION looking for a Palace pop. Faking some mid control. Jame will stay and commit. And look at the gamble being made. This is one hell of a stack. Not only 4 players on A, but Maj solo B with an MP9. It's a read from Aurora, and it looks to be right. As the mid retake comes in, put some doubt in Aurora, but that Palace smoke is so annoying. PARIVISION were about to go. Now they can't. Santarich edging his way back towards middle, still leaving the stack, and Aurora are using their util very proactively, cycling smokes on A, not giving a gap for PARIVISION. As this runs out, PARIVISION will have to go.
Catch for Zelo. Swing out for Wakadia. Gets himself a double. Oh, and a third for Wakadia. Hang on, they're on his head. Belchanok able to stop his reign of terror. 3 kills deep. It still leaves the round open. Aurora in with a chance here. They've got this backstab on the cards from Maja. You would love it if he can find Jame in this head-to-head. But Jame keeps his wits about him, goes back. There's the spot. No longer has the element of surprise on this wrap round. It's a kill that Maja has to win, and caught with nades pulled out in the open. Santarez knows that with that kill not coming through, the chance of winning this 1v2 is out the window.
When I saw Maja with nades, I just knew he was going to pull them, dude. That's the awkward in-game leader moment, trying to do too much. I mean, Jame is favored, has the AK, able to just swing back in. Gotta say, great triple for Wakadia, but he lets 2 of his teammates die, Harry. The first one, okay, that's fair enough. Gets swung out, Palace, Wakadia's target. He is there to trade. But Zelo takes Woxic down in CT with the AWP as well. Wakadia really needed that trade quicker. It's hard to criticize a triple kill, but it could have been a triple kill with his teammate alive as well. So an awkward way to lose a round, considering that was a heavy stack on A. But PARIVISION pick it up and put themselves on the board. Double swing out mid. Full cat, and with the window break lined up by Soulfly, Aurora have little moves they're trying to make in middle. They've cleared it out. That molly will suffice. PARIVISION late to mid-control anyway. They never wanted this initially. They are very spread on this default. Taking their time. Even Sway hasn't walked out under yet, so no hurry here for PARIVISION. Oh dear, Jame. It did look like he was jumping the gun with that smoke. Doesn't seem to matter. Sway follows up into Con.
Woxic tucked in, now suddenly has to play hero. That flash, he never fires off, and so goes unchecked here, sitting in at the ninja box.
I'm scared.
Woxic, they've got no idea, trying to get as much as he can from this position. Belchanok hot on the heels for a trade. And well, They overlooked Woxic. He really tried to get all he could out of that position. I don't think you could have asked for him to play that any better. It's just another example of PARIVISION being very switched on, always having a fail-safe in place. Belchanok up in Palace, right? He's ready to play around the bomb when it gets planted, but also there, so if anyone does fight towards CT or any position in the site, he can swing out and get the trade. This double from Sway was so problematic as well. Just creates a huge hole over towards middle. Suddenly you're really feeling the burn, feeling the pressure.
Yeah, I love how they're just using Palace as full bait right now, our PARIVISION. Both rounds, Belchanok never coming out, and we see it. Woxic's not prepared. Can't blame him. Wicardia wasn't prepared.
Yeah, I mean, at that point in the round, it's a position you're going to overlook. You know, you're fighting the players you've seen, you're fighting the players you know about. You saw Woxic even gave it like a cursory glance because
trying to squeeze
you think someone from Palace is kind of out in the open, looking towards CT, trying to get that info. But they were never taking that space.
Oh, poor Woxic, man. What else can you do? That flash made that very difficult. Didn't have multiple kills available at any point. So PARIVISION, good trading here, and back-to-back A hits break the money. We just have Mag's saved gun. Couple of pistols here, and Maja obliterated by Belchanok. They have forgotten the bomb here, but PARIVISION, they're everywhere. Upcon, in short, in B-apps. They are walking to jungle right now. Nota with his back turned to multiple players. Hello? Cardia? 4x3. Doesn't see him in the jungle. Shoots his teammate in the back, and this whole round unravels. It was never looking winnable, but it's not good for the vibe, Harry, when you think you're being covered by your teammate, but you're not. 5 up.
Early timeout for Aurora. They're already starting to feel the burn of this PARIVISION team. Talked about the results they've had here on Mirage. No opponent they've faced this year is yet to reach double digits against them on this map.
That's insane when you
think about who they've played. Yeah. That is mind-boggling. Again, it's Spirit, Furia, and Falcons.
And going into the major, Harry, 15 win streak. Online, 15, well, and on LAN as well, right? When they're LAN to LAN, 15 win streak.
I think this is one of the things that makes PARIVISION feel really, really scary. Is it's not like they have one map that they're really sick on. They have a couple like it, right? The Dust 2 game from yesterday stands out so much because that's another home ground map for this PARIVISION squad.
And in that 15 win streak, only 5 of those games went to double digits from their opponents. So those numbers keep up. It really is, safe to say, a home favorite.
And, you know, they've managed to get 2 of those, you know, those 2 maps in this series. Dust 2 is the decider. Little B-pop. Already in. Matcha, that's a really nice way for this to start. 3 kills in an instant.
Oh my.
Back turned on Zelo. Matcha's on for the ace.
He just jumped up in the smoke on the van.
Oh, Maja. How often does Maja get to have these moments? Let's see Maja get a 5th. No one steal it. Soulfly, don't do it, man. This is your captain. So he is holding off. I kind of want to see Maja hunt for this. He is the IGL. His team are trying to egg him on, I think, to go looking, because they're boosting him up. Zataras is saying, like, come on, bro.
Go get it.
Come with me.
Go get it. Come on, Maja. I mean, part of it is, it wouldn't surprise me if PARIVISION are like, don't give him the ace. We don't want him to feel good. Walk away. But Maja's coming in. Nota's coming back up. Maja doing too much right now. Pull your gun out.
Go fight him.
Oh, he's playing for the AK,
I'm going to start yelling down over the side, man. I don't know if we're allowed to interfere in these games, but I want Maja to go looking.
Oh, what a shame. Nota survives with the AK.
How many aces has he had, Hugo?
I mean, he's had a bunch of aces, but he hasn't had an ace in 9 months.
There you go.
So it was against Legacy last time.
Damn.
9 months since his last ace, and we'll have to keep waiting. Maja. Massive 4K. You could see how stuck PARIVISION got there. Zelo was trying to hunt him, but he just uses the taco smoke, jumps right back up. Nobody looking, great control, pistol out, put him down. You know the rest. Aurora back on. Xantara's. Oh, you are lucky to survive, but not for long, because then your teammate goes down with you. Xantara's gets what feels like 3 chances to fight there.
He likes that. Dude, I'm liking that Xantara's coming into this series just kind of backing his aim a lot, trying to be very involved. Pretty sequenced this time for Madger, and that is going to open up a route into the B site where Cardia takes one more with him.
Ouch.
And there's the cover from Xantara's. Zwei left up in this all alone. 1v3 wrapped on Cat, 2 players back here in the market. All on the line, missed shot for Woxic. Oh no! They've given Zwei exactly what he wants. 1v3, and that's how PARIVISION keep their lead.
It happens so quick. One missed shot from Woxic's AWP, and it feels like that is enough for Zwei to run away with a clutch. Perfect peaks. And it's over before you know it. That is the clutch factor that Zwei brings to the table. We never really saw it on Spirit, but it has just been frequent in PARIVISION.
Man, yeah, you know, it was why the moment he kind of started the year so strong in this team, you instantly got excited. And man, look at the pace they're playing with in this round. Madger got that 1-4K, and they've not forgiven him for it. They want to really get in his face on this B site. Xantara's with the cover.
You're locked out,
volleyed off back in the market, and this is your only point of rotation. Aurora, it's a really rough round. They don't have the util, don't have the manpower. They're out of position, and so the save will be called.
Perfect round. Insta up short. And part of that is the conditioning, right? They played some really slow rounds. They've barely been taking middle. Think of the rounds where Aurora have popped the top mid smoke, not even seen anyone. So you're not ever expecting the pace change like that. A rush up Cat through apps, B split at 135. And they are in the site with the single entry that wins them the round. We've seen these A stacks for Aurora. PARIVISION know as much. Madger's death is all it takes. So great to see that James can throw in those rounds, because towards the end of VP, when he was still leading, we would see these occasional pace changes. We liked what we saw, but James has really refined his style with this young squad. And not afraid to use his pieces to their advantages.
No, I think, you know, it's nice. It's something he's even spoke about, you know, this idea that when CS2 came out, it was all new. There were different ways that you had to learn to play, different ways you had to go about succeeding. James is just a guy who kind of looks for the best route to get the results he wants, as in, you know, he wants the W. That's why with old VP, when you had MR15 back in CSGO, it was a grind of a game, right? And that was how, in his brain, it made the most sense. And a lot of what he ended up implementing in that VP team did become kind of standard meta, right? The save meta really took off with the success of the old Virtus Pro, the Outsiders, and their major win. And, you know, now, having had some time in CS2, to go back to the drawing board, to work with younger players, commanding a lot of respect, him and Dastan, again, having that pre-existing relationship and working with each other well. They have a new look here. It is refined. They're not afraid to get pacey with it.
Yeah, with all the conversation about Coach of the Year and all these arguments back and forth, I mean, if there's one thing we can say that's undeniable, it's how much credit these players give to Dastan. And so that's got to be noted, right? How he runs a tight ship, the good and the bad, but clearly a lot of respect coming out.
No, it's kind of a Jekyll and Hyde vibe, right? It's like, on one hand, you have the Dastan from the practices, from what we understand, where he's very stern. He will give you a good talking to, right? He will tell you off if you're kind of leading to shortcomings in round, leading to bad situations. And he's even said, you know, his philosophy there is these mistakes will cost us in the long run. And so the time to get ahead of it is during the practice, in the build up to the event, while you're setting the system in place. But he said in the matches, he tries to be a nice guy, tries to remove the pressure, and I think you see that a lot in the interviews with him.
Absolutely. We have another B split here for PARIVISION. There's 3 players in the site this time jumping out of apartments. Belchanok's got a double. The hard hitter entry man of this squad breaks their back in the B bomb site. And Woxic is left to save again.
They have not forgiven Maja for that 4K.
They said, you won't do it again.
Yeah, they've gambled on the fact that that's a one-off from Maja.
You should have aced us when you had the chance. And so PARIVISION just smashing this B site right now. Oh, God, that was terrifying. But Woxic will get out, it looks like. PARIVISION, more than happy, 6 rounds on this T side. Need some more mid-control here for Aurora. That's got to be the remedy, right? Just letting them get up catwalk with no information. Well, Aurora choose to fight. Sends Antares up top mid.
I mean, one of the things that I do really like about this PARIVISION team is how it's just a real mixture of like the old strong type of default heavy rounds that James used to lean into with his VP team, combined now with just really strong set pieces and fundamentals. And because you're never really sure which one of those you're going to get, I feel like their set plays hit so much harder. I'm thinking back to some of their Dust 2 games at Bounty where you would just see them take catwalk, roll out full execs, almost like 9-10 rounds in a row. But because you're sometimes worried that they're going to be playing this default heavy standard, you're a little more reluctant to, you know, go for those early info plays, try and be involved too early in the round. Here, Woxic will take some initiative with that AWP, and he's bested James in the head-to-head. Now, it's been a far slower start from Woxic to this map than what we had the other day. You hope that this is the round where he can get switched online, because it was his misses in that 3v1 that Zwei picked up that actually let Zwei get back into that round. And you've already been kind of teased by what Woxic can bring to the table in their opening game. So 1 piece removed. PARIVISION set their sights on the A site again with a heavy palace setup.
Zwei lost with the bomb. Nota up con. Eyes on for Xantares in sandwich. Strong position, not where you're pre-aiming. And so he gets the element of surprise, but a missed chance on that headshot. Zelo will punish. Multiple players spotted. Mid cleaned up by Maja, but Soulfly alone in the site and not for long. He's gone. 2 on 3. The bomb hasn't made it out.
Missed shot for Wakadia on that second AWP. Will make up for it when he's given a second chance. And now it's Belchanok. Can't afford to stomach another 1v3. And so Woxic will be there to shut it down.
Double AWP's one way to do it here. Aurora put in an honest shift. And that's despite Xantares with a huge miss in the sandwich. Nice opening kill for Woxic on the break. James not happy with it. Double AWP keeps going. And the A hit comes in quick. Ooh, naughty.
Every now and again, you might get gifted a tiny bit of vision with the way this smoke has fallen. Soulfly certainly going to fly under the radar.
Oh, when does he go? Does he just wait it out? It's so powerful.
The longer he's here, the less they expect it. On this fade, has anyone got eyes on the smoke? Nota tried to play for it. Soulfly figures him out. Still, the kills get wrestled back by Zwei and Zelo. And again, it's down to the double AWPs in this retake. This time a 2 on 3. Woxic round the corner. That's a really nice shot. Put down range. James plucked out of the round. That's your late player. Ramp gone. Now 2 in at Tetris. Oh. And if Woxic can follow up, he's on for something here. Oh. Just gonna miss the mark. Zelo collects a big 3K. And PARIVISION, at bare minimum, they've won out the half.
That would have been so frustrating to lose that, right? When you lose your ramp player and then both your others are stuck at the Tetris. Really uncomfortable post plant. But hey, man, anyone can do it for PARIVISION. That's the best part. Anyone can clutch up. Anyone can entry, and there's numbers to back this up, right? You typically look at a top team and there are 2 players who probably account for 50% or more of the entry kills. In this squad, the 4 riflers account for 21 or 22% each, James at 18. So everyone can be at the front of the pack, everyone can clutch around. It is such a symbiotic squad.
Yeah, I think it's something that's interesting with PARIVISION. The way that they think about themselves isn't necessarily the way that others think about this team. Even Modesty, I think it was said in an interview, James like Gandalf, there is 4 hobbits, they have 4 stars in the roster around James. Oh. Now they'll be quick to tell you, we don't have star players, we play as a team. They're right about the second part, but the first bit, I think we're all starting to doubt them on.
Well, yeah, they just have very mechanically strong players, right? You'll look at a team often with a more standard, mix, and there'll be, the weak player or the anchor player that maybe isn't as good, but I think everyone can have carry performances in this squad. This is a really nice call. They're going to hit A pretty quickly after the getting spotted ramp with the bomb. They are resetting round the world. Maja is the surprise. He can't flank. James, not a good fight for him here up the ramp. He's going to go for it anyway. Does he clear the headshot angle? Soulfly realizing that mid's been open for some time. He tucks in. And this is just a ragtag band of rifles walking up jungle right now. If Soulfly goes for a peek, he will pay with his life. Maja needed on the big flank. If he runs, James hears him. I think we might have this same fight again. James heard it, deals with it. Bomb cannot go down with this short control. They have to fight their way out, and they will. 2v1, Woxic back in spawn, what can he do? Surely nothing. He'd have to run the plant, that flash prohibits it. Bomb planted. And Woxic hoping for a big mistake, but they cross out. James stays in the site, looking for the kill, and runs away with a beautiful 8-round T-side. PARIVISION here to play, looking for stage 2.
PARIVISION have a point to prove and a streak to keep up. They're on a string of wins here on Mirage, and thus far, no team has even managed double digits against them this year on this map. Oof. They're trying to keep that in good standing here. 8-4 up after that first half versus Aurora. And honestly, you're left feeling a little bit nervous here for an Aurora that impressed us on day one. Notably, a bit of a slower start from Woxic, who was dominating in their opening game here in Krakow. Well, he struggled to get the ball rolling. Madja had a sick 4K over towards B, and I think all it did was piss PARIVISION off. They went to his bomb site countless times after that. It became a real focal point of the game plan. Now they move over to the CT side. Aurora onto the T half.
Classic.
So if you do want to close the gap, it's got to start now.
Yes, indeed. Classic, clean pistol buy on the CT side. Smoke kit, that's it. And so, not a gamble by any means, but 3 strong inside of A. Fine to play retake on this B bomb site. It looks like they've read it well. Aurora wrapping into A, taking the mid. James trying to keep eyes on, but with that smoking window, they get up connector.
Oof. Good kill for James. Deals with half of this lurk up through mid. Zantares still floating around here, gonna get figured out. Zelo finds him from the short side, and so quickly, this pistol round looks to get away from Aurora.
They wanted to bail there. Maybe
what do you even do against that?
You die. You lose the pistol. Zantares falling in middle gives them no escape route in that round. So good positions for PARIVISION. Pay off. And only a swing through the palace smoke nets Aurora a kill. This one's going nowhere. Nota from bottom of the board with a couple of bangers in this pistol to give PARIVISION even more advantage like they needed it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you were kind of touching on this idea that within PARIVISION, anyone can step up, anyone could deliver. I think Nota is a prime example of that. You know, you just said he's the bottom performer right now for them in this team. Thinking back to the grand final of Blast, he was the top performer across that series. Lights out, man. It was unbelievable. Could even say robbed in regards to the MVP. But, man, yeah. You know, everyone's capable of kind of bridging the gap, of offering something, of lending their assistance to get these wins over the line. Nota with a convincing double to kickstart their CT side venture. And so timeout burned for Aurora. Astan didn't even have a hell of a lot to say.
Oh, so instead of James playing the eco second round, he makes Belchanok do it. Oh no, he's buying. Okay. I was going to say, we saw this actually let PARIVISION down the other day on Dust. Not here. Belchanok buys up. James doesn't need the orb. And the MP7 for Zwei. I'm a fan of it. We saw Biguzera play it basically every round yesterday. MP7 gang rise up. Fearless fighting here for PARIVISION because it's only Glocks. A literal full eco. Bish bash bosh. And this is, unfortunately, maybe end of the road for Aurora if they don't pick up this gun round. That train is running away, Harry, with its legs.
Yeah, you know, and I think sometimes in situations like this, you can think back to rounds that really let you down, and I think that's what's going to make this one feel so brutal, is outside of like that Zwei 1v3, there wasn't a lot of moments where you really gave rounds away, as it were. This map has just largely been out of your hands. If you don't find success here with the rifles, you're dead on, Hugo. This really is the end of the road for Aurora on Mirage. Now, we do have the exciting prospect of their Anubis up next. Used to be the best team in the world on this map. before it got removed from the pool. And they've been hesitant about bringing it out. So you've got that to look forward to.
I like that they've held on to it and they've not like pulled it in the first series immediately. Like, look, everyone watch, look how good we are again. They've taken time maybe to get to grips, get Soulfly acclimatized. It was a very good map for Jota, which is a bit of a worry, but it also means hopefully, you know, pulling it out in an important series and pulling it out when they're ready to play it. So we're talking about Anubis. There's still Mirage on the cards. Let's see if Aurora can do anything in this T side. Oh dear.
Not the guy you want getting softened up at the first turn of the round. Nota had to work to control the spray there, and his teammates fall within the A site, creeping up through Corner Zelo. Could be closing in on something big. Bomb out in the open. Madja spotted up top the stairs. He's now going to put on a clutch of his own. He's only got 20 seconds to work with. This is a tall order for the captain of Aurora. Can he do it? Swing on out, given the chance, but just shy of that 1v2. And that must-win rifle round stripped away from Aurora.
His aim is there today. His aim is definitely there. Seeing some nice moments. He isolates Jame really well on that 3-2-1 double swing, but still reads their last player's position wrong. And PARIVISION never let up in this round, continually spamming smokes, getting Wicardia out from that jungle push. No cover on the bomb plant. PARIVISION just poking and prodding. And taking Xantares' mental with them. Many such cases. Missed window smoke and PARIVISION are pushing up. Nota's had enough. Now, don't miss this. Okay, he caught it. One more in the smoke and he's realizing as well. Timing's... Oh, he's running. He's running. He ran behind you.
Nota's still just hanging around. And
okay, sure. Get him out.
Goodness. Woo. All right, just Xantares, and the site is already padded to the 9.
Nota's trying to knife him there, hoping he jumps out window. They're getting cocky now, man. That was two and a dink from Zwei on the B anchor. B anchor, never heard of her. 12-4, PARIVISION just wailing on Aurora right now.
And no Jota. Shorten it to Nota, man. He absolutely wrecked them up there in top mid. And so that streak of opponents unable to reach even double digits, looking to grow, and this will be their best win in the year yet on Mirage if they're able to close it here and now. They still have a good chunk of time to, you know, take that title.
Final swing here for Aurora. 4 on ramp. And Xantares coming out under. Timings are everything. He got shot in the back through the fading window smoke last time. Don't know this one, Madja. What you got? CT smoke coming in. Oh, no. Jungle. All right. Should bounce stairs. Nice set. Xantares needs to get something done here if Aurora are to have a chance to retake A.
Yeah, chain back over here towards the spawn. Meanwhile, big flank getting embarked upon by Zwei.
Nice
so he needs his teammates just to try and buy a bit of time if they can. Keep the pressure on. That bomb will get planted. Velchanok looked a little stunned that he'd fallen on through in a sandwich. And so this flank still on the cards. I wonder if the scoreline combined with the timing makes you want to give this a look in.
No kit right now.
James always been a guy to play by the numbers, and so 2v4 out of position. Flank the only thing you had going for you. They're just going to play to contain. The AWP knocked out. Find yourself wondering if they're going to try and get their hands on it. Only way the Woxic's going to get to play with an AWP down the stretch is if they pick it up.
I don't even know if you want the AWP. Like, what are you going to do with it at this point? How are you going to make it work? PARIVISION aren't exactly giving you nice fights. Woxic's going to have it either way. But it's just coming down to XX here for Aurora. It's a good trade for Belchanok, but without him getting anything on that drop, Ricardo in the most obnoxious position possible pays off. And PARIVISION say, let's just close the game, shall we?
That's a big goal. I mean, if they don't, scoreline's going to start to close up. They're all in on this round. We've said the PARIVISION are a hard team to come back against, and that's largely due to just their very, very strong fundamentals. Their trade work in particular stands out. How it's so hard to take that early kind of 5v4 versus this team. And that was Woxic attempting it. It's a very good effort, and he sees blood on the wall there, so he knows he's done a tag down range on a James. Still, they've lost to Wakadia at the very first turn of this A play. Flash in towards ramp, allows the reposition out of Belchanok.
Just cancelled the whole round. They wanted to go there. Not only do they not get the kill, they get blocked at ramp. They don't get to punish. And now 4v5. Wakadia knows it's out of his hands. And maybe onto Anubis. Back out middle. And no fights being given over. This AWP for Woxic is going to be hard to wield. Jame might be their best bet.
Jump spot for Jame. Saw players in at bottom connector, gets that info. Just a nice way, right low on health. Now he knows where Aurora are hoping to end up.
Ouch.
So his team are able to get positioned accordingly. Belchanok tucked in out towards the stairs. Oh! Elo bringing it in from behind. This one is all over. PARIVISION storm the board in that final round, and it is a convincing victory. Streak still in check. It's nothing but wins for PARIVISION on Mirage, and they do so dominantly.
Yeah.
No opponent yet to reach double digits against this squad on Mirage this year.
Terrifying. Aurora stumped out of this one. We're going to have to hope Anubis looks a lot better for this team. Their first Anubis since its re-edition on the new Anubis coming up next. You don't want to miss it.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
Aurora started off their campaign strong here in Krakow yesterday. Major, we talk all the time, man. Just how you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. And you? What about you?
I'm doing all right. You know, I'm trying to stay warm. Seems to be like one of the colder places you could possibly be. Staying warm in Krakow. You guys were hot yesterday. Tell me about that game.
Yeah, I think I feel really well. Like the first tournament was online, obviously. So playing online is better for us. The team hype and everything was really green yesterday, and hopefully it can be also for today.
I understand you guys had one missing component on LAN or at boot camp in the build-up to this. Is that right?
You mean like Sofly? Yeah, he had some problem of visa, so he played the first match on Istanbul with the high ping. It was not easy for him. But yeah, overall, like I think from last year, we feel more confident playing on LAN, to be honest, than online, actually, because of the ping also in the situation and in internet. But yeah.
I mean, I also feel like you guys play infinitely more LAN than you do online. Like that last year was just a run of LANs, right?
Yeah, nowadays now Counter-Strike in a T1 scene, it's just tournament in a row. So yeah, a lot of LANs. Yeah.
So they see that guy over there in the middle, James?
Yes.
Tell me how this goes today. What's this going to look like?
I think he's a very intelligent guy, good leader, I think. We're going to face him, I don't know. It will be a good match, hopefully, and we'll see.
Well, you know, they just came off that whole like blast bounty thing. I don't know if you saw any of the stuff that PARIVISION was up to coming into here. Did you have any research on them?
I think they did a really good first season. They won the tournament, so I think they are in good form. It's a good teams who I think don't have big stars. They don't have a big star, but they play a lot of more tactically and more like discipline, you know. And it's good from what I see on the demos. They play good Counter-Strike, good poker Counter-Strike, like good gamble. It's James style, you know. And today we're gonna try to beat them.
Is this gonna be a slow game in Counter-Strike?
I think they play slow games, so I have on my mind like things also against them. But overall, I think it will be a good matchup, and we will see who's gonna win.
Thank you very much, Major.
Thank you, guys. See you. Love you.
This is against Vitality, and like the last shot, I hit him in the wall. Oh, it was great. Why?
Yeah, you were about to kill the last person, no?
Yeah, also.
Yeah. He hit there.
Here, I hit the guys and I died, but I was 1v1, and I hit him when I shoot on the vent, but
it was like 90 or something. He's hitting, but he's dying after that.
It's Falcon.
Falcon.
Nice. The last round, because I think it was over.
Last round. Last round and game was over with this. Yeah. It was, I don't know, the score was 12-7 or something, maybe.
This is you.
No, it's you, bro, on your B side.
Why my M4 is, you dropped?
Not mine, that's not mine.
Against face. How many highlights I have against face?
But this is a different tournament.
Yeah, different tournament.
Yeah. Again, you low face.
It was also overtime, something like that, I think.
Yep.
End of the match.
Let's see what's coming. Okay, when it was, the train one.
When you do 40 bombs?
Yes, either 40, either 38 on this map.
40, let's say.
Yeah, let's say 40, okay.
Yeah, the last one again.
Much closer.
Much closer. This is against Vitality in Major, I remember.
Yes, you came from behind. We were trying to make them busy.
You see, they take my ally from 6 months ago because they didn't find a lot of kills, so they find it 6 months ago.
Okay.
The last one is
Last one, it looks like it's mine. Let's see.
You.
Yeah,
against Vitality. I remember.
No, Navi.
It was in the grand final. We lost this one.
Yeah, bad memories.
needs to save them here, and Jewel Beretta's running out of ammo. Icy gets another. Taurus got this safe pair of hands. Blicks up! Oh, he's just an animal! Robotic from Zentares. He welcomes the duel, controls the spray. It's Zentares, it's his playground right now, and Ace.
Next, I'd like to refer to Article 4C. The APL catering menu from Saturday, 4th of October, which reads as follows: German sauerkraut, British with boiled potatoes, or Turkish doner kebab with crispy, caramelized lamb slices served with a delicious garlic and cocktail sauce, fresh vegetables wrapped in a crisp handmade dürüm. Gentlemen of the jury, would you be surprised if I told you Mr. Burchell opted for the British
Racist. Guilty.
Chill, Zanti. Let me flush you out first, then you headshot. British boiled potatoes with minus seasoning over our sacred kebab.
What?
Finally, I present Article 5A, the Racist Manifesto, published on Mr. Burchell's Twitter account.
Fisher's Playground 2 team lineup has aged really well. Sure, no Vitality, Spirit, or Mouse.
But I'm keen to see the Mongols back in action.
Furia are looking like an early call for a major dark horse. FaZe, showing a bit of life since the Jacob edition. And of course, Falcons' unrealized potential.
Gentlemen of the jury, in a tweet about exciting teams, not only did this man not even mention Aurora, he mentioned FaZe and Mouse.
Racist.
I know what I've done is wrong. Not mentioning Aurora after I mentioned Mouse. It's an oversight. After all, given your talent, your potential, your absolute gift for shitting the bed, I'm gonna call you Turkish Mouse.
Guilty. Guilty, Mr. Burchell. You sentenced to max notification, 170 DMs, and 70 long quotes. Take him away.
You're auraless. You're absolutely auraless. You're a joke. You're Turkish Mouse. You're playoff jokers. You'll never win.
Bring in the next racist. Now you got some explaining to do.
Well, if there's one thing Aurora are guilty of, it's being 0-1 down to the series. PARIVISION steal away Mirage in a dominant fashion. And now we go to Aurora's home ground, or so you'd like to think. At least for 2025, Anubis was the go-to for this Turkish team. And now they've got to relive that history as they face a loss to PARIVISION and down to the lower bracket.
Yes, Aurora fans rejoice though, because this was your stomping ground. You know, this is where Aurora looked so threatening in the past. And I think, low-key, we all kind of want them to show up and showcase the form that they used to have on this map. I feel like Task is going to be there for Magic to try and grapple with the changes and try and get ahead of the curve for how they're going to affect this map. But if one guy could, surely it's the guy that came up with the winning formula back on the old version.
New version Anubis here at Krakow, and we're going to see what that little hole in middle has got in store. PARIVISION start on the T side. They take it straight down to the water. I'm expecting more aggression. That's what I'm expecting. It's Anubis. You've always got to throw a bit in. Xantares goes peeking towards the B site, but won't overplay his hand. Oopsie.
And that's a fine for Belchanox.
Sentenced to max notifications.
Cursory glance for Soulfly.
You know nothing at this point.
No, you don't. You really don't. You got this new little window, new little hole in the wall out towards mid.
They just cleared water a little bit. They're going to scramble rotations, but PARIVISION are coming in quick.
Xantares, dual Beretta is dealt with straight away, and well, no accounting for that one. CeeLo, a little bit of smoke spam, and that's it. Round done. Pistol picked up.
Who put that hole there? Oh! Get him out. Nothing to do here in this round.
Oh, if you really want to, you know, go back in time a little, you know what it's kind of reminiscent of to me?
What?
I always have like good memories of watching Xantares over towards drop down on cobblestone.
Okay.
That little hole in the wall kind of evokes a similar vibe, a similar feeling.
Okay. I feel like the worry is, even though we know Aurora are going to like this map, I don't think PARIVISION are going to be scared. They are on a honeymoon right now. They're on a heater. Everything's feeling meant to be. Oh, you spotted him. Can't do much about it, though. These angles are all new and all weird. Mid-rush. Oh, dear. Nota caught with nades. Zwei won't let them get much further. 3 kills. Oh, my goodness. What's happening?
So close! Another dink put down range at the end, and it's just barely contained. I mean, that's a high damage, full eco round out of Aurora.
You know, people have got fast nades for this hole, right? The molly, we're going to call it window, right? Because they removed a window, we got a new window. We're going to call it window. Insta mollies and nades, you know, if you rush it as a CT and someone throws a molly nade, it's going to put you down to 10, if not lower, depending on your timing. So even instant aggression might be denied. PARIVISION aren't throwing that right now.
Oh, dude, it really might. Like, Xantares, mid player, has the little hole. It really is kind of like the old Cobble days.
You can boost in there as well.
Gonna have the little drop down and watch over.
I wonder how long till someone's boosting up in that window in this game.
Because drop was a position no one wanted to play as well.
Yeah, true.
Xantares just loved it. He was so good at it.
Just instant headshots.
I hope he's got that, you know, like 10-year muscle memory still built in.
It's just not exactly a dedicated spot, is it? You know, part of Anubis was, towards the end, you don't want to really fight for middle too much. You want to give it up. Look at Xantares here. He's playing it from Temple, giving him fast rotation to B, playing mid for info. No one has mid control right now, but Aurora don't know that. Pressure in connector, missed Molotov. That was on the roof, that was meant to burn out pillar players. Instead, Manager is just caught in the open. One shot from death, still surviving, can't move. That nade should seal it.
Break on the smoke. Xantares, good catch on the players crossing jail. Jane gonna steal one back, but still has a lot left to do here. Bit of support from Zwei as he finds himself in a clutch. Now, Zwei's already had a 1v3 in this series. Let's see if he can pick up this 1v2. Woxic providing cover. He's passed. Thankfully, Soulfly will hold the line. That is a massive round from the new face in Aurora.
That's a
4 kills.
Sick read from Zwei, though. Just the fact that he knows Yorp is covering, can jump over the shot if Woxic misses. He's got that 1v1. Good hold for Soulfly nonetheless. Needed that to win the round. I mean, it all goes wrong because of the molly, doesn't it? PARIVISION would have been a lot quicker into that bomb site with the entries and the trades if that molly connected, but they had to burn out Magic, they had to nade him as well. Soulfly was looking for the lurk smoke at the start of the round, trying to block it. Something Magic did quite a lot.
There is something fun about this window. Just the way everyone approaches it. Feels like you're all a little bit freaked out.
Like
Not quite knowing the world of possibilities this has opened up yet.
There's boosts to get in, there's boosts to fight it, it's weird off angles. It could be anywhere. So, muscle memory is not quite there. Just a full eco James going over his notes.
Give me like a Noel Edmonds, bring on the wall.
Bring on the wall!
There you go. And that's all you're going to think about whenever someone tries to get through that hole in middle. Now, Woxic on the line here. Pistols are going to try and run him down, so he needs cover from this rifle. Well, Cardi is low, and you don't want to lose any more. He'll wrestle it back, and so no worries. Well handled. One casualty. With the AWP up close there, there's a world where that could have gone far worse. So only Glocks put to rest quickly.
Let's see what this first going round's got in store for the Vision. Say first go round, second go round. Woxic looking for something. CTs do get to this angle very quick, and he tried it. Already trying to be threatening, but it's B contact right now. Zwei lining up high flash.
Lurk smoke in. And they are walking right through with this. Don't know if you're going to expect this from PARIVISION. Instant contact play through that lurk smoke over in main. Magic's whole job used to be blocking those smokes. This one throwing on a bit of a delay works wonders for PARIVISION. They're now in the site, faced with a bomb plant, a 5v4. Sitting pretty right now, even as the util reigns in.
Wallbang kills him. No way! Magic double up! They're going to chase him down, but he's done his job, or so you'd think. His whole team crumble on this retake. And Woxic didn't wallbang out Belchenok, had no info, so survives despite the utility. And he's going to go hunting for that AWP, knowing exactly what Woxic is up to, even hearing this as well. Woxic is dead. He's going to have to fight his way out of this one. Everybody here. Nice start, but they're already through main. Good hunt there for Zwei. And Zelo with a triple kill on entry. Love the way they play that. You saw Soulfly holding above the lurk smoke, looking for a player walking at the back. But PARIVISION play close to the wall, sneak right under the smoke, go through left and right at the same time. And then they can scale con very quickly. So nice double, but Magic's individual form has not been the problem today. Let's say that.
No, not by a long shot. His double kill, you felt like was going to keep that round going, was going to give them a real shot in the retake. It's actually everyone else just getting melted that comes to be a problem.
Oh, just again, contact B. Look, there's knives out, there's nades out, there's barely eyes on this corner. They just walk in. Position revealed as Antares, pre-fired by Zelo. Sure, you can smoke it off. That's fine with us. 4v3 and early in the round. Pressure is not on PARIVISION. Oh.
Gets the spot on Nota, drop down, and there's Woxic with the backstab.
Nice.
They're securing good ground here. Now you're going to hear PARIVISION moving past out in middle. Tag still collects some damage. What these footsteps do is cause a lot of commotion for Aurora. Right now they think that PARIVISION were having a quick change of heart. Really, it's just a misdirection from James. They're going to follow through with the B play after all, and caught moving back in is Woxic. Okay. Magic still the only point of resistance here for Aurora.
Saw him mid.
Not ready for Jame up close, and now we go down to the 1v1. It's a deagle for Wakadia versus the AK on Jame. He's got util to work with, and 35 seconds, that's plenty of time for Jame.
Oh, Wakadia with a nice tuck here. When he clears this, he's not going to check the corner. Wakadia forces the kill. Big round, and Maja again putting up a multi. I like the way that this window's already being used, right? Both teams have done it, but Aurora showed there. If you wanted to assist your con player, back in the old mid window, you couldn't drop down through that window. You have to cross past the bridge. It's so risky. Now it's zero risk for a CT to come through that window safely from mid doors. So Woxic drops in, helps his teammate out.
No, I think already it's feeling like a great change. It's just moved like that burden. Because before, the window was almost in what you would kind of try to consider like neutral territory, but really it was kind of more beneficial, I guess you would say, for the T side. There's more util they can throw out to take that mid control. Now, the window just objectively is available to the CTs early. It's given an extra option. You've already seen Woxic try his hand at peaks through the window to fight players down at stairs. These are just fights you couldn't get in the old version of Anubis. And the biggest problem for CT sides was that it felt like options were too limited. Well, a couple more have opened up now with the move of this window in mid.
Aurora putting up a stellar defense. Maja leading on this CT side, and Woxic's AWP getting involved yet again.
Here he is, right, trying that opening move.
Double AWP. Maja, you've been rifling so well. Sure, that works. Always surprised when players on a heater and then they pull out the AWP. I'm like, rifling was doing the job. But hey, feeling himself right now. Finds that 5v4. Couple of early kills here for Aurora. And no stress. And Aurora, again, you know, they were one of the first teams to start giving up mid completely. Don't get me wrong, Xantares has had many highlights in middle, but in the old Anubis, they would really lean back into the bomb sites, play a lot of camera setups. It was kind of just a gamble of which site has 3 players on this team. And looking kind of similar here, using Woxic to search for opening kills in that position, but ultimately not dying for the bridge, not fighting in the house. Now in your pugs, it will be very different. People will be feeding your middle, trust me. But Aurora, knowing what it takes to win on this map. Got one in you? No. 5 alive. Aurora controlling the economy. You can't run, yeah. He waited too long in that Molotov. Dear. It's 100-0. That was ugly. And that's what we mean when we say unfamiliarity.
And they're going to try and kick up the pace, right? You get a free kill to start the round. Nice. There's also been these new additions, right? The little windows out towards B, giving you some new lineups for backside. Even though we got a showcase of what the util can do, you haven't got the kills to actually take the space yet. Molly in, could have made life awkward, but it gets extinguished by that CT smoke. James still gains some ground. No way he gets out. Rota blew the smoke open to go fighting. Ends up killing James.
How did Aurora win that round? How?
That's a 4v5 from the get-go.
Dear. That's unlucky. You can't communicate that. Notice trying to help James by blowing the smoke, but that's as James jumps through. I like the execute nades, right? PARIVISION, burning out popular positions, backside.
Beyler, my bad, sorry.
My bad. Did burn in a volley. Oh my goodness, Madja. It's just his map.
He's just thinking it, damn, it's good to be back.
Welcome home.
He's missed this one. And you know, it's their first time getting to play it. He wants to put up some good numbers.
Yeah, get his team believing as well. Like, guys, get some kills.
Soulflies look solid over here towards B as well. No complaints thus far. Oops. Missed bit of util short. Tries to make up for it, barreling through that smoke, and now support arrives. Santares quick from the mid-rotation. Woxic also here. You so quickly are walking into a stack. It's another multi-kill round from Madja.
Yeah, triple kill from the captain once more, as Aurora are just running away on this CT side. It felt like it could have been a good T-half for PARIVISION. That is dwindling now. A clear game plan, lots of contact towards B, lots of just walking out of main. Soulfly and Madja with stellar holds, not exactly who you'd be expecting to put up the resistance in this map. Woxic, one more try. One of these days he'll hit it. Oh, he spots them. And great second flash, blinds away completely. It takes a trade. Oh, just Madja now. Is that Temple? Or is that going to bounce camera? Yeah, Temple smoke comes in. He missed it though. Big miss. Santares controls mid. I can tell his team, no one is lurking. You can stay at that B bomb site. Madja's still in position, playing retake. Still need to kill. He's committed enough.
He's had some really, really solid moments over here towards B. Oh, A main aggression. Wakadia snuffs out Jame a little late out towards Dark, and Madja's good for his. Santares dead on the rotation over, and that will serve to complicate matters. They could have tried to play this in a 3-on-2 retake, but looking for that trade was Santares.
Strong positions now with no util, no smoke to cause some chaos. You've got to win both these fights to win the round, Aurora.
Yeah, Molotov for the bomb as well. On the side of PARIVISION, if you take too long, that could just end it for you. Now, it's not planted for either of these positions properly. Going to require a swing out from main. Certainly would be able to tap this and put some pressure on. And worried about Temple, but eventually that defuse just has to come in. Wakadia pick an angle, pick a fight, covers there. Charging in is Noah, but the defuse stolen. Woxic able to get it in time. And two players set up in that post plant couldn't play around the bomb.
Yeah, no one even throws in the molly. Belchnok has it at main. He doesn't want to peek with nades out, but he got that first peek, doesn't see anyone. Molly could have won the round right there. And sure, you get a trade, but you've left that too late. With the bomb not for you. What an oversight for PARIVISION. Woxic picking up that molly makes all the difference as well. It just allows him to stick the bomb after burning out Temple. It's gone very wrong here for PARIVISION. A bunch of convertible rounds. None of them coming through. And so Aurora finding comfort. Cannot be surprised. 5 rounds in a row on CT side Anubis. How sweet can they make it?
Missed molly out towards window, and so you don't think Woxic can actually take this peak right now.
Luckily, you even if you're not on the bridge, you hear if that molly fails. So PARIVISION are in no hurry. Been throwing this A lurk smoke a lot, but yet to use it. We saw that with cardio aggression last round. Jame hoping for a kill in middle. Santares giving away nothing, leading back to B again. And can you blame them? It's just been B hit after B hit in this game. Temple smoke coming in. In they go.
Oh, flash is good. Soulfly wrecked by it, and Magia burning in this util. Caught out in the open. Xantares is the first to arrive and might be the only man between them and this B site. Xantares, he's bought you time, bought time for this flank to close in, and he's teed up Aurora potentially for this runaway CT side. Still very much a threat, but he's going to let Woxic play first. For James now doesn't have the bomb and only has 20 seconds to work with. Players on either side of him. What does James do? Every one of these peeks out into the open could spell disaster in the end of the round, but eventually feels like he's got to commit. Tap on the bomb, hoping that that baits a peek out into the open. Gets the info on Xantares and able to best him in the head-to-head. Fake plant again. Time expires for James. Woxic secures the clutch, takes it to time, and even removes that gun.
He might have had that, man. If he didn't go walk one step further behind the pillar, Woxic might have given him the peak. With a second to spare, he would need the instant headshot. The margins are so thin. Time Lord loses to the clock. Aurora continue. Look how close this is. 2-1. I guess it just expired, but he moved behind cover, man. These rounds are getting dangerously close. Woxic's just seen James get in this position. He's going to burn him out. Won't commit. James gets back to safety. This angle is weird because you're super exposed. If you want to peek that hole and you don't have con smoked, very dangerous.
Might be a nice time to kind of take stock of how the CT setups feel like they've changed around this window. You're noticing a lot of two-man starts out towards mid for Aurora, playing kind of a double rotate, right? Woxic sometimes helps up the angle for a while, but usually that's just a round opener. He then leaves and will either pad out A or look to head towards B, and that's where Xantares takes up kind of his old role over towards mid, which is a bit more passive, waiting for the arrival of the T's, able to play rotate between either bomb site. So in the mid round, still feeling similar to old Anubis, but you are noticing the extra options that have opened up early on. Woxic has very much looked to use them.
It's also just a peculiar game because PARIVISION haven't hit A once in this entire map, right? You would expect a little bit more on this A site, but they haven't even tested. PARIVISION are a team that love to just abuse one bomb site. We see it on Overpass, we see it on Dust 2. So, once again, Aurora in the right place at the right time. They are just ready to lock this down at the end of the half. We've seen so many of these 3v3s, these 2v2s, and Aurora have won all of them. Can they keep it up?
Zelo low on health. Even a nade could spell the end of his round, and there is still one on play. On the back of Woxic, won't be required, and instead the util he throws is a fantastic flash to seal the deal on a commanding CT side. My gosh, doesn't it feel nice to have Aurora back on Anubis?
Aurora running away on their home map. Anubis is back in the pool, and they are back to their winning ways. 8 defensive rounds, 9 in fact, on this CT side. As PARIVISION are left in the dust, looking dazed and confused here on this new map. They played it once so far. This is Aurora's first, but it will not be their last.
No, I think they're loving this first outing. And if they're able to find a pistol round, they're on a fast track to victory here on Anubis. Triple A main aggression for PARIVISION. Xantares, quick to open up. They've spotted more back here in main, but Aurora don't hit the go button straight away. Didn't try and chase down those two, instead getting util out from PARIVISION.
I can
just still got some mid-rounding left in him.
Some fragging as well, you'd think. That's a bomb spotted on that peak. But again, we've got this little window that Belchenok has, so can call if they're rotating to B. Got a bit of info available. He's going to try and force it. Doesn't see anyone make it across. And so right now, PARIVISION have every reason to believe this is the A recommit. Nota drops in. James calls for support. Everybody's home.
James and Nota, quick work made, but it's Maja who has been the king of the multi-kill here on Anubis, thriving on his old home map and now tasked with a clutch. Maja swings for the fences and ends up coming up short. All right, PARIVISION, pistol round picked up. Maybe they still can offer some resistance yet in this second half.
It always starts with a pistol, Harry. That's when the belief comes right back in. Look at BC game yesterday, 11-2 down. Simple said it in the interview himself. He said, once we won that second pistol, we started to believe again. PARIVISION will take a hell of a recovery when you consider if that's how good the first half looked for Aurora, you know they've got some strats up their T side. PARIVISION were blundering towards B every round of the game. They never went middle, they never went A. And so I'm expecting a bit more diversity in the calling here from Maja. Even just seeing some mid-takes would be nice. Oh, Ricardi with the door flash. Zero dodges it, but hey, can't dodge death. It comes at him quick. This is a mostly eco round. Damn right Maja gets that gun. Oh, he hands it over. Give me those Julies right now. Oh, Soulfly. Oh, welcome to the Jota role. The eternal fifth man. Oxford gets him, but he is a great Julie player.
Soulfly gets the even funner job of trying to fake a B play on his own with the Glock.
How they've got the room though.
It's worked out.
James left.
Well, the rotates away. Bomb now getting planted. I mean, this is already a very lucrative round for Aurora. Surely they can't sweeten the deal. This is pistols, Glocks for the most part.
Oh.
Now they're armed, now they're dangerous. Xantares putting the gun to work. Wakadi has lost his weapon. Had to jump up into the heavens to go and grab those dualies.
PARIVISION is just looking lost right now. Jumping around corners with knives out. Over-rotating from James. This is a disastrous game. Can Zwei save them? He has kit smoke, but he needs to get on that bomb and it bounces wrong. The smoke eludes him. And now there's no way you can stick. Xantares is right here, ready to punish. Playing with his food. This is a near full eco win from Aurora. They had a couple of pistols and a flashbang, and they pick up that buy.
Well, if you didn't feel like this one was over, that round has made it so.
That's going to crush your whole team. James reads it wrong. Nota jumps around corners with knives out. I mean, what are we doing here, chaps? Ice cold. There's a proper mid-take. Double mollies in sync and they get in. Full force, full tilt, full gamble for PARIVISION.
They're feeling a little lost here on the home map of Aurora. And I actually heard this even in the comms, Hugo. Delved into and on the sidelines, and allegedly, round 7. This is a quote, by the way, because I'm going to say some swear words. Quote from James. Okay, guys, fuck this map. We never trained it. Just play normal CS, as in on Faceit/Premier. So maybe that's speaking to the absolute blinding game that Aurora are leveling against them, because, you know, this is 2 teams now in a worlds apart situation. For Aurora, previous home map, one that they've been itching to bring back into the pool. For PARIVISION, one that's felt a little neglected, I'm guessing, from the comms that were overheard.
Also just feels like you can see it in the way they're playing some of these rounds, right? The haphazard clearing, the overzealousness.
You know, it stands out because for a team that you always credit for having such great fundamentals, the fact that those fundamentals have absolutely just faded away on the arrival of Anubis into the series, it's very noticeable.
Well, we got the dust 2 we deserve, I'd say.
I also think that's like a very James-coded sentence.
Don't overworry.
It's a team, right? That a lot
They've
about
just force buy every round.
They are force buying at the end of the game.
Yeah, they're crashing out, Harry.
But I don't think it is a crash out. I think it's this idea of, like, you know, it's similar, right? Because Halley got a lot of flack for the Spirit line at the Major, where he said, like, guys, look, we've probably lost this map. I think it was Train. He said, like, we've probably lost this map, but just don't tilt, right? Like, focus the attention onto the second map. And this PARIVISION team, a lot of what they do is about mitigating pressure from the youngsters.
True.
Trying to not put too much on them, trying to not put too high an expectation. And so, if what James is saying is true, if they haven't given Anubis a lot of love, you were not cut out to beat Aurora on their former best map.
Even watching this round, it's like you just die and you say they want it more. They just want it more. Belchnock's rushing A main. James is jumping out of position with an AK in hand. Like, it's fine. They want it more. They can have it. And they're stealing it. Zwei, someone's surely told him he just saw those players. Yes, he's turned back. Flank is in. Zwei, can he survive? As they run at him, he finds a second. Flank is well-timed. Maja almost saves himself. But now Gun's gifted. Woxic 1v2. He's out of position. Does he want to give them an AWP?
Surely there's no time to win this for Woxic.
He's going to give it a go. 30 seconds. 2 players tagged up. Oh dear, he got the info at least. Careful. Can he get that bomb? No, it's on the other side of the smoke, so needs both kills here to win the round, and they're giving him nothing. 15 seconds. There's the molly. Oh, not the spam you want on 10 health, but he gets it anyway. Get him out. PARIVISION win an unlikely round. Thank you, Zwei. All over the place now. But hey, I won't say no to more Anubis T-side rounds for Aurora, just to see what they want to do.
I mean, I think like the real thing here for Aurora is almost this idea of, you know, you haven't got a lot of resistance in this map thus far, and so don't overplay your hand, you know? Like, don't give too much away for how you're looking to play these T-halves, because other teams are going to be looking at you.
Here it is. Waiting for this. Little boost up for an AWP angle. Woxic peeks into middle. I do like this. You can jump up higher as well. Head poking up, gives some cover to Maja.
Bring on the wall.
He's made it through to the next round. Jiggle. Is Woxic going to find this shot quickly? Yes. He goes over it.
Nails it. 2 more here. Good pickup for Belchanok, but Woxic is very hot with the trades on this AWP. 2 players flanking him from behind as the A site just crumbles from PARIVISION. But Jame and Zwei, they've set a bit of a tone in the last few rounds that they're just going to go for whatever, so maybe you see them float around here a little bit. They're fast on the flank. Flash was even dropped to Jame, but he elects not to throw it in. The only thing he's throwing in is the towel. They call this one off and look to save on 2. And so Aurora, you've got many an opportunity to waltz this game over the line, heads held high and all smiles, because your Anubis looks good.
Yeah. Especially after just getting destroyed on the previous map. It's got to feel reassuring to offer the same back to a red-hot PARIVISION. And with what's on the line as well, stage 2. Top 8 teams in the world waiting. And a Dust 2 to decide it if Aurora can finish this here and now.
I mean, you even said coming into this second half, you expected a far more varied T-side calling from Madger, and I think he's delivered on all fronts in that regard, right? We've been here, there, and everywhere. AXX mid-rollouts with the boost to complete it, and now looking to finish things off over here at B. They've walked all the way up in the dark. They got 2 players back over towards main, and Woxic just playing the extremities on this AWP. It's a strong position. He's able to watch for a main aggression, able to stop players dropping out through the window. Don't even know if he's going to be a requirement here, because Aurora moving in and it's no contest. The Jame Orb trapped out in the open, burning in the Molotov, won't last long. And this one is all over. PARIVISION's nightmare time on the dream map of Aurora looking to come to a quick close. Dust 2 lying in wait is the third. One that's been kind for PARIVISION all the way up until Krakow. And there's the deal sealed for Aurora. They lock in a 3-map series. All smiles from the Aurora side as their previous home map of Anubis, one that we've been looking forward to seeing this squad take to, falls dominantly in their favor. That was a comfortable win. Will Dust 2 hold any surprises?
half if Pain are going to lean into that down and dirty style that Bait seemed to adopt when things were not going well. Very curious to know now. Hard to split these as well. On the odds, it would seem. So Pain, can they tap in? Can they take this over the line in a similar fashion to the way they did on Dust 2?
That's it. Pistol rounds haven't exactly been bountiful for Bait, so let's see if they can change their fate a little bit. They've struggled, to say the least. In comes the Utah. Santiago going to be tested. He'll drop a smoke of his own, but now Kentis all left. Alone behind the smoke, tapping, hopefully. It's a smart move, actually, by Bait here. The second the Utah comes through, fall back, give up the site, but group up, so you actually have some legs behind this retake.
Yeah, they do have a kit, right? Gives them that option to just play things a bit safer. They don't feel as desperate to try and get the kills. Boost up attempts. Oh, man, but this is what the Glocks can do. Rolling heads. My goodness, nearly flawless to kick off the second half, but they will take it all the same. It's tough. They do have that kit. Maybe if there were some flashes behind it, it's a difficult choice, right? You really throw caution to the wind if you back off and just kind of let the gods decide, right? As can happen in the pistols sometimes. Are you going to hit those crazy shots, or will it be your opponents? And as it was, the Glocks take over.
Yeah, exactly that. Again, continuing the streak of where Bait's pistols have looked a little worse for wear, and it obviously is having quite a knock-on effect for them. It's taken a while to get into these halves. We saw it happen in the first half of this map. Snow, up close. That mythical MP7 that everybody's looking at. Opens up proceedings with the first. Molly and Smoke down towards Palace in case they were going for a pop, but Pariah will lose his head. Nice work from Sekikawa. He looks for more, but he might actually be in a bit of trouble here. Big Azera, and then a B7.
Creeping back. I thought he was maybe going to charge forwards. It gives the space back. They have that man advantage. That's all they need. That's all they want. Weird angle from him. We'll survive. We'll gather some information. They're a bit unsure. The actual rotations were going towards A, but of course it is going to be B here. Santiago on the Deagle. What can he get done for us? Some damage, but it's not going to be enough. He's lost his teammates. The round falls by the wayside. So it should be double digits here, unless something wild happens in the next round. Pain starting off very well and starting to build that scary momentum once again.
Yeah, they are. This is really where things become very, very dicey for Bait. You got no real investment towards this round, so like you said, it should be double digits. At that point, you've got, I mean, realistically, like 2 full buys, basically. The difference between you staying competitive in your map pick and you being out of this tournament. So, you're very much getting to the now or nevers. Snow with Pariah. Hot flash to dive out a window. This should be pretty simple, all things considered. As Snow wraps through in towards the site, he's being chased. There's a bit of support as well by the Deagle, but it's only brief. As the MP7 is cleaning house on the B site, and the trades are oh so simple as well. Alex, all that's left, and he meets the business end of VSM's Galil. That's double digits for Pain, and they're oh so close now.
Yeah, the energy is up. The faces with many smiles. Certainly good to see. Really, a lot of it all comes down to this. Is there going to be an answer on that Bait side of things, or will they just completely capitulate this series and this tournament? Be a shame to see them go out so quickly. I mean, a lot of prospects, man, on this team. You know, a lot of really hot fraggers in their own right, but just not translating at the moment in Krakow. Pain are looking to send them home. NQZ boosted up. Volley that comes round for Pariah, so they're certainly put in a difficult spot towards middle, not finding that frag that they're really trying to force here, remaining on the boost for quite a long time.
Down front Con, and towards window as well. There's a gap for NQZ to work with here, and he's going to try and make the most of it. Oh, he has the advantage. Bad time for Sekikawa to peek round that corner. He'll lose his head, and the numbers advantage for his side too.
Difficult fights in at middle here. Kenzizor has to back away. Decent damage done, but not quite able to find the kill. VSM taking out MPL, who, one of those textbook swings, man. Just goes in dry with no support, trying to catch a player off. Does not happen. 35 seconds remain. Kenzizor as well has maybe missed this, as big man Big Uzera is in the window. So a complete lack of information on that one is certainly going to make a difference. They'll begin their roll towards A, where the defense again is somewhat weakened. Alex with an off angle, but surely gets traded from here, right? Even if he does manage to find success. At the moment, nobody looking into him. NQZ was ready for a CT push. Down they all go. Essential is incredibly low here. Have an idea of him being around. Big Uzera! Yes, sir!
Oh!
That's
Zon,
smooth.
Is that you? Oh, that was crisp. That was really nice. Foon-esque as well, diving through. Unk still got it. You'll love to see it.
They did make them B-hops a little easier, I hear.
I will, as someone who doesn't B-hop as a spacebar jumper, I feel like they've got easier. I can chain a couple together, so I think you're all right. But yeah, some smooth movement. And a big brain on his head as well, as he knew where he was hiding. 11-5, we said you basically have 2 full buys to work with, and the second full buy comes as if you're playing for OT. But obviously, you know, for baiting this situation, you're on death's door already. They're going to go for the Force. I'm not even too surprised. A lot of teams generally prefer to go for the Force rather than eco here and full buy-in towards the next. But I don't think it makes a difference. You could give them all the weaponry in the world right now, but they're just being outclassed by Pain. They look incredible. Everybody stepping up and having their moments. Snow's had a fantastic map with 23 kills. Big Azera leading by example with 17 of his own. NQZ's looking sharp and definitely winning out that head-to-head in this series against Segukawa. This feels like an all but foregone conclusion, and NQZ going to make sure that is the case. The first, Snow for the second, B-site Baron, and broke it open. And sure, Kenzizor setting up a flank, but I think the real investment's about to fall flat here. There's a couple that come through, and Kenzie one of his own as well. There might still be life here.
Yeah, in the chaos, I believe he's also got the bomb up there.
Yeah, he does.
It's the big thing, so yeah, that's really going to make a difference now. How do they recover that? They've got the information on the players, but don't want to give your head away. Kenzizor looking to try and just net one more if he can. Oh, MP7. Fails for Big Uzera there. What is the game plan? They've got plenty of time. They don't have to rush into things necessarily. Kenzizor is opting to give the space. He's worried about a flank. Alex also had an opportunity to maybe find a kill. Doesn't quite capitalize. It's getting messy here. It's getting nervy for sure. Kenzizor confident, but they don't want to fight him. They're really waiting on him to make that unforced error. Kind of ignoring the bomb right now.
Yeah.
Well played from Alex here, by the way, to just drop back so far. Could walk into them, could get the timing, and he does. It's brilliantly played. A mastermind move, and gets both for good measure.
Yeah, you can see both of the bait players there. They're a little bit cautious about where, like, the second player is, because in every single time they peeked, they actually only saw one. They didn't see them next to each other. So there was a bit of a feeling in the back of the mind of, like, we could get...
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
A series that's going the distance. It was Aurora battling back on their favored map of Anubis, finally getting to see them play it since its addition. For PARIVISION, a real rough hand dealt to them there. They looked a little lost, very much out of that second map. And you see, even during the break, while everyone else went away, James stayed by the PCs all alone, maybe mulling over what it's going to take to level up in time for Dust 2. There was certainly frustrations for PARIVISION on that previous map.
Yeah, just an element of disregard towards the end, maybe a lack of belief in the Anubis that Aurora are bringing to the table. They stormed through this game, and now we end on Dust 2. It's a home map for PARIVISION. It's one that they've shown incredible results on. And so hoping to reset fully coming back into this one. They lost it yesterday though, Harry, right? They lost to Heroic pretty heavy-handedly. Yes. Other than that, a long streak of 6 on this very map. So I still have a lot of expectation for PARIVISION, but they've definitely got to dig themselves out of the hole right now after getting hammered by Aurora. Third map decider, stage 2 on the line, progression here at Krakow.
I mean, look, both these teams are 6-1 on Dust 2 in the last 3 months. Now, I think PARIVISION have faced tougher opponents on that stat line, but this is far from a super uncomfortable map for Aurora. It's a true level playing field here at the decider. Question's going to be, can PARIVISION brush off that last map?
Yeah, Aurora had a series of great maps on Dust 2 back at the Bucharest they picked up, winning 5 in a row there. But like you said, different opposition. The roof raised here. PARIVISION put to the test. B-Rush.
Oh, Wacardia needed to do something with those dual Berettas. You've done a bunch of damage, but have nothing to show for it. Not even a kill found from the 2 B-site players. Bomb now planted, and Aurora might be worth just holding on to the armor.
Yeah,
not a call you're thrilled about having to make, but when your B-site gets no kills in the hold, you're not really left with any other options.
Interesting to see what we get from PARIVISION today, right? It's a team, I alluded to this on Anubis, it's obsession with one bomb site. They go into certain maps and they just pummel one site. On Overpass, it's B almost every single time. On Anubis, last game, it was B as well. On Dust 2, it depends on the game, because we've seen matches where PARIVISION go A almost every round on this map through a variety of methods, often just short splits with a lurk on long. But then we see games where PARIVISION just B-rush every single time and do a different variety of B executes, right? They did that at the Major a lot. Then they went into the final against Falcons at Bounty, and they just abused B, but Falcons never really believed them. They constantly stacked the A site, perhaps because in the previous game against Astralis, it had just been A hit after A hit. So some prep going wrong for the Falcons in that match. What PARIVISION do we get today? Do we get true parity and a split between both bomb sites, or is it just abuse? Time to find out.
I think even that's kind of interesting, because you think back to when Aurora really hit their stride start last year, and a lot of the calling from Maja felt similar, right? Where he would lock in on one bomb site, just look to abuse it. You think back to some of the games. I remember in Mirage where they went B-site rushes 10 rounds in a row on their way to try and close the game. You know, he's also not above just kind of homing in on one position. It's a style of calling he's familiar with.
I always love it when teams do this. They get long control, they get a pick, they show face there, they fake the exec, and then they just hit B, and look, it's worked perfectly as this exec comes in from Belchanok, just getting spotted. Everyone's rotating. There's only Wacardia in lower. It's a good smoke block, but it won't change much. That's a big kill for Wacardia. Can't follow up. If they just go B, it's empty. The smoke there may be putting some fear in PARIVISION on this call. They don't know how free this is. Soulfly might have to go through. Oh, what a shot!
Great catch. But really, you needed a multi-kill there in a very tough position. Belchanok on this lurk. If he gives away a kill, suddenly we might be on. The fact that it's a 1-for-1, that's going to maybe put some doubt in Woxic's head. Still, this is your force bite. Might be feeling a little spurred on. No, you did earlier damage onto Nota. Just a lot of time having got away from Woxic here, and that kind of leaves him in a position where he's forced into the save.
Yeah, they won't even come hunting either. The call is to save your money on this T side. Definitely don't want to lose too many guns. So 2 will have to do, and PARIVISION, a nice punish on that B-bomb side. We saw Soulfly put up a crazy 5-7 highlight yesterday on this map as well. So no stranger to it, but not today as PARIVISION pull the wool over Aurora's eyes. And into one more eco now. Bang. Oh, 2 smokes. Naughty. Four smokes used in the first 5 seconds. And they walk up short. No one home.
Just a free path in.
Were you ready for that? Round's over, mate. Doing a great job of just out-positioning Aurora in these first couple of rounds. Look at them. Like lemmings.
Who's up next? Zwei. Oop. Makes it by.
Everyone did it. No exits granted. Great round to keep your money up. You know you're very limited, or rather Aurora very limited in what they have. So even if they have some Kevlar and a Galil to save, your economy is more important than damaging theirs. They're going to have a buy round regardless. So just a good call here. 5 alive, 3-0. Back into a gun round.
All right, Woxic AWP, and it comes out straight away. Whenever a contest on the other side, James doesn't don his early in the T-half, and so this is a chance for Woxic to kind of set the tone for what he's capable of on the AWP here. Hasn't necessarily been a series dominated by this AWP. But you hope he's riding a bit of a high after the dominance of Anubis. The task on Dust 2 gets way easier if Woxic's in good form.
That's if they go his way. And that's the thing about PARIVISION, you never know. Corridor smokes in middle. They get blocked at B. It's a good response for Aurora. But we know PARIVISION are fine to come through this smoke at times. Cardia plays close to it. PARIVISION 5 tunnels. Just going to go in for this execute, it looks like. High flashes, backside molly, Soulfly, a lot to do. Teammates blind, still provide kills as Soulfly moves deeper into the site. They have been isolated, very well done by Aurora. 4-on-2, James has to battle his way back into this and not overstepping, not overplaying. Repeat comes in, James is shut down out of the clutch. Great hold for Soulfly.
Yeah, really, really good B hold, and also a great read on the game from Maja, right? That decision from PARIVISION to go A in round 3 after back-to-back B rounds up against the Eco feels very intentional, right? You're trying to make it feel like, oh, you know, we could go anywhere. We're not kind of homed in on trying to exploit this one position. After their one departure from the other B rounds, they go back to B, and Maja kind of feels like that's what's going to happen. I think that's a play similar to what Maja would do himself if he were in James' shoes. And so kept a 3-man stack there from the get-go. And this is nice because you've kind of thwarted PARIVISION's early attempt of conditioning you on this map. Going to force them to dig a little deeper and look for new solutions.
Yeah, similar to Anubis, it might be a game of where are we putting our 3rd man, right? Where's our rotate player going? Are we going to be holding heavy B site stacks? Do we believe in these short plays? So eyes on Maja's read. But in a 4v4, that frees up PARIVISION in a big way. They just saw Xantares cross back B-side, so they know this is a 2-2 split right now. But do they know the Woxic's AWP is in play? It didn't fire last round. Back on default. PARIVISION have one molly. They should definitely consider using it. James takes it back. Woxic behind the smoke. They drop in spawn. He doesn't know.
No cover here for Woxic either. He's in this one entirely alone. Magic trying to come back to plug the hole. Taking his attention off of Long. Proves to be a rough move.
Perfection.
I really do like how PARIVISION, whenever they go for these splits, I love how late the Long player gets to activate. And it's not even a feature they'll have in every single one of these rounds, right? Sometimes they'll throw you a little 5-man cat exec. They'll do a couple in the half, and then they'll vary it up by leaving a lurker to play out late through the Long doors. And so, you know, if Magic kind of hangs around at Long there, the position he was responsible for, he ends up doing that at the detriment of his site players, at the detriment of Woxic. He ends up trying to come back around to help out and plays right into the hands of PARIVISION. They're very, very good at getting the reactions they want out of their opponents.
Yeah, it's always a big question, like, is there even a Long lurker? That is the question. That's $1 million question when you're in Magic's position there. Like, should I be helping my teammate, or should I be holding for this lurk? And while the luck is very dependent on how the site hit goes, Nota just destroys Woxic, who heard him running up spawn. So
I also think it just shows how much faith PARIVISION have in their actual execs. You know, like, you have the Long guy as a bit of a fail-safe. If you do encounter more resistance, you can try and get him involved sooner in the round. But so often they leave it super late to the point where you're just writing it off. You come to the conclusion there's no way they can still have someone waiting at Long.
Let's keep track of how many times Belchanok shoots Matcher in the back in this position, shall we?
It just opens up options later, right? Next time you go for that cat exec, Magic might hang around Long for, you know, a whole 40 seconds longer, and you might have no one there. You're just wasting his time. Chance for Jane to catch someone on the cross, but the nade denies vision.
Yeah, gotta be doing that these days. Wide boost. Woxic up and over. They are getting closer on Cat. He's double scoped. There's no support. Xantares ran away. Woxic is fed to the wolves, and they're hungry. 5v4. Huge freedom on the map right now here for PARIVISION. They're going to just walk out middle. And swing off the flash, and it's not very good. It's a very deep flash with Nota already out mid. He can dodge that.
Just too much time, right? Wakadia needed a big multi-kill from him. Even 2 wouldn't have been enough to make this round doable. He needed to take everyone down as they played out through the tunnels. And now look at this. They're already on the hunt. They know the value of removing these guns.
Can't get out of Long. James has Maja in a box. And Xantares in the bomb site. Gonna get tracked down here. PARIVISION. Looking like that well-oiled machine that we saw on Mirage.
I think also, you know, if you're PARIVISION here, especially after losing the streak that you'd built up on Dust 2 yesterday, you want to feel reassured a little bit that that was just an off day, an off game. You know, when you look at the opponents they've faced and that they've bested on this map, Heroic were not supposed to be some gargantuan challenge that they couldn't overcome. It was a uncharacteristic loss from PARIVISION, and you kind of want to prove to yourself that it was just an off day, that this map is still very much in your wheelhouse, and they're showing that beautifully right now. 5-1 up.
Yeah, flash would have been great if Nota wasn't out the doors, but he has all the time in the world to dodge it. Awkward round for Xantares, who abandons Woxic loud. PARIVISION just with the ghoul to walk up short again.
Even that's annoying, man. You had 2 guns in this round, and one of them's just been tagged on the mid-cross.
Yeah, might want to hand that over here. Ricardo won't make it to him. Begging for that rifle. Takes it back to A. It's just how many rounds PARIVISION get up Cat and you don't even realize. It's 129 and they're up. Have Woxic in the back of the site. Xantara's baiting for him. We've seen these double molly XX. It's about to get hot. A cooked goose. Woxic swings out, AWP by Jame. And Xantara is removed even earlier. They are getting eager to end this round. How do you like your goose cooked?
Whatever James thinks is best. I'll take the recommendation of the chef because they're cooking all right, 6-1 up. Big question for us is, can they brush off the failure that was Anubis? And the answer looking like a resounding yes right now.
Aurora, all honk, no beak. Double AWP coming out. Act of desperation here for Aurora. Oh, that's why you need the cross.
He's just been refining the mid shot as well, round after round. Got his first tag in the round prior. This time it's a killing blow. That's one of the double AWPs removed.
Oh,
Xantares went and picked up the AWP.
Okay, he's going to break this. Oh, just falls short. Woxic timing. Ah! Stuck between two. Skewers none. And why not go, Harry?
The thing I'm really loving about this is PARIVISION are really good at forcing you into uncomfortable positions because you kind of feel at this point in the game like you have to stop them taking catwalk. You've got to try and fight them sooner. If they get this position, man, the rollout that PARIVISION have from short is just tried, tested, true. It feels like it never lets them down.
I just like how they're making it look like old Dust 2 back in the sense that when they get cat, they just go. They just go. Like, sure, there's a nice set of utility. They're throwing double, around triple mollies. But they don't overthink on this map.
No.
If they have a man advantage, they're going out A every single time. There's no overcook.
I also like how, like, in the low econ rounds, it's so often their port cool. It's really nice ranges for the rifles.
Yep.
You don't really have to worry about a type of stack of substance, right? Think about how many rounds you've seen teams lose to ecos on this map where it comes down to some, you know, attempt to take tunnels, you die to a lower tunnels push. Maybe you try get out mid, you end up falling down to players close at the door. Try go long with something like a corner smoke and you're getting swarmed with flashes. There's all these counterplays in other parts of the map that you can try and do. Admittedly, like, it is a hard map to win ecos on. But catwalk can just feel so rough.
So quick.
And enforcing Aurora to go and, you know, vie for this space, to putting them in a position where it feels like they have to contest you on cat. You know, these can be super awkward fights, and you've seen that a couple of times now from Woxic, who's just getting caught by the up-tempo timing out of the first man in for PARIVISION.
Well, James saw multiple players crossing there. He didn't take the shot. Might do a repeat here. He's getting nades in. Yeah, I feel like a cat setup is inevitable, right? Doing a flash on the corner, multiple players, especially on a round like this, but they have no utility to do so, just smokes. Okay, big flank. Soulfly pushing through B. It's a good call. Long has been taken. Molly on the car could be problematic. Magic can smoke it. But they're walking in again. They're going to clear him.
Tag traded, but the AWP wins that head-to-head.
So much contact. You don't know till it's too late. Like, it may be a strong position for Maja, but only if you're the one forcing the fight. And they just walk all the way in, up long, with no cross smoke, no announcement, no info, no problem. 8-1 game for PARIVISION, blitzing through this. Because here we are crediting their executes, and then they do something like that. 0 nades needed. DIY.
I think as well, just the maps that you have that are very much kind of your signature maps for PARIVISION make them a real threat, you know? Like, you won't be hard-pressed to get a Dust 2 or a Mirage in your series. Here, they were fortunate enough to get both of them, right? It's kind of their two best maps cropping up as the first and last. Just gives them a lot of freedom. So often you see like one of these two maps ends up as a handshake for teams, you know, kind of a one that everyone feels some degree of comfortability on. And so you don't mind it coming through as a third. Behold, gonna get put under the microscope here. It's only Wakadia left and the rotates are locked out because of this mid to B util. So no one arrives in time, no one gets there. Look at how much the entire CT setup has been called into doubt with these short plays, with the long contact plays. You've been siphoning resources slowly but surely from all corners of the map. And these guys in A feel so much doubt to rotate, never believing anything.
And even there, you still have two players in B. And PARIVISION just run through the smoke as it blooms. Double entry, 1 kill on the defense. Great mechanics from Zelo. We see Wakadia trying to fight him. He's just getting jiggled on the big box. They delay the plant. They go hunting. They want to take all these guns away because PARIVISION's money will never be called into question in this half. So exits just remove opportunity for Aurora to get back in this game. Can they find these kills at the end of the round? It's worth dying for. Zelo's going to flash him in. Here we go. Oh, he missed the flash, but they're still going to get the fights.
Oh, they know the Woxic's down here as well. Attempt at the punish. He just gets out with the AWP. But you're a long way away from celebrating that survival if you're Aurora.
Ref just checked his watch like, damn, this has been quick. We're hitting half times. 20 minutes into the map.
Long play on the cards. Corner smoke in. Belchanok plays it forward. Bit of a skirmish looking for the long control. Teammate comes in to lend a helping hand. James just allowed to drive by Woxic out in the open.
11-2 and he's running like that.
And this is where, you know, only from the absence of having played a bunch of top teams here on Dust 2, I think that's the only reason you'd be shy on calling them the best Dust 2 team we got right now. Oh, hello. Xantares going unchecked. Gets out with 2. And you've got to win this one. This is a 4v2 that Xantares was able to deliver, but hold on! Jame and Zelo, they've got other ideas! Oh, Aurora so close to breaking this massive streak, only to get it snatched away. Soulfly quaking in his boots down here at the spawn. He's got the worst weapon in the round, and he's the guy left shouldering the burden of this 1v2.
And they freeze. They say, come and get it. Giving time for PARIVISION to craft a plan. James doesn't even take that bomb. He's looking for the kill. Now smoke down. He can throw it across. He can do it himself. Either way, it's a difficult spot to be in for Soulfly. Jump spot might be his best option. Given a chance on the jump. Doesn't know where James gotten off to. Moving on the ramp. Jane finds the 4th and the clutch to boot. Keeping together this unreal streak of rounds for PARIVISION. That is 7 in a row. That was meant to be it. Xantares surely did enough, but
Trigger
2v4.
discipline to find a massive advantage. Finally, your car player goes unchecked. Finally, PARIVISION make a mistake that you're able to capitalize on. And it still isn't enough. James 14-2 for crying out loud.
He is hitting bangers. He is still hitting bangers. The fact that he can show up in AWP like this is awesome. I mean, we saw it in Bounty of a Spirit, some crazy clutches from James, some insane shooting with this AWP.
How's James ended up with a Zeus? I mean, he's got 16 grand. Like, he ain't worried about watching the purse right now, but still. What's he planning on doing with it?
Having some fun.
This map just hasn't met the challenge for James, so he started making his own.
Achievement hunting. Hey, you call them the best Dust 2 team, Harry. Vitality would like to have a word.
Well, that's why I say, you know, we need to have more top-tier matchups.
We want that matchup. We want the Vitality PARIVISION game, and we definitely want Dust 2 in that series because they have just been a titan on this map over the last year. And PARIVISION, the only team who looked like they could compete. James smoking in middle. He's just scoped as well. Bacardi has heard him. Is he keeping attention? Is he diverting? Is his team... Look at them caught off guard! Oh dear! Aurora! Fully cooked! Just one man throwing nades in mid. I just heard Xantares yell from across the room.
Good catch for Wicardia. How much further can he realistically take this? It's down to another one of these 1v1s. Soulfly has been here countless times. Will he be able to find this one? You're looking for just 2 measly rounds on the half. And it's the fresh face up against Sway, PARIVISION's latest edition. And out with this swing, Soulfly will find him.
Sure.
It's something at the tail end of this half, but make no mistake about it, PARIVISION very much in the driver's seat and just rounds away from that next stage.
James PARIVISIONaries are only rounds away from the next stage of Intel Extreme Masters Krakow, coming through with a 10-round first half on Dust. A tilter for Aurora. Can you blame them? Pulled here, there, and everywhere, and pushed down into that lower bracket if PARIVISION can finish what they've started.
And there's really not a lot of finishing left to do. The finish line is well within sight, and it feels like the only thing left is to get across it. Team coming in here off the back of lifting the first trophy of the season. Expectations were there for PARIVISION, and they've looked to meet them in stage one. They've had everything they've wanted and more here on Dust 2.
Yeah, I would have just loved that Zwei clutch just to top it all off, Harry. But you can't really complain, can you, with the double-digit first half. Flash setup could be profitable for James.
They are gaining a lot of ground over on long. Aurora maybe closer than PARIVISION are ready for. They're already streaming into this site. Zwei gets gun on in time, but sandwiched between ramp and short. These players in CT now end up a little trapped. Getting it down to a 3-on-3. Bomb dropped out here towards short. Gonna get picked up, and with Wikadia alleviating the pressure out here on short, he'll get to divert his attention back to the mid-wrap. Can't hold on to it, however. And a 2v2 now brewing. PARIVISION on for the retake.
Got into Goose. That means they're committing for these fights. Xantara's a major with a crossfire. There's a flash available. Zilo's going to throw it in. Edge will dodge that, and Xantares has his back covered with the kill. Clock ticking now. Zilo tries to hit the jump shot, just swinging for the hill here. But they're playing with him, and they should whittle him down. Xantares makes that pistol his. And Aurora all starts with a pistol, but it's a long way to go.
Well, look, you weren't watching yesterday if you feel like this scoreline is unwinnable.
It's true.
Will it be so simple for Aurora? They've at least got an eco round to go up against here. Stack over towards B that they're looking to dodge. And so that fourth round should fall pretty comfortably into their lap.
That's the thing about Aurora. They always just walk it in. Okay.
Go on, Xantares.
Cocky. Oh, tickle the toes.
Oh, come on. Death by 1,000 cuts. Xantares finally going to get it.
Okay, here we go. Game on. 4 by now.
I mean, at least now on T-side, I'd like to think that you get to set up where the fights are a little bit more. I'm curious if PARIVISION are going to try and bring much aggression at the start of this CT half. Now towards long doors, missed corner smoke for the side of Aurora. Oh, battling through it is PARIVISION, but with players already out behind the blue bin, you can't fight for this space. Long is taken, and a 5v4 as well. An opener granted by Xantares. Openings is something Aurora were lacking a lot in that first half. It was 9-3 in favor of PARIVISION. If you're able to start making them uncomfortable, find some of these 5v4s, a feat that you just couldn't get away with in that first half of play due to a mixture of strong entering, but also great trade work from PARIVISION.
Look at the gamble. Look at the gamble right now. PARIVISION are putting 3 players in B. Magic could have walked into an empty bomb site. Now it's full. They're doing what PARIVISION did to them, and Aurora fell for it. PARIVISION not the same.
Set up here into the crossfires, into the stack. Soulfly able to wrestle one back, but that bomb is committed, and you needed even more from Soulfly to get this one done. They know that Woxic was all the way out towards A. Someone was throwing that util. And so a lengthy reposition could get 4 every step of the way as well.
Just an insane read. They moved all 4 players over to B after Long got taken.
Look at this. There's only confirmation on one guy. And you've already been outread in the round, so the whole time Woxic is moving in for this clutch, he's checking everything.
Yeah, he knows he can get an AK here in tunnels, but 20 seconds and one player can just run away. James is out in middle right now. There's another block on B. You can't win this. The clock decides. PARIVISION deny. And Woxic just wants to save something. He can't even find a rifle. Out of there, like a light. Aurora switched off on B. What I mean, crazy read, because PARIVISION did the same round to Aurora in that first half where they took Long, they went around the world, Aurora had a weak B site, it got punished. They do that in their first full buy, and PARIVISION, after losing Long, going down a man, just make that read, and it is perfect.
I mean, it's one of the things that's felt so good about having Jame back is, you know, like towards the end of his tenure in VP, he was always an IGL who was down to trust his gut. It's one of the reasons why teams hated playing against him, right? The Jame gamble stacks, the Jame reads. Towards the end of his tenure on that Virtus Pro, he kind of lost that touch a lot. It felt like the stacks are often misplaced, struggled to have a solid read over the game. But Jame inside of this PARIVISION team, man, he's back in fighting form. You never doubt a Jame call. You never doubt a Jame stack.
Oh no.
Zelo on the fade. Struggles to get out with one. It's Belchanok up next. And that MP9 does big damage, buying time for Jame to come in.
Perfection.
Keep this in a 3-on-2. Now you look on. It's Xantares. Him and Maja in this 2-on-3.
Oh, bombs out.
He was debating dropping down a punish. But because Maja's got away, they're going to try and regroup. Making sure that no one's aggressed to come in through middle, putting this smoke to use to get the bomb out of there. Xantares is going to have advanced positioning.
Clearing B together, that's smart here for PARIVISION, but it will slow them down. They've at least realized there's no more lurkers here, and that Aurora have gone together. Nice mid-round move for Aurora. Can they make it worth it?
Eyes on Xantares, what does he want to do with this bit of extra space? He's just going to hang out over towards short. And that's not where this retake is coming from. Now, bomb planted for him. He'll be set up to try and clutch this, but you need something from Maja. If he goes down without getting anything done, it's a 1v3 for Xantares, and that's exactly what happens. This would be the time, Xantares. Struggle to get going here on Dust 2. This clutch keeps the game alive for Aurora. No tap on the bomb yet. It was all teed up for Xantares to try and close. This is a test of that trade work, test of the cover, and on that swing, Xantares punished. Never given the room to play in the 1v3. PARIVISION now have 8 chances. You heard that right. 8 chances to move to that next stage and send Aurora down to the dreaded lower bracket.
James says, Stick, you listen. You follow his orders. Good cover from the captain, who has put up an admirable performance in this third map. It was magic carry on Anubis, but James is 16-5, nailing them, even on the mid-doors cross in that first half. Now he takes the orb, tries to put it to use, dinked, but he'll still hit Xantares. And Maja even spammed through a smoke along, so it's all come crumbling down here for Aurora as PARIVISION look to secure this third map, a home favorite, a contest for world's best on Dust 2, and so many interesting head-to-heads await them in that next stage. Rematches against tier 1 teams that they beat in Spirit, Furia, Falcons. There's Vitality, who PARIVISION have avoided up until this point. So much potential for PARIVISION about to be realized into that next stage. They are 4 kills away.
Oh, and it doesn't get sweeter to open it up than that. 1 tap down range from Nota. And they can feel this victory. They've been feeling it for a while. Dust 2 domination continues for PARIVISION. Blotch on the record yesterday, but brushed aside casually to lock in a Stage 2 performance. This is a PARIVISION hot off the heels of winning the first trophy of 2026, and we get to see them now take on the top dogs in Stage 2.
Yeah, Aurora, you know, it's a bit of a slow ending, but at least a strong Anubis back in this team. They took some time to pull it out, picking it in this BO3 and showcasing great work on that map. Their old classic coming back again. We'll have to see more of that in that lower bracket. They go on to fight Pain to try and survive and make it to Stage 2 as well.
Yeah, you know, it's a rough series overall, but I think still some glimmers of hope here, right? They were hoping to kind of find their form on Anubis. It was highly anticipated for Aurora. Job's not done yet. You've got to keep on battling. You at least know you have that ace up your sleeve. For now, though, let's hear from PARIVISION as they graduate to Stage 2.
They absolutely have graduated to Stage 2. PARIVISION do just that. Should we talk about Anubis, or what do you think?
It's their best map was in CS2, like before the Anubis was removed. We expect this pick, but they was playing really good. We made a lot of mistakes. We just didn't do our rounds, you know, a lot of stupid mistakes, so it's deserved lose.
But then we get up on to Dust 2. You guys go up 10-1 pretty quick. Could you tell you had them a little tilted?
Can you repeat, please?
Could you tell you had them a little tilted in the server on Dust 2?
I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, it looked like they were having a rough time. Nothing was going right for the other side.
Yes, I think yes.
Yeah. And I guess in saying so, look, at 22 years old, you guys, PARIVISION's, everyone's talking about PARIVISION. You're moving on to the next stage of the Intel Extreme Masters here in Krakow. How do you feel?
To be honest, tired. I just want to go to chill.
Yeah.
Nothing special. It's. I'm glad we qualified to main stage, but nothing special.
Well, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And that's not all for us over here on the mainstream. Of course, we are looking a little bit of a BC game 3D Max. After this, we are back.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
3D Maca. See what I did there?
Good, and you?
Yeah, no, I'm doing all right. 3D Max and Maca, for that matter, have a pretty big game ahead of them today. You guys are just one matchup from where you want to be. One map, perhaps even. Let's talk about yesterday. Talk to me about that game.
pretty much tough. I think it was really annoying to play that game because like it was back and forth, and yeah, we managed to show a good level on those two. So
took 3 maps, right? Like sometimes that's how it goes, and that's how the longer series are. What do you think they were doing that was able to keep you guys there in 3 maps?
I think we didn't have our monitor like on. I think on the two first map. No, I think they were like really annoying to play individually. They were playing quite fast, like youngsters. I think I talked about it yesterday. Then they were playing fast, playing like trying to smash on the servers.
So Maka, in this game you're playing today, it's called BC Game. You know these guys?
Yeah, I know. Some of them.
So yeah, a couple of them I think everybody knows. What do you think about this BC Game project when you look at it, right?
I don't know, it doesn't make sense, to be honest.
No?
Yeah, I feel like the Soul Roaster with Mutirist back then was like, felt like a family project, you know?
Yeah.
And now going to BC Game with like simple and electric, I think doesn't feel like a family band anymore.
Yeah. So, I mean, it has changed the dynamic over there, right?
Yeah.
And you think it could work, perhaps? Maybe not today against you, but it could work?
Maybe not against us. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe the next day. I don't know.
Yeah, well, good deal. How about this? How do you feel this goes? Do you feel like you're going to need 3 more maps in this series as well?
We like to play 3 maps, so I think we would aim for 3 maps.
Okay. Yeah. Why don't you tell them French-speaking people around the world anything they want to hear?
Merci pour le soutien et j'espère que vous allez kiffer la game contre Simple et compagnie. Donc on va tout donner pour et let's go, hein. Let's go les Français.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Checks, and the City of Krakow.
BC Game versus 3D Max and a spot for stage 2 on the line. We welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026 with myself, Freya Spears, Dupree, and YNK. Now, a lot of us are very, blessed if we get to celebrate 1 or 2 special anniversaries a year. Maybe it's the birth of your child or your wedding anniversary. The man over on the left side, he gets to celebrate at least 5 special anniversaries a year. And today is one of them, isn't it, Dupree? The time you won your first ever major 9 years ago.
That's kind of crazy. It feels like it's an eternity ago. It is almost a decade ago, but it feels like it's still like a dream. I mean, I get to relive it a little bit sometimes. Get to pick it up the back of my brain and relive it and feel like that was when I was actually good at Counter-Strike, and now I'm sitting here talking about it and trying to bring a little bit more of a good insight to what's actually going on in our beautiful game.
Being good at Counter-Strike is not a prerequisite to sit here and talk about it. I'm living proof of that. And Freya, listen, we need to come up with something. Like, this is 2 days in a row, right? Like, day 3, I want something. Like, give me anything in that lower
Do you have
third.
to take you down or take anybody you're related to down to win that major? Is it another Yanko loss, Atlanta?
Yeah, I don't
You've
know.
coached some good
I just
players.
wasn't there, I guess, at the time.
What happened in Beijing? Freya, can you just recap real quickly
Oh my God, what happened in
What a game of
Beijing?
Counter-Strike.
A best of 3 with, was it 2 rounds?
You know who wasn't there? BC Game or 3D Max.
That's true. Beautiful segue, Yanko. They may be going through to stage 2. One of them definitely will be. I think we need to start by talking about BC Game yesterday, Dupree, because that was resilience in buckets and spades, which we didn't necessarily suspect that they'd have the mental backup, really, to be able to pull off such a comeback.
Definitely. It was such a beautiful thing to see that obviously they won, but also just see the fashion that they managed to claw their way back from a very poor start against Legacy, and to see that Simple and Electronic kind of reliving their moments from maybe back from 21 when they were on top of their game, and to see that they were actually enjoying them, high-fiving, yelling across the board like to their opponents. Like, you feel like they were actually enjoying their time so much more than they've done in years, and it's just great to see. And I think they broke a lot of worrisome in the sense that people were expecting to be a lot more. They were not going to do anything. Their online results have been very shaky. They come here and everyone's thinking it's just going to be like a shit show, let's be honest. But they managed to pull it away. They managed to pull it and turn it around and actually claw their way back. And it was good to see.
no one would have expected. People would expect it. They fall behind, they're gonna crumble, right? You know, Simple and Electronic are gonna get toxic. You know, they're not going to listen to Mutiris or whatever, right? But that wasn't the case. Like they won in the most surprising way almost. Yes. Coming back, staying in it, showing resilience. We get the Simple flex back, which was awesome to see, right? And then they just stomped them on map 2. Granted, they didn't show much on T side, BC game in this one, just enough to win. They didn't have to on Inferno,
yeah, exactly.
really, but considering how those online qualifiers went, I think it's a great first win for them to instill some belief, in the players. No matter how weird it looks from the outside, maybe we can make this work.
Was Simple ever that ecstatic when he was in the Falcons jersey, Dupree?
No, not at all.
Yeah, but
there's nothing to be ecstatic about. Come on.
He finished his last game.
The worst thing about this is that there's more stuff to be ecstatic about this team than it was in Falcons at that point. So that kind of sets the tone, right?
And it's nice when you're looking to your left and your right, and there's other players that are actually doing the job as well, right? You wanted to give some praise to Aragon after the game yesterday, because it's easier to talk about Simple and Electronic. You got to look at the other players who are able to put some firepower on the server.
I think a very important topic when it comes to Aragon was what Taz actually brought to the table yesterday, that he said that Aragon thrives and actually likes to play in this type of chaos. And let's just be honest, I don't think there's like a big manageable playbook inside of BC game right now. I don't think like all their agreements are there, and I think it can be kind of chaotic. Also, the fact that they are communicating in English, none of them are native speakers. So I think there's quite a lot of chaos inside the rounds, inside the team speak. So I think for Aragon to be pulling off and playing this well is maybe also just a way of seeing a player that likes the chaos, whereas as Crazy, as Taz mentioned, likes the system a little bit more. And that takes time for him to get into that one. But Aragon yesterday was a clear factor to also why they succeeded.
I think you can criticize both Simple and Electronic for a number of things, but one thing you can't put into question is their game sense, and their IQ in game, right? And if you have, young players and the Portuguese core in the sense of they're willing to make moves and take risks, right? Like Simple and Electronic, especially taking space and giving them, calling what they want them to do on the CT side can lead you to a lot of good situations. I mean, their CT side was really, really strong yesterday. Granted, Legacy wasn't on the level that we expected to, but still, the punishment that BC Game exerted on them was severe indeed.
Let's talk a little bit about their opponent. 3D Max managing to take down Foot in a very arduous 3-map affair over on the B stream yesterday. When we're looking at 3D Max, though, Janko, where do we actually place them? Go on, give it honestly.
Right there, Freya. 12 to 14th. 12 to 14th.
Okay, so they'll progress from this stage, and
this is exactly the game that 3D Max wins 2-0.
Yep.
Right? Then they go to stage 2, lose the game, first game, win one game in the lower bracket, and then get eliminated.
Ugh.
Right? Like they're a team that's just good enough to stay in the invite bubble, but not good enough to take the next step. They're sort of the gatekeeper of the invite bubble. Look at this. It might as well be a straight line, right?
It could be a straight line.
It doesn't go beneath. It was 15th is the lowest, right? So in the invite bubble, and that's it. And listen, props to them, because along the way they had some good events in China, right, and whatnot. I mean, that was a grueling schedule that they had at the start of second half of last year, right? Going to China and back 3 times and whatnot. But it's just been an issue where they couldn't get past that. And honestly, I don't have any reason to believe that they'll be able to take that next step.
And obviously it's like they don't really have like a standout player, and it's a player that's been playing for decades, and it's a new player that's brought into the team, and they're stuck in this kind of cycle that they want to be playing with the French players, but they don't really seem to be creating the resource to move forward. But as you mentioned, Janko, they're not worse enough to actually fall out of the bubble. So they're constantly here, but they don't really get anything done.
And listen, I don't know if you agree with this, but I always feel like your team play and stuff, tactics and all of that can raise your floor. That determines your floor, but the ceiling is determined by individual skill of the players, right? And like you said, just with the players that they have and the talent pool, in France, it's almost a bit similar to the situation in Aurora with Turkey, right? Like, you can raise your floor only so much, but when you're struggling to find talent to upgrade in some positions, what's left?
We're actually going to get to talk about Anubis today as well. You happy about that, Peter?
I'm excited to see how the new change is actually going to be looking. That's actually what I'm going to be looking forward to. See if some dynamics have actually changed.
Well, that's going to be the second map in this series. But before all that, we're kicking off with Overpass. It's 3D Max versus BC Game.
It's well-trodden ground for BC Game. They able to launch that stellar comeback on this map yesterday, looking to make it a real fixture. This is likely the series you've all been waiting for. Getting to see this new look. Portuguese ex-Simple and Electronic squad now up against the Frenchmen in 3D Max, the gatekeepers of the VRS.
Yeah, well trodden, Harry, but it was also quite slippery. They tripped and fell on the T side to kick off yesterday, didn't BC Game. 2 rounds on the T side of Overpass. They went on to win it out into overtime. So, hoping for some improvements in that opening half here from BC Game today. They're up against a 3D Max who have fire in their belly. Let's see if the Frenchmen are any task here for this Portuguese core with the GOAT. I'm of course talking about Mutiris. One of the best to ever do it. BC Game, clear things to improve coming into a new day. Surprised to see them even ban Inferno in this veto, respecting their opponent. So map they 13-1 at Legacy. 4B stack in this pistol, but with no noise getting made. Rotations must be called. 3D Max even flank up connector. Electronic might be gone.
Ain't no way you're ready for this. And Gravity. Thought about holding the shot for a moment. Electronic forces it out of him. Still, 5v4 here. Rotates arriving in towards this A site. Aragorn dead straight away. It's Lucky feasting on BCG. Only Simple left. 1v5 as this begins.
Go on.
Saw him win one hell of a clutch yesterday, but first round of this series, thrust into the 1v5 clutch. This is surely too much for him. Run down, the guns come hunting. 3D Max pick up the pistol.
Yeah, the mentality of Legacy was broken yesterday after that first map. That much was clear, but this is going to be a lot harder of a squad to break. A lot of ego, a lot of eagerness on this 3D Max team. And even hearing from Maka in that pre-game interview, not a lot of worry about this roster, thinking it's a weird mix. And hey, he's maybe got a point. But BC Game is still here, looking to qualify for Stage 2. Simple Deagle, 4 Glocks, take their time. It's a fun revenge arc this series, Harry, in this tournament for BCG, because when we saw Simple in FaZe back at Austin, when FaZe went 2-0 in the second stage, they matched against Legacy. A Legacy who were talking a lot of smack. You remember Simple responding with choice words of his own, shut the F up. And then they lost that game. They went on to play who? 3D Max. Gravity pulled out his classic phrase, Simple, take your mouse and click. And 3D Max also won that game. So Simple found revenge yesterday to Legacy. Is he going to find double revenge to 3D Max as well?
Yeah, not a dish best served cold, a dish best served twice over in Simple's eyes.
Come back for seconds.
Tries to get involved with the Deagle. It'll just make its way around the pack now. Aragorn, not to be underestimated.
And remember, I mean, he came in super cold to this series on T-side Overpass. It's not like there was anyone saving them, but Simple and Electronic were not there. It was all about kind of not just the comeback, but the resurgence of some of these players. Crazy, who was really quiet, recovered well. Electronic and Simple storming towards the end of CT side. So hoping for just a little bit more fight out of the gate here from BC Game. But nice to know, even if they do go down, that they can rely on their CT side. 3D Max convert their pistol with ease, and now guns come out.
Touched upon this at the top of the day, but in a short little interview with Aragorn, he talked about just how surreal the feeling is that this team even exists in its current passion. And I like that that's, you know, that's kind of the sentiment of the community where this squad was put together to try and get them some invites, try and get them some time versus top teams. I like that that's a sentiment shared.
You what?
By the fellas in this roster.
That's an insane move. He just walked through con, didn't look anywhere. Very curious. These rotates are going to take time. Meanwhile, BC Game have just walked into A.
They've got a lot of room, right? Lucky just kind of playing back. They're looking to play this one in a 5v4 retake. You get shunted out of position by the util. Don't have anyone in the site itself. That's not info that BCG have, but they're about to get it. And here's the bomb plant. So time to get comfortable here, lads. Spam even connects. Mutiras.
Go.
Okay, that is going to sweeten the deal. Serves to spice things up. You were feeling quite good about the 5v4 retake. Chance to throw in a little gimmicky boost, but with it removed and the util locking you out, save is called straight away.
I don't mind it here from 3D Max, right? It would have just been a very chaotic round where you're relying on sticking that bomb in the smoke. It's hard to flush players out of toilets in a post-plant, so 3D Max don't leave it to chance. They get to play a full rifle round again, and a couple of them. So BC Game have to really break through this economy early in the map.
I think the thing that's nice for BC Game is the idea that they didn't win their first rifle round on the T side last time till round 11.
Oof.
Right? You've at least kind of got your foot in the door far earlier here.
Lovely spam. Just seals the fate of the round here. A decisive save here for 3D Max. No AWPs in play just yet. Aragorn being a bit safer in con, using his util, getting some support from Mutiras. Ollies go in. Boost at B for early info. A BC Game regroup at that B site. Oh, boost on top site. Aragorn's missed it, but they've missed him. BC Game right there at the door.
I mean, Exercise is very committed to holding Monster close to this smoke. Right now, if they walk in through the short side, you need the guy on the bottom of the boost to hold on to this. They've had Exercise back up a little still. This could get really awkward. They spot the short play. Good check for Exercise as he repositions out to the barrels. 5v4 found. They know about him, and the electronic spam has whittled him down. Even sees the blood. He knows that connected, so I kind of hope electronic just recommits to this spam, and there it is. Exercise dead. Rotate's starting to arrive in through connector. You've got to flush out these players down here in pit. They're going to try and walk it forward. That retake is still coming in from short. Bomb yet to get planted. It actually tumbles away from BCG. Ends up even in this 2-on-2. Electronic 3 kills deep. How many more can he get on that swing? It gets silenced. Keen work from the rotates, and the slowdown for BCG costs them.
Yeah, it's nice slowdown in the meantime because 3D Max go investigating, and that gives BCG the kills back into the round. But in the meantime, 3D Max coming in fast. They're coming in on the flank. They get set up as soon as we go into a 2v2. 3D Max pounce. Short-term gain, long-term pain. 3 kills for Electronic, not enough. As 3D Max win out that rifle round, and that really galvanizes the save in the previous round. Keeps their money in good standing. As BCG certainly buy back in. But without this rifle round landing, we might see the Frenchman start to streak away.
All right, Simple, this is pretty ferocious stuff, and he's got the rest of the team in behind him. Very, very quick. You hear that smoke come down. I think mentally, you're anticipating you've got a bit more time to work with before they even arrive at the toilets. Simple was out through mid before the smoke even fell. And so they're operating on a very forward timing right now. You got to remain cognizant that you didn't fully clear the bathrooms, and that might come into play later. For now, it's rewarded you a bomb plant and a 5v5 post plant to get set into.
They saw them at long as well. They just got info. Reflash for BCG, but remember, these are pistols and MAC-10s. They have to run at them, and Body is ready and waiting. Kills just delivered. Flash dodge. Simple needs a response, and he needs it quick, but Body further from the angle profits. BCG could have just walked it back toilets, but going into Body leaves them bodied and leaves them bruised. 0 players killed, despite the bomb plant. Felt like BCG really rushed that one. Nice call to get him into the site, but they go no further. This is a map, by the way, that 3D Max have gotten away with minimal play on, right? Since it got added to the pool, only a handful of games. 6 maps played, and 4 of them losses. So BC Game maybe feeling like they can punish today. Right now, 3D Max looking pretty comfortable. A lot of info, although BC Game don't know this. They've been boosting short every single round, just spamming different boosts and rotating off the back of it. So again, info, the water is clear. Be very quiet. And Pistols walk out middle. Simple saves for the AWP. 3D Max have 3 players ready topside. Just another pop here.
Yeah, quick explode, try to thrive in the chaos. Got some util on Aragorn, right? 1 smoke, 1 flash, just to try and bring you into this round. That's going to come in now. Flash to tee up these pistols. Not a great one. Maka still vision out towards long, and with support from Lucky, distance maintained between them and these encroaching pistols. It's a dominant put down of that one from 3D Max.
That's why you get lineups for your flashes. You don't just eyeball them. That bounced off the little bit of wood and bounced backwards in front of toilets, so it blinded no one in the bomb site. You know, it's a pixel off being a perfect flash, but without it, they just get massacred. Tiniest details mattering here. And 3D Max having a whale of a time. 5-1 up, barely taking deaths.
Thing that is nice about the return to the rifles is getting to see a bit more work from Electronic over here towards B. Used to be a phenomenal lurk player out towards Monster, just really, really hard to deal with. Always keeping you guessing. And right now, these players on the B side have had a bit of a free ride, free info whenever they've wanted it. Electronic might look to change that. You've also taken a man advantage here. So this is an important round for BC Game. 5v4 from the get-go, teed up to go B now into a weakened bomb site. This is where they have to follow through.
3D Max have read it, right? These rounds have been pretty obvious from the offset where they're ending, so they're going to gamble. 3 players lower. As Maka drops in just in time. They're deeper than you're ready. Exercise takes a dink as a result. High damage done here for the BC Game, but can they finish off the kills? Nades connect and Aragorn doubles up, but still alive in the pit. Not for long as they get cut down by Electronic. 2 from him, 2 from Aragorn, and 2 from BC Game.
It's just a potent reminder of what Electronic is capable of. You know, that is a classic Electronic play.
Yeah.
Just the contact walkout through Monster. He's done that his whole career on Overpass.
And on both halves as well, right? One of the most meta smokes in defense of B next to between pillar and barrels is that Electronic smoke, right? That's when he started using it in the Na'Vi jersey. And we saw in that comeback yesterday how integral he was at holding down the B bomb site. Him and Aragorn constantly putting up multi-kills. But 3D Max, right? They've taken clean rounds in this game. The rounds they have won. So they have a lot of money right now.
Even that early save, like, still paying dividends, right? And so you touched upon it rounds ago. It's still very much a factor. You get to remain competitive. With clean rounds in there, with a 4-man save in your first round loss, you won't get dislodged from this CT side on the back of foregoing 1 round.
Orbs out for both squads.
Oh, missed mid-util.
That molly's pretty difficult. Don't really even see most teams try it. It's usually just the molly playground with a nade, a smoke in mid. But we just saw last round BC Game broke the smoke and found their 5v4. Maka not revealing his orb, didn't have spawn. Simple takes his to long.
I think for a lot of teams, for a lot of players, especially AWPers, you know, you kind of relish this chance. In the past, whenever you used to face Simple back in his prime, it was terrifying. But this is a chance to, you know, take down the man who's always been at like the forefront of the GOAT conversation. Pull one over on him while he is, you know, not in his absolute peak form. A highly anticipated return.
And something that 3D Max have already done, like I said at Austin, against arguably a better team. Without a doubt a better team.
There's the opener for Maka. AWP fires off. 7-1. And this A site ready to receive. 3 players here. You've touched upon how these rounds have been pretty telegraphed. It's been fairly easy to figure out where they're ending up. There hasn't been a big deal of trickery, and Maka's AWP just given these commanding lines to fire through. Wallbang did connect there for Simple, but he's so quickly the last man standing. Maka throws the hammer down.
And I don't want to be that guy again, but it's coming down to the little details. They missed a truck molly. If they hit the truck molly, Maka doesn't get 4 frags there, certainly. There's 2 players playing truck together, and BC Game missed the molly for that position. It lands on the roof. These things matter. These things win or lose you games, and right now BC Game are flubbing their utility. No! Exploited, yes, by Maka. 4 massive frags on the orb, but it didn't have to be that way.
I mean, here's the thing. It already felt like a bit of a miracle that you were able to pull off one hell of a comeback to open up your run in Krakow. If you don't get another round on the board soon, if you just keep hemorrhaging on them on this T side, you are once more leaning on a huge CT comeback.
And as fun as that is to remember the glory days and know you can do it and have that in the pocket, it's not reliable, is it? It's not. There's no guarantee.
No, it very much relies on all the stars aligning at the perfect moment.
Yes, and remember, they lost pistol. They won 4 spies. Even then, even those first couple of rounds decided, getting a bit lucky maybe. We say pistols are a coin toss so often. Okay, B-pop here, coming out fast.
But they're going into a 4-man stack. There's just way too many players here for you to break through, and you're already working with limitations. 3D Max battle forward, another well-placed, well-called stack to dismantle the offensive out of BC Game. They know where Simple is, and they're quick and up for the challenge. Lucky runs him down. 3D Max still remain in full control.
Yeah, just fearless play right now. Great calls. Multi-kills from everyone. Stacks in the right place. With the exception of that save round, it's been 3D Max destroying them on these gun rounds. Simple's AWP is back. Maka's ever present. Ooh, Aragon getting knifed in the back in spawn. Never fun. Little misclick. Ouch. Starting this round already on the back foot. And you want to talk stacks, Harry. Look at this one.
Yeah.
4 on A.
No, the 3D Max have been out positioning them in so many of these rounds. Just a great call, right? You just demolished the B play. You've kind of dealt with it every time they've looked to bring it in. And so you say to yourself, there's no way they do that again. There's no way they test this on B again. And they play heavy, mid-aggro, Gravity even getting deep down long into the corner. I don't think this is an angle you clear.
He wouldn't turn down the chance to knife Simple, would he? Oh, Simple runs away. But Gravity should hear that, so he's in hot pursuit.
Bombs down here in Connector, though. And that makes me a little nervous. There is a standoff brewing.
Electronic is out B right now. That's where the call is coming from, but they've got to get through short. Exercise got to spot the shadow advantage. Easy pickup for him. Crazy needs the trade, and without it, the round falling by the wayside. Electronic's entries matter not without that bomb. Simple here. Too little, too late. 1v4.
Simple it is not. A rough round. And 3D Max sprinting up into the lead. Head in hands moment there.
Just calling from the front as well, aren't they, right? Making these stacks out of spawn, calling 4A, but they're not just sitting still 4A. They get all the info, they clear out middle. Yeah, simple, not ideal. And they allow players to walk down con, to rotate B safely. Electronic's position doesn't really matter.
And it's a shame because I think what they were trying to do there is objectively like a nice idea. You've been getting red, you've been a little too obvious in where you're ending up, so they were trying to use Electronic to do what he does best, which is just these contact walks out through Monster. But they've just given up so much ground, they're already a man down, that the round feels too far gone. I hope it doesn't shunt them away from using Electronic in this position in the final round of the half.
Well, he trades
it does feel like their best bet.
Yeah, he trades out his teammate here, so it keeps some map control for BCG. And 3D Max leave this AWP alone on the A site.
I mean, Mac has just not been missing. 10 and 1. You know, you almost don't get better than that.
And you want him taking these repeats, grabbing info, trying to thin the herd. Another flashback along, gets the spot on the scout, and has the angle as well. Maka gets a bit of help. They trust in Gravity alone at that B bomb site. As BCG get closer and closer, 40 seconds, the play is clear.
Even just the info that Electronic was spotted over here towards upper, it's nice info to have. There he is, dead out on the long side. Mutir is another swing and a miss on this scout.
Oh my,
finally hits a shot, but it's a quad swing to deal with him.
They just jump around the corner. They do not give a damn right now. 3D Max, full control. Does this, the question, Harry, does this feel more dominant than the Legacy 11-1? In a way, I think it does. Because these rounds have been so clean.
Yeah, you just haven't put 3D Max under much stress. And, you know, I have no doubt everyone's thinking, well, they won
for that second half.
Won from this scoreline yesterday. And it's like, yeah, but to do that twice over, back-to-back times.
Wouldn't that be legendary?
I mean, it would be legendary. You kind of can't take that away from them.
It's all you have
if
to
they do it. But
it's all you can say in the halftime break.
Let's see if they are able to just sweeten the deal, give themselves one extra round. And
come on, guys, we've done it before. But will they do it again?
Okay, they are going to use the Electronic walkout, and again, it looks good for him to get some space here. Chance to catch Gravity on a reposition. He's going to see him there, and this kill comes for free. Controls the spray. Electronic finishes the job. 2 kills on the entry pathing. Electronic has been the bright spark here for BC Game. Takes Exercise to deal with that demon. Closing in, Exercise off the mark. Body wrestles one back, but the round is far away from him. 1v3 required from Body, 15 and 4. Topping the charts for 3D Max. So if anyone could make you believe, it's this guy. Body moving in. On the angle is simple, and he'll finally get something done here. 3 rounds for BC Game, a commanding half for 3D Max, but we all remember, we thought they were out of it yesterday. Can they really pull off this scale of a comeback 2 days in a row? 3D Max as the gatekeepers of the top 16. Well, they are playing up to the level right now on the BC game pick of Overpass, 9-3 up after a very successful CT venture.
What could go wrong?
Yeah, look, we wouldn't even be entertaining it if you hadn't seen a comeback of this scale once already. But I'll say this, a lot has to go right for BC game. Not a bad place to start would be getting Simple switched online. Right now, when you look at the efforts, it's really only been Electronic getting anything done. And with Simple dead early right off the top of this round, and an A site that's wide open, 3D Max, they've got their finger to the pulse.
Yeah, it looks like they've said in that halftime break, guys, don't play scared. Don't let them back in. Let's rush them down in this pistol. Full send to middle, taking down Simple, and they've got the sight as well. Flank contained for one more kill, and it's a 2v4. Blink and you miss it. Boost over the truck. They're going to fight together. 3D Max is having fun right now, and they get themselves double digits after the pistol round. Electronic hoping for a mistake that will not be given over. 3, 2, 1. And 3D Max coming. Now, it was the force buy, if we remember yesterday. It wasn't actually the pistol round they won. So, I mean, that's what you've got to believe. But do they go for it once more?
Just, you know, you're feeling a little different about this one, though.
Yeah,
there isn't that same feeling of hopefulness in the air that if things just went a little different, maybe they could be onto something. Here, Electronic really stands as the only guy to accomplish anything for this side of BC game.
They full eco. They
Aragon even looked a little rough around the edges in some of these clears. He went from being the top performer of that series the other day to even just his very first gun round, the con moment that felt weird. Where he didn't clear any of his angles, just kind of gave a kill away on a silver platter.
And sure, it's a different scoreline, so that's partly why you're ecoing this instead of forcing. It's not 11-2 where you have to buy, essentially, but even just backs up the point that this does feel different. 3D Max, methodical mid-clear. Molly in the connector, up into mid. And for a team that played only 6 overpasses as a roster last year, it's looking solid right now. It's looking methodical. They had a variety of setups on the CT side. Weren't afraid to leave bomb sites open, make gambles. And it was a very punishing game. So already looking like a good sign for 3D Max on a map that they didn't favor.
Yeah, I also didn't think BC Game made it particularly hard for them. A lot of the rounds were just kind of wherever you took the first contact, that's where the round was ending up, right? You fight a guy on A, okay, they're coming A, let's stack this bomb site. There wasn't a whole lot of trickery, and I think that is a bit of a disservice because Electronic was getting great results out towards Monster. You know he's a vocal player. You know one of the reasons they tried to make him an IGL in the first place is that he was very vocal in mid-rounds, very good at trying to call the movements of his team, a secondary caller, where Electronic did his best work, and so I have no doubt he was, you know, trying to get the rest of BC Game to join him on these B missions. But that didn't happen. And I think, you know, if you did want to think about some missed opportunities there for BC Game, it was to use the great game from Electronic in a better way. Because now they're left with this, one rifle round to try and change their fortune.
Yeah, it's now or never. It's now or Anubis. BC Game banning Inferno out, surprising in this series, leaving it to a pick of 3D Max onto Anubis. A map that both teams have only played once. BC Game online and 3D Max here won it yesterday. So here we go. What's this one rifle round got in store for BC Game? Simple and crazy start on that top site. We mentioned the Electronic and Aragorn hold of B was extremely reliable against Legacy. 3D Max looked to avoid it in this gun round. Up connector again, same play. Taking mid.
I like that they're not keeping the triple stack here for too long. Mutir is moving away, going to try and reinforce the top site. Simple and Crazy going to have their work cut out for them. There's the rifle delivering an opening, but an instant trade back for 3D Max. Only one player in the bomb site till Mutiris arrives.
Punishing right now. Mutiris has 1 kill in the game, Harry.
They could double that here, and it would go a long way to helping out his squad. Swing wide and deleted straight away. That is a super ugly spray for Crazy, and it delivers a multi-kill in these openings.
That's it. That might be round and maybe even game. A chance for Crazy, a chance for Mutiris, but they have not warmed into this map. Simple, hot trade from Body. And nothing to celebrate in this CT side for BC Game, so it seems. Exercise even trying to punish. Save spotted.
The flash pumping, I'm gonna stay.
Ooh.
Oh, it's all going down.
Bit of a clash there. It was one of the big questions, right? Very different styles of Counter-Strike, very different personalities. And while it all gelled together beautifully yesterday, today there's a little bit more friction within BC Game.
To be expected, especially in a match like this where BC Game have not come close in their lost rounds. No nice tries, no near clutches. Flying is electronic for his frag, but his teammates pay the price again. 3 on 4, and Lucky just doesn't want the smoke. They go into that top site. Simple's been shipped down and caught trying to reposition rather, drop that smoke. Body again punishing. 4v2. Feeling as good as done. 3D Max on a surprising map show up and absolutely spank BC Game.
Yeah, just a failure to launch, really, for this BC Game squad. And if you start slow versus a team like 3D Max, they will swallow you up. And that's exactly what's happened here on Overpass. Even this, looking forward for 3D Max in the rest of the tournament, could set a bit of a tone, right? You touched upon how they've largely dodged having to play on Overpass. Well, this one sends a message, man. That is a crazy dominant win. Rocking up, no ludicrous comeback, no signs of that ever happening in this map. BC Game, they've got to lock in because Anubis calling next. 3D Max in full control.
Yeah, unfortunately, no comeback today for BC Gamers. On the other side of the equation, full force ahead from the Frenchman. I did not expect 3D Max to show up so dominantly on a map that we haven't really seen them play all too much.
Haven't been paying attention, Fred, to what I've been saying. You know, this is their game. This is what they're best at. And I think Overpass, they haven't played it in a while. BC Game had that win yesterday, so thought maybe they could get away with it. And, you know, it was just in the reset rounds in the first half. They actually had a couple of opportunities, but could never convert those rounds. And they had bad economy for the entirety of the game, and it's just too much to come back from on a map like Overpass.
Quite the classic 3D Max performance, you could say. This is the storyline that you've already presented to us. That is in the making, ladies and gentlemen. It was I don't know if this says more about BC Game or more about Legacy. I mean, what does that actually put us at? Because that was probably what we expected was going to happen yesterday. But then BC Game did manage to turn it around. But today, not good enough.
Was there any? I mean, we didn't really get to see too much in that second half. Obviously, was there any like clear differences in terms of how BC Game were approaching things on that CG side today?
They ecoed instead of forcing after losing pistol.
True.
You know, that was the big difference. Having faith in the gun round, but you know, that's it. If you don't win that first gun round, I mean, it's you need a miracle from that point on, really, in a way. And 3D Max was just playing with a lot of confidence and were able to close it out immediately.
obviously the hype was lagging, but when you're getting such a beating, it's also hard to find like the positives. So I think that was partly what carried them away yesterday, was that, you know, they started believing it again. But this time around, there was no opportunity for them to get back into the game and actually believing that the comeback was on its horizon. So yeah, that's just how it is.
Lackluster from BC Game. Should we give like one positive about 3D Max before we move on to talk about Anubis?
I think the positive is that I feel like their game plan worked really well. They were toying with them, like they had the really good reads. They were playing the game in terms, like they had a B stack, they demolished them, that then immediately they turned it around to have an A stack. So they were like toying with them. They really had the game plan on side, and they could do whatever they want. And it seemed like their individuals was also popping off.
Yeah, they had a good job of sort of understanding what the adjustments might be from BC Game being one step ahead. It felt like in some of those setups, and it also felt like communication was on point. You know, that round early where BC Game plants the bomb with 5 players alive but don't have control of long, like that can be a tricky round to retake for 3D Max despite being 5v5. So being able to execute those retakes tells you that they've been on point today.
Okay, I think we've done our dues in breaking down what was, albeit an incredibly fast first map. I think we should talk a little bit about Anubis. Obviously, we've seen it played out a couple of times, but we haven't had the chance to talk about it yet. So let's roll in with the changes, first of all. Janko, give me a kind of top-level overview, maybe the people who haven't been paying too much attention to the patch notes. What's changed?
Yeah, a couple of big ones. You're seeing it on your screens, right? The box got moved up on the A bomb side, providing some more cover for the defenders, allows for some more plays to be set up. This vent, sort of, the hole towards K really helps you to throw utility there and maybe go for some retakes on the CT side, changes that dynamic. And the window changes, the third big one, right, with the angle. We've seen Voxic in their game constantly take this angle with the AWP, right, it's shielded a bit more for the CT side, and then the door has been reversed. But I think this is a huge change because you only have one angle that you can hold, right, with this door, that you can be flashed or mollied or smoked or whatever. So yeah, I think it's minor changes, right? Doesn't change how the map will structurally be played, but it allows perhaps for some more a couple more options for the CTs on the defense.
I think, like, for me, this is a step in the right direction, specifically because it allows the CT to have a little bit more opportunities and a little bit more chances of actually making some plays. That's going to be regarding like mid-timing drops, and now that the fact that the hole has been moved to a more defensive position for the CTs allows them to have more opportunities. I specifically like the one on B as well, where they've created someone in Valve decided to go aggressive with a sledgehammer and make a couple of holes inside of the walls in the map, and specifically inside the B bomb side. I think that's what counts the most to me. I've been a cave player, and being able to now throw utility through this one is going to be very important. It's going to be possible for you to actually kind of do some retakes. And as you can see on your screen right now, there's like the mid timings of how fast you can actually get into water is sort of equal. So it also allows you to get into a more aggressive positions, but also allows the T's to now be more prepared for it.
Of course, Chad and Rush already have the insta nades, insta molotovs. You know, they're going to be in matchmaking, queuing only Anubis, right, to abuse all the other people who are, of course, just trying to run around and find out for themselves all this stuff. But yeah, they're showcasing, you know, some of the early grenades that we've been seeing. Even PARIVISION trying to punish Voxic with the nade molotov combo. He actually died to it one time with the extra HE damage, couldn't fall back in time, burned to death. So that's a bit interesting early on, something that the T's have to keep an eye on. You saw that play where you can get the early information for someone going down stairs. I also wonder, right, if it's going to maybe allow for some more aggressive plays out of A, right? Because then if you don't have mid, I mean, the T's don't even have that old angle where they can see what's going on. But I mean, these are extreme plays that we're talking about, which is the nature of Anubis for the CTs.
It's like, even though it's like a minor change, when you play as a professional, you have this idea of how the map is. And, you know, now all of a sudden you have to take care of a new timing. There might be a new utility that has to be learned, because all of a sudden that last flashbang you used to do is not covering that specific angle, because now the doors has been flipped on the A-bomb, so you have another position you need to cover out. You also need to be aware of the retake now. There's so many more possibilities and so many more opportunities for teams to now be more creative and actually get more aggressive, be more proactive in their ways when they come to the CT side. And it might be forgotten, like when the heat of the moment is happening, someone might forget that, oh, there's actually a gap now that this guy can actually go out and he's going to find a timing. He can actually drop behind us a lot faster, and it's a lot more unsafe. So I think it's a change that actually allows the team to be more creative, and I really like that this approach. And this is what we've seen from Valve from time to time. It doesn't necessarily have to be like a huge new corridor changing or someone making a new hole somewhere, but it's just like flipping the doors like they did on Dust 2. They created a huge change in how that bomb set was created. So I think it's a step in the right direction.
I think we're with a live observer feed right now. I don't know whether we want to go back to your old position, Dupree, and maybe you can tell us what you hated about previously playing there and whether the changes are fixed.
Yeah, so operator, if you can bring us back to cave position on the B bomb, so I really want to be talking a bit about the gap that they've created. Someone threw a sledgehammer into the wall and created, and this is my favorite, I wouldn't say my favorite position, but one of my positions that I actually hated the most. The thing is that this is a position where you have to be very cautious and very proactive with utility. Sometimes you need to gamble a lot. It's about keeping the position, but also making sure that you have utility to block, whether it's a B pop or someone coming from cave. And most of the time, the team could determine whether they want to use utility fast or slow, and they always had like the idea to create the pace. And it was so hard to retake because you couldn't actually throw proper utility. You couldn't get the Molotov to almost land in both corners. Now you've created this hole in the ceiling that actually allows you to bounce utility through that one and create a more like set up retake, and also potentially do some flashbangs that will actually help you take this one. And back in the day, it was more about that you just decide, okay, 1, 2, 3, we're going to strafe, try and take it back. Now you actually have the possibility of getting utility thrown that will help you get this back.
The important thing is you could do that before, but not from a safe spot because of the angle. Now you can do it from plat, and I think, you know, you talked about minor changes having a butterfly effect. I mean, you don't even have to go cave. If the T's don't throw the molly nade combo, your operator, your player can just scout that angle and see if anyone's going fast. Like, and these timings matter a lot. Like, sure, there's gonna come a time where he could have gone carpets and from the other side and gone there, but in the meantime, you can do a lot of things as a CT and knowing that that part of the map is safe. And then if the T's throw that combo, but that's one molly less that they have, you know, to go for a full A execute, where now you can be behind the box and sort of safely spot and maybe buy some time for your teammates to come and help. So these changes like are really minor, but on the pro level, they have this cascading effect where it can change the meta somewhat. Although I think it's still going to be pretty T-sided.
And therefore, Peter, like how much time, you know, sometimes you've seen maps have a complete new overhaul when they come back into the map pool. Sometimes we just see a couple of changes like this. How much time do you typically spend when you're on a team, you know that, hey, we can't permaban this, we're gonna have to play it at some point. With this level of changes, what are you focusing on most?
I mean, obviously it varies from team to team in terms of if you like the map or not, and the teams that really like to play Anubis, they're gonna be comfortable around it, the changes or not. To the teams that have not maybe played it too much, they're gonna be looking more into it and trying to implement it into the map pool now that train has also been taken out. And that's always a thing with the team, like you swap up the map pool and all of a sudden you find yourself maybe even getting a weaker map or a stronger map into your fray. But obviously it takes time. It takes maybe a couple of months for if you are a team that is going to a lot of tournaments, you maybe don't get to play it as much because you're not comfortable around it. So a couple of months will probably be the time limit for you to get very comfortable around the region.
I think it's moments like these where it's very good to have a Rops on your team who just likes to nerd it out, you know, on a new map. That, or maybe you can, you know, commission Rush and have him part-time help you find all the new nades and new timings.
Business opportunity for you there, Rush. Either way, we're going to throw things to a quick break, and when we return, it is time for 3D Max's map pick. That's Anubis, and them trying to secure the Swift 2-0 after this.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know. in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
The achievement talks for in-game leaders. So the first, it has to be Apex. The next, I would say Chopper, and the third, let's say Brawl.
I think the first one it's Apex, second one it's Chopper, and third one I think also Brawl. Like I think it's good. Yeah.
In-game leader of the year, number one, it has to be Apex. 7 trophies in a row. It's number 2. I would personally put Brolan, my teammate. I think that he has done an incredible job this year. First time IGL. So for me, he deserves it. I think that he's proven to many people, also to himself, that he's capable. Number 3, for me personally, I have a lot of respect for Spirit and Chopper. So I will go with Chopper. They also won Cologne, so well deserved. In my opinion, that he's on the list.
In-game leader. I mean, the first one is easy, Apex. Second, Chopper. And 3, Blitz. I think it's a little bit of everything. So, I mean, obviously the trophies are important, but for example, Blitz maybe has, I think, 1 trophy this year, but I think just the way Mongols are playing and the way they're improving is just nice to see, and obviously he's a big part of it.
In-game leader, Apex first. I will put Brolan second, and Fallen. There's a big difference between the mouse with Shui and with Brolan, and I think that Brolan made them a very, very solid team. And I think it's a matter of time before they lift a trophy, but the way they play is, I like it. I think it's very hard to read them, and he's also good at shooting as well. So yeah.
It's all everyone's talking about. It's BC Game. And of course, with me is Electronic. I don't really have to reintroduce Electronic, but how are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Yeah. Like we are here to show ourselves that we're capable of, and we're just trying to work step by step, and that's it.
So for a guy that's played at VP, C9, you know, Navi, you've seen a lot of Counter-Strike. Tell me about this BC Game project in your own words.
I mean, we're all from different regions, different approach to the game. We're just trying to find a balance, how we're gonna play the game, how we're gonna approach the game. And I think everything going pretty good. I mean, we just need the time. Yeah, just to get used to play with each other, you know?
It does make sense. Time obviously usually helps a lot of teams. Sometimes it goes the opposite way. Yesterday, a lot of things went your way in the server. You know, a nice 13-1 over Legacy on Inferno. What was it in that matchup against Legacy? How did it feel?
I mean, it was just a normal game, nothing special. You know, we did our prep that we usually are doing even online. I mean, it feels like online is just a bit better to play than online, so yeah, there is nothing special.
Look, man, it's exciting to see you and Sasha in the server, obviously, and it's more exciting to see what you guys do with this project. So is there anything you want to say on behalf of BC Game?
Of course. I'm also very happy to be on the same team with Sasha, and I hope that the people will cheer for us, and we are doing our best to get back.
Thank you very much, Dennis.
Thank you.
Max storming towards the second stage of Krakow here after a dominant overpass over BC Game. No comeback today, at least not yet. It will have to be a reverse sweep in the series if Simple is to make it through on this match alone. Max, they had to earn it against Foot yesterday, but here against BC Game, it hasn't yet been a competition. We go to Anubis, and if you remember, this was a great map for Max in their heyday, playing it a lot last year, having some cool ideas as well. I'm sure they've been cooking with this new Anubis look.
Yeah, I think they will have. Even the decision to go for it here and now, just try and strike a bit of fear into the hearts of other teams, right? It will no doubt be a pivotal map for some squads as they try to make a dash throughout Krakow.
Yeah, we saw a T-sided game yesterday between them and Foot on this map. Went to overtime, 3DMax picked it up. So starting on the expected to be harder half gives BC Game the chance. They pick T-side. What have they got? Flash play ready at B. I want to pull that back out because BC Game are here. This could get messy.
Flash in. They'll bring the fight to BCG. And it's a BFG for Lucky. The big guns do the damage. Electronic sole survivor, and not for long.
Just love everything about that. They don't rush that. They let BC Game get optimistic about the B play. Body gets spotted, and then the flash pops. Everything about that is perfectly timed. Everyone looking, everyone blind.
I think one of the other things is, you know, talk about 3D Max, how they used to like this map, how they're already showing a willingness to bring it out early. When you kind of look at the components in this BC Game squad, both teams that these kind of players, you know, occupied on the run-up to coming together inside of BCG, they did play Anubis, but it was far and away from being, you know, one of your go-to picks. Quite often a map that you'd be down to float.
Oops, simple. Oh, he doesn't... looking like he's not ready for that angle. Tries to face far with his team, but there's a hole in the wall, and they've shot him right through it.
Yeah, I think the other thing you're going to really struggle to get away from is, you know, you're a roster that hasn't even existed in this form for more than a month. You've likely focused on kind of shoring up a couple of maps for yourselves. Overpass supposed to be one of those for BCG. I don't know how much time or attention you've put to Anubis as a brand new challenge.
And then boom, a week ago it gets changed. So it's, even after it got added, still made a big disruption to it. Simple says he's happy with the map. Simple says he likes it. That's something.
I feel like there's a bit of a mountain of evidence as to why 3D Max are mega heavy favorites now that we've arrived here with them 1-0 up.
Just with the way they dominated that last map, it's a very aggressive team. And look at them, they've already got flash plays ready to peek through that window. Lucky with free nade damage. Not bad at all. They're going to reflash it. Watch out, 3D Max are coming in prepared. Cool ideas already being shown. A BC Game just getting the round ripped from their hands. Oh, these nades.
And I do love that we're getting to see Anubis, you know, twice today. So close together, just getting to compare and contrast how Aurora, another strong Anubis team, took to this map. Comparing that to 3D Max and their approach.
And the thing that's really scary about 3D Max, I think, on the CT side of this map, is they're a team that we often see kind of wolf pack style, regrouping, repushing in mid-rounds. Well, that's what Anubis was all about. It was about regaining information in the downtime, figuring out where the T's are going, making risky decisions. 3D Max, think about how they play Ancient. Like when they go cold on that map, they all just leave the bomb sites and fight for middle and clear out mid and then flank. So this is a perfect map for that kind of style. They love regrouping in mid-rounds on CT sides. And so whenever you look away, that's when 3D Max poke their head around the corner.
You know, I think they're already kind of making this a little obvious for you. It's like Aurora earlier on, they didn't really change the philosophy for their CT side. They've always been a squad that lent more into flexibility, being able to set up gambles quickly. For 3D Max, it's a lot more aggro, already trying to use this new hole in the wall to go and fight and stake their claim to control. Lucky's accidentally just made a step there on the hop down, and they do start to lose out on this grip of middle. Lucky with a pivotal kill there, alleviates a lot of the pressure. Mutir is all alone, coming off the back of a one-kill game.
And that was a set smoke to block the door side, but it wasn't a good one. We saw how Lucky used it against them, just playing on the edge of the smoke. The fact that he's able to drop out and still regroup with his teammate here to close the round, he was there to trade. Lucky 9-1 right now, Body 5-1, and 3D Max yet to drop a round. This is looking like a very scary start from 3D Max. Bringing some fight.
I am loving their use of this window. It's very, very cool. Using it in tandem with your Dark player fighting, so you kind of get to double peek and duel for the stairs control. It's really nice, and I don't know, Concrete, how you're going to break through that. Molotov out towards the doors might be a nice start.
You just need those early conditioning nades to actually do some damage. If they're just going to be fighting in the window, get the molly in, get the nade in off spawn, buy yourself some time, and maybe some respect with it. 3D Max bring in the AWP. We saw how Woxic was trying to go for picks through that window earlier on. Let's see if Maka has similar ideas. He takes it towards B. Quick lurk smoke.
I want to pop in towards this B site. It's coming in fast. Body plays close to the smoke. Gravity trying to take attention away. They stop the spillover for a moment, but more players barreling through this smoke in main. They will gain some headway out towards B. Chance at the bomb plant now.
Big flank.
Exercise embarking on it. Lucky going to go low and slow. Wait to see what Exercise can do on this wrap round.
Simple baiting for the round.
I think at this type of a scoreline, you're still very much interested because of this timing on the flank. Now, a lot of time is ticked off this bomb. If you are going to go for it, it's got to be soon. You got 2 full belts of util here for a last-second retake attempt. That swing just falling shy of the kills. They gave it a go in the 2-on-3. They wanted to go for a late-in-the-day retake. A BC game in a series where they've never felt comfortable. They weren't about to rotate out super early there. They're taking nothing for granted.
That's a very good point. It's nice to not see BC game get ahead of themselves, realize it's a save, and oh, let's just run away, we're fine. And that's how you lose those rounds. We've seen a lot of those recently, right? Last second defuses, even yesterday. Halzog was able to get one over G2 on Overpass. You can never get too comfortable. So, one exit. And BC game still take the round. Nice pop out of the B-bomb side there. Simple Zorb in play after finding Maka.
One thing you've already noted from these opening few games is this mid-fight, not really common in any capacity. Have yet to see anyone really swing and fight for the bridge, what with the point of contact kind of moving back towards the new window.
It's a new toy, everyone wants to play with it. Mid-smoke ready. A swing would be danger. Simple's on the line. Exercise. Blocking for a moment. Lucky 10-1, down to half. Is there a commitment here or a BC game just trying to push them back on middle? They have a lot of players scared of mid right now. The muscle memory kicking in there. That molly's not great. Doesn't burn out crazy. This B hit's coming in.
Still 3D Max are ahead of this with their moves. Maka just took a bit of a cursory glance in through main, sees no one deep. And so they get 4 players around to this B site. Surely this is enough to stop the push. Missed shot from Simple. Gravity still a threat. Maka's on his way over, but these smokes now going to fall into place, and that will allow a bomb plant here for BCG.
Difficult retake here. No utility to speak of. And they might just throw in the towel with the smokes down. It's a gamble coming through them. 3D Max look to play their economy. They've already started this game off very well. It's okay to give up a couple of early rounds. And BC game, they'll stay with the bomb. They'll be careful, but they're assured onto a second. Nice entry work from Electronic and Aragorn in what is a fully stacked bomb site.
Yeah, I think that's going to give you a big deal of faith in a way. If you're BCG, you know, you had nothing really to be happy about in this series. But breaking through a 4-man stack over towards B, no easy task. And after an overpass where the last thing you could say about this BC game squad was that you were able to back your aim on really anyone other than Electronic. All right, 3D Max calling in the timeout. Bit more fight left in BCG after all.
Yeah, some money decisions to be made. They can drop 2 guns, buy 4. It's definitely worth considering here. Or they can just full rifle round next and try and let that AWP get involved. No hurry here for 3D Max. Doing the hard work at the top of the game, those opening 4 rounds. So they'll take an eco. Things are a little bit freer. I want to see if they throw something aggressive in. Already seen some nice flash setups towards B and middle.
You know, even if this is a force buy, you're not up against much. There's 2 saved guns to worry about, and at worst, some pistols armor. There's Maka making the presence of that AWP known and actually going to feed Exercise a gun as well, getting out with the AK.
Seeing an AWP, you don't think the AWP's climbing up? Oh, nice shot. They want to rotate round back to A, though. They've got to get past Exercise with that AK up in the rug, so it's a B stack, or it's a surprising AK on the other side of the map.
And, you know, Exercise in this position, sure, he might not ever have a chance to fight in this round, but he's kind of here collecting all the info. You know that no one's out here towards A. Exercise is telling you as much. And so you're allowed to maintain a bit of a heavier B lean as a result, and he's even getting activated on this wrap round now.
Maka could go up B. It feels like to win this round, you might need Maka B. He's scared of mid lurks. But even just these little timings could assure you on the B hit right now. 30 seconds, they have to go to a site. Maka's moving in.
Exec's been rolled out. Nade on the smoke to break it open. 5-7 up close. You don't want to run the risk of falling down. Ouch. This hard-hitting pistol. Materis with a key trade. It's all chaos left to the captain, and he can't collect. Lucky farms down from dark.
Desperation. Going through that smoke there. I mean, a few more seconds, and they can wait it out. But they break it, they walk into the nade, that's just further damage.
I think it's just cognizant that whole time that, you know, there's all these gaps on the map open, all these timings are open, so they try and play through early, but little did they know 3D Max already had a perfect picture of the round. They already had all the info, and they had done really since the first 20 seconds of the round.
That's a really nice start of the round for Maka. It just forces BC Game into the trap. 5-2 up. Off the back of an eco, no less. That wasn't even a full buy. They won't have the AWP saved over. Simple does. BC Game feel like they might need his opening. Being given nothing in middle. Control taken by Electronic. Look to lurk through later. They've read it. Perfect grenade. Low health v Lucky. They never cleared main. The re-aggress is perfect. He never checked the corner.
I mean, you don't really have a leg to stand on in this round. You're 4v5, you've got no util or next to no util, 3 smokes left. It's enough for an exec, sure, but a man down, final 30-second play required. The moment you see this stream of util coming in, you're going to bite down on the rotates hard. Lucky even trying to lean just that little bit closer over towards A. If there's one dude you really don't want to run into right now, it's this guy. Lucky, 15-2 on the back of that mid-hold. Exercise here to finish the job. It's Simple getting run down. The AWP will connect for another. Simple, what are you doing? On for the ace. In comes Maka. Could stop this right now. That is nearly one hell of a return from Simple. But cut down shy of the ace clutch. 3D Max put a stop to him.
What's he meant to do? He can't fake that bomb. It's not reasonable. It's not fair. No chance but to stick it, and Maka swings into close. Simple puts on a show with a classic no-scope. All for naught. Takes nothing with him.
Nice!
Glimmers of greatness, but 3D Max surging towards that second stage.
Fast B-Pop feeling fired up after that last round. You try and go a little bit quicker here. But an immovable object at the back of B takes shape, electronic and simple. The duo side by side and getting cut down together. Exercise, it's all on rails. 3D Max taking strides towards the finish line.
Oh, some frustration here for BC Game. What this game could have been, at least in the last map, you could say it was never close, right? They were never in with interesting rounds. But here, with that near ace clutch, with a couple of close 2v2s, with even a loss to an eco, you can feel the wheels falling off. Can Taz tighten those bolts? Mask off. Macazorp remains. There is that mid nade, but Exercise just a little later to it. He actually smoked in anticipation of a Molotov with no molly. He just drops in. What? They're side by side in main. Gravity draws him in, and Exercise is read by Simple, who is maybe feeling fired up. Has he got more in store with this rifle called low in main, swapping out for the AWP? Maka might get this pick again. They don't know the AWP is here. They're going to find out the hard way. The call is A main low. Oh, they get a warning.
Oh, and that's going to beckon Simple in. He hears the shot and closes the distance into the Maka AWP. It took Simple a whole map to find his footing, find his form, feeling better now, went swinging for a third, and it's big damage downrange on a Lucky. But now just Mutir is left.
Ollie is good.
Series has been struggling in, very much so. And they're already in through camera. Can't commit to this plant. Has to go for the gunfights. Mutir is dead to heaven. The wraparound from Lucky, perfectly played. And would you expect anything less from a guy approaching 20 kills? And we're not even near the end of the half yet. Still 2 more rounds to be played. Lucky might be on for an absolute blinder of a map.
18-3 is just out of this world when you consider everyone else is fragging as well. You'd think there's not enough to go around. Lucky is finding that impact. That's a kill to shut down Simple, who felt like he was on a heater, 2 kills deep. But 3D Max just holding on. It just feels like a loose game now for BC Game. Players making individual moves. Lucky again in the window, audacious.
Yeah, not even playing this position respectfully anymore, you know? They've dropped down through it at the start of these rounds. Lucky hiding out in the window, dodges that flash line up for Lucky. And he is living up to his name right now.
What a move as well, to hide in that window.
Fortune favors the bold, and I mean, Lucky is showcasing that. He is playing ballsy Counter-Strike. At 20-3, it's exactly what you want.
Might be more for him. Or lurks down in the water. An attempt at heroism denied by Lucky. 3rd headshot. One v5. Lucky is dropping in. Highlight hunting. And it's right there for the taking. Can Lucky find the final shot? Oh, denied by Crazy. 1v4, cooking with gas, but no bomb.
20
seconds. Go back to mid. Mission for Gravity.
Crazy's grabbed it. Clues in the name. 4 frags in the round. Maka can just run away. He can drop window. He can disappear into the mist. Unwinnable. Another ace clutch. Not meant to be.
You've had this happen twice over now, and I mean, look, we're all kind of impressed at how close they're getting these ace clutch attempts. Simple with the first, Crazy gives it a go there, but time was always going to be the problem. And you know, the fact that these keep nearly coming through, it's screaming to a very confident 3D Max. Down to fight, it's one guy, what's the worst that can happen?
Well, we're learning a lot from these early games from 3D Max. We're learning that if you want to take mid off of Lucky, you need a guy in water because he is shifting into the corner in the window and shooting players in the back. Done it numerous times. The drop into water. He is coming for stage 2 and no one is stopping him. Certainly not simple. 21-4 on Lucky.
I mean, like this is a map where if it was a bit more competitive here from BCG, Lucky could be on his way to breaking, you know, the regulation kill record. He's already put in a phenomenal half. Stands to sweeten the deal here and now.
Don't stop.
You know, anytime anyone's gone on to actually challenge the record, it's always been in long, drawn-out games. Makes a lot of sense.
Oh, what's the MR12 record? It's one thing to get 37 kills in MR15. Out middle now. They actually get control for once. BC Game just get thrusted at by 3D Max and they get turned to mulch. A cocky call, but can you blame them here with 9 rounds on this CT side? BC Game get the dregs. Scraps of a half.
I mean, look, we've had a couple of 1v5 attempts and they've always made it interesting. Let's see how Body does. Everyone's low. His time to shine. No. Shut down by Crazy. It's a 3rd round at the end of a grueling T-side. 3D Max stand just rounds away from locking in stage 2 and calling in this simple BC Game project into question in that lower bracket. Lucky. Nah, this is all skill. 21-5 from the front man at 3D Max at the end of that first half. And even though there were some glimmers, some flourishes from Simple, it's largely been a game where he spent his head in his hands. A series in which BCG haven't really got going. A massive struggle back on Overpass. They're looking to dodge their second 13-3 finish back-to-back.
Well, 3D Max don't have the trophies to their name. They don't have the playoff runs, but we've always called this team a gatekeeper team. Consider the gates kept shut.
Yeah, I mean, this is the level that BCG are hoping to be playing up to, playing against, and you couldn't think of a more perfect matchup to illustrate just how hard these teams in the top 16 hit. 3D Max are the team that decide whether you are worthy.
Yes, definitely feels like a team who plan to level up into a new year. Lots of close runs, but also a team that grinded so many events, maybe too many events, came crashing down in the major. Can they lift up in a new year? This pistol would get them one step closer, walking through middle. BCG, everybody in mid right now, but shuffling through that camera smoke. Oh dear, Mutira's caught in the open despite his 5v4. There is no one here to stop him. They can go Temple.
Yeah, I think the plan was to actually lean in towards A. You've got Gravity lurking there with a flash to pop them through the camera smoke. You get that kill, though, on a repositioning Mutira's, and it feels like too much of an invitation to miss out on.
Yeah, Simple can't stop this bomb unless it stops in its tracks. Simple does find it.
Another.
Oh, and Body with the trade 3-on-3 here. It's getting a bit messy. He can walk back to camera right now. They're going to fake out Temple into A. Aragorn, he's had a horrible series, but he could redeem himself with a round here.
Yeah, it was Aragorn really standing head and shoulders above the rest of the Portuguese players inside of this BCG squad in their opening series. But he has been dealt a rough hand here, never got going in the position to try and win this round, and he gets shut down, nothing done. Bomb planted, 3v2 post plant. BCG gonna shamble on over, but they are out of the picture here, surely.
Really nice mid-round for 3D Max. Just got to click a couple more buttons. Lucky. It's good for it. Misses his shot, but a flash high sends Electronic out, and Crazy with a 180 needed. Not going to connect the dots. It's 3D Max with a pistol on top of a 9-round half. Meant to be right now. I love that call. I think it was always, to a degree, part of the plan to go back to A, right? Getting that temple control. Showing some face towards B, but still with a player lurking A main, gave them options.
Yeah, and it's where, like, BCG actually kind of had the read on what was going to happen. They'd repositioned extra players to A in spite of the camera smoke. They were actually right in their initial read of the situation. That's where the misstep from Mutira's really stands out as the kind of big letdown of the round. You credit in the brain on him for piecing together what the idea was, only for him to then completely flub it and give the kill away. It changes everything.
They wanted to flash through the door, or rather the house in middle, but then it got mollied. And then Gravity just mauls them with the Mac-10. Simple, Deeg armor. Smoked out. This is another 3D Max round. Simple may as well save that Kevlar.
Well, I'm about to say we'll maybe show how one-sided this series has been. I'm going to talk about Exercise buying the MP5 SD at this point in the game. You don't really get to see it. The MP7 very much having overshadowed it. Folks don't often get to don this gun.
MP7's better, obviously. Right. It's obviously better. Not going to allow any MP5 love here. Ooh, you're silenced. Nice shot. Oh! Simple! Man. He's just trying to get highlight of the year in lost rounds today. A near ace clutch, a dirty Deeg triple.
You were maybe a little worried with the Deeg armor purchase. It's like he actually won't have enough cash to fully get everything he needs in the next round. Now he's just carved out his own little bank account there with kills on the exit. There's no doubt he has found his form on map 2, looking a damn sight better than how it started. It just feels like it's arrived way too late in the day.
I mean, it's not a one-man game, right? The whole team capitulating to a degree, not being able to close any rounds. 3D Max with great reads in that first half. Great mid-round moves. And punishing towards the middle, where BC Game tried to take numerous times. But I gotta say, BC Game's util was really bad on the T side. Like, they didn't have good mid util to stop Lucky. Their mollies didn't do much. Their smokes didn't block him. Aragorn, get that out. They're coming. He's caught with nades out.
Yeah, you've not built the kind of repertoire to get respect from 3D Max in this game. They see that smoke come down just a second late, and they're going to walk right through it. Rotate out here towards mid.
Okay,
Simple, keeping money in reserve, playing the D, gets cut down. Crazy will wrestle back with 2 of his own.
Gotta win this.
So a chance at the retake. Mutiris and Crazy side by side have got to combine if BC Game want to hang around in this series, and they get annihilated. So many chances to close on Anubis, and you've only got one thing to worry about in this final round. Simple saved so he could bring out the AWP. He wanted to get to Donut at least once in this final round of play.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing Deagle in the previous round, keeping his MP5. You know, it's a desperate game for BC Game, and it's just a bit of business here for 3D Max. Stage 2 awaiting them. 9 chances to close out on T-side Anubis. Simple takes his orb down to the dark, finds his pick that he's been waiting for. And so puts that orb to use and keeps mobile, getting involved elsewhere.
I think he feels it too. He feels that he's a lot more locked in. He's finally gotten switched online, but to have that feeling in round 16, 3-12 down, map 2 after getting destroyed on the opener.
He likes to hear that smoke. He's not overplaying the man advantage. Locks in a bomb site with Aragorn. Contains mid, allows a triple B. 3D Max far from committed to anything right now. They're looking at middle. No fight available. B hit it is. And so it won't be down to Simple in this round. It'll be down to the defense of this B site. Crazy. 13 and 13. He's got the numbers. Can he hold strong in this site?
Electronic with the flash. Blind is Crazy, still gets out with his. He'll hold the line for a double. That molly nearly spells his demise. But nearly's aren't going to cut it here for 3D Max. They give up on this round. They'll let it pass them by.
Go on then. Give us another legendary comeback. Why not?
I will say, I still don't think it's going to happen because 3D Max are playing really, really solid. They've got a lot of ideas. You know, that's like tip of the iceberg stuff right now. They're trying not to show too much on this T side. But Simple's had an undeniable uptick, and Crazy has actually been solid all throughout this map. You've got 2 of the 5 players feeling a bit more activated.
And you've got nothing to lose at this point in the game, right?
Yeah, right.
Apart from the game, just round by round Counter-Strike here for BC Game. 12-4. Bit of a broken buy. 1 pistol, 4 rifles, 3D Max. They have the room to just throw in some rushes here and hope they can win off the entry.
Exactly, yeah. That's the one huge benefit you've got calling from such a massive lead. You can explore the full breadth of the strat book. You can play with pace.
And Aragorn, you know, we saw that 1 round on A, not really getting any respect, expecting it, delayed nades. He's 4 and 12, so might be tempting here for 3D Max. Not in this round, they're spread thin. Let the rifles work it. Simple smoked off. But even this fight is a bit more uncomfortable. You can see him like looking towards water. He realizes nothing's guaranteed. You could just be punished from down below. Simple smoke. Won't be respected. So they take the mid control back.
Do have a nade to break open this smoke. They're just going to swing on around it. Simple caught, scoped in on that smoke fade. Now it falls to Aragorn. He's had a really tough time, and it won't get any easier here. So yeah, it's not as dominant a loss as they fielded back on their pick of Overpass, but that is where the list of positives begins and ends for BC Game. 3D Max do not entertain the comeback. And teed up now in a 5-on-3 post plant. They're looking to move into stage 2 here and now, and they will do it cleanly. No challenge for 3D Max. And stage 2 awaits. You said that this team wants to level up, that they want to try and go further, hit harder in 2026. Well, this is a nice way to do it. No sweat versus BC Game. And now the Simple squad dropping down into the lower bracket. This is a tournament. Taz has said as much in interviews where every match feels like a final. There's big implications on the VRS. You've spent a lot of money to try and secure these future invites. To do that, you've got to come out winning.
Yeah, BC Game go down to lower bracket. They'll face the winner of NIP versus Passion. That's raging on the secondary stream right now. But for 3D Max, just looking solid as ever. What a crazy game out of Lucky, locking in stage 2. This is a team that should be looking for playoffs in 2026. And games like this is a great sign of what could be to come from 3D Max. So let's hear from the man himself.
Yeah, excuse us. We were just kind of talking about Lucky on Anubis. But overall, let's just start with this series. Map 1, Overpass, domination by 3D Max. A lot of denials of ace clutches in this series. Talk to me about how this went in your mind.
We expected Overpass. I think we knew it was like a weak map for us, so we prepared it well, and we knew kind of what they were going to do. And in the end, it played out well, so pretty happy about it.
Yeah, and I guess my question is going to be along the lines of Anubis. I think we saw you get away with that window, that mid thing there several times. How does that feel when something that just works out over and over and over again, and you can just punish the other team?
I mean, it's good. I think it's new. Like, players are not prepared yet for those kind of plays, and I knew it was like strong to play there, and yeah, it played out well. So
yeah. So as it's planned now for you guys advancing into stage 2, what do you do now?
I mean, we're gonna have a day off. We're gonna keep working. It's nice to be back a little bit in form, show some nice games, and hopefully we can go further in the tournament. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Lucky. We're gonna head back to that desk and keep the show rolling here.
Thank you very much, Trace. Yes, 3D Max full steam ahead to stage 2, joining PARIVISION as one of only 8 teams that will indeed be advancing. But I want to kind of pick up where we ended up on that interview. The fact that this is, you know, a necessity for 3D Max to make it through the stage. It's about being able to get through stage 2. That is going to be the real test for 3D Max.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I expected them to take care of business here, especially against a team like BCG, right? Like, it would be an absolute disaster for 3D Max if they lost this game, and they've shown some very strong play in this series, and the woes on T side continue for BC game.
It was more shake against FUT yesterday, and today they played extremely well, but maybe also just on the other side, BC game never really showing up, and this was obviously still within 3D Max's comfort zone, and I think that is probably what talks to them, is that this is the type of teams they usually play against. This is the teams that they can beat, but as soon as they move on to the next stage where the big teams are going to be here, it's going to be a lot more difficult, and we need to at least see what we saw today for them to actually have a chance.
And that's the thing, right? When you pretty much preempt that Overpass is going to be picked, you get to start on the very much easier side of things. Like, if you're starting off strong on that map, things are only going to go well for you.
Yeah, and we talk about teams that are in Tier 2, Tier 3 that just try to play like Tier 1 teams and are not being creative. You know, 3D Max is not like that. They're very distinct on their CT sides for their aggression and being proactive and taking calculated risks, calculated gambles, and they've done that on Overpass it worked off. They've done that in spades on Anubis and paid off. So they deserve props for that, and it's can be very problematic to play against if you're not drilled enough, right? And a team like BCG being new and having to deal with a ton of other stuff, like, it's hard for them to come up with answers, to have protocols in set first and foremost, but then also on the fly to make those adjustments. It's not easy.
We were talking a lot about the utility, the changes for Anubis coming into things. You picked out an example, Janko. What do we see?
Well, Lucky had a blinder of a game and the CT side, and it all started in the first gun round, right? So before we play the round, I want you to pay attention to a couple of things here. First off, it's the smoke for stairs. They throw show it every single time when they want to go for these plays. Also the incendiary just early on to buy some time so Lucky can have vision, take a peek, get some information. And as you can see on your screens, Body is also trying to play aggressive console. They want to play off of each other. He's going to get smoked. That happens very often for the calm player. I mean, he can blow it up with an HE, do something else, right? We see the flash come in. Oh, he sees one player. So also, this is an easy HE for him, right? Like, that's the only cover for that player. So this is going to do almost 50 damage to Aragorn, right? There's no pressure elsewhere on the map. They just go back to it a little bit later. Great flash, great timing. Catch the opening kill. And you can see how that breaks the timings for the T's. Now Body comes into play. That smoke is passed. Aragorn completely unawares. 5v3, another flash play comes in. This is 3D Max, keep going at you all the time. Maybe unnecessary, but you know, that's their style. And still a 4v3. You can see now Crazy is worried about that window. Maybe they're pushing water. What's going on, right? He's going to die due to that in a second. Simple is doing a good job of taking the space, but at this point, they've just lost so many players, and you can see how they're even aware about this. Exorcist is coming back in. He's able to win that fight, and just one by one, BCG is sort of, you know, methodically eliminated by the side of 3D Max, and this was the first gun round and only a sign of things to come.
And it was just like this story just kept repeating itself. If there was two main characters in this game, it would be Lucky and the Window, if you could pick that. He kept abusing it. He kept using it because PC Game had no idea how to work around it. Like it seemed like also at given times they almost forget it was there, and that was what I was trying to touch upon in the beginning as well. That even if it's such a small thing that there's like a new hole and you expect people to be aware of it, you still seem to be forgetting that it's actually a possibility. You can create plays, and 3D Max just seemed extremely prepared for this one, and they used it again and again by using flash timings, using HEs, dropping down, creating space, getting information. There was a lot of things that they utilized, and you can just easily feel that they feel comfortable and very prepared for this new change.
The Julie round, just to start things off from Lucky as well, just a sign of things to come, unfortunately, for BC Game, which does not mean they're eliminated just yet. But
I think even this round, right, that you see on the highlight, like this molly, I don't think it can cover both. We tried to figure this out in the green room, right? So you need to pick your poison. Either there's a gap next to the door or you cover the hole. But I think if you don't have other control, just cover the hole, right? Because, you know, you can flash the in front of door position. You're peeking that anyway. Here, the guy can take cover. So he was just really destroying them. Like, they had no answer for this. And in general, playing such an aggressive style on CT side is the worst thing you can do to BCG, right? Because the protocols aren't there yet. The communication is probably going to be difficult, right? To understand, to you know, piece the puzzle together for everyone, to paint the picture of what's happening in the round, so you can make the correct decision and have the right reaction.
where does that leave BC Game then for your money, Peter? What are we looking at moving forward? Not eliminated just yet, but do you think this is enough? I mean, we didn't see the monstrous tilt coming out from Simple, but there were a few palms in the hands, so to speak.
I've seen that type of tilt from him before. I've been sitting next to him when I've been playing with him in Falcon, so and it's not easy to just leave behind, and obviously they're not eliminated as the last place, at least. That's that's how you want to be putting it. The thing is, like yesterday, maybe that gave us a little bit of hope of how things were looking for them, and we knew that there is a possibility that they can play better than they did today. But if this is how they show up against a team like 3 Max, sure, they can be hard to play against, then I still feel like if they would make them, I wouldn't say the miracle, but if they would make it into stage 2, then I don't think there's gonna be much hope for them. So right now, I'm not impressed with what I'm seeing. It's still very new for them. They know that, but there's definitely a lot of things that need to be figured out before.
I'm a bit unsure with the approach, you know, in some extent, like the map pool too. You're playing Overpass, Anubis, Inferno, all these maps that are very tactical, right? Like there's not much space for improvisation, for individual plays to a lot of extent, because so far this tournament T sides have been non-existent and they haven't had to play one on Inferno, but outside of that it's been very, very poor. So maybe that's something that in the longer term they can look at and give themselves some easier options with some Dust 2, right? I know Mirage is the permaban for the Saw guys, but maybe discuss that moving forward. That's what they need to answer. They need to figure out, you know, how to get something going on T side, because even here it was 4-0 3D Max, 4-2. There's a saved or up on Maka and a couple of and they again died to the aggression, and just when they're about to break the economy of 3D Max, you know, they end up fumbling the round.
Now, when we're discussing what we want to, you know, be talking about in the day, we sometimes bring up little other segments we want to talk about. And you had a really interesting angle for this one. Obviously, we've just seen what did happen when an international team goes up versus a national team. But I just want to cast our minds back to when we were first kind of discussing this prospect of international teams becoming legitimate. For me, it was like Kinguin pre-phase days that the discussion was kind of happening. Do you remember it coming on your radar, first of all, Peter? And what did you think?
It's funny when you bring up Kinguin, actually, because that's where it all kind of started, and that's when I was thinking, there's no way that international teams is ever going to be a thing, because you're so reliant on communication in Counter-Strike. So the teams that has the full national lineup, they're going to be a lot more prepared, and the communication is going to be flowing. So at that point, I was thinking, it's a bad direction. But nowadays, it seems like that is like the direction to go in if you actually want to be competitive, because we do still see teams that has a combination of a full national lineup that seems to be doing okay, but there's not like one that just completely dominates. There's not been a one for a while, apart from Spirit maybe, that is actually looking to go out and be close to winning trophies. And it just comes down to the talent pool that you have within your country, because at one point, specifically for the Danish one, now probably also for the French one, you run out of options. Like, you keep recycling the same players. You've seen that with Aurora. They've recycled some of their players once and once again. Yeah. And at one point, you just need to understand that we need to go somewhere else. And it can be tough to go out of that boundary, but at one point, you need to do it.
It's always a balance between, you know, how clean is your communication going to be, and on the other side, I mean, how much firepower do you have on the team? Are you willing to risk some of the communication issues you will get for just a better player who will, you know, can understand the game on a high level, even though communication will be lacking at times, just mechanically more gifted and can deliver more just fragging power simply. And I think a lot of teams have figured out over the years, yeah, we'll take some of the communication issues, right, in order to get more firepower, because, yeah, communication is really important. But unless you can do the job, and unless you can get it done on an individual level, you know, you coming to be again over and over again and be on the death cam is not going to do much for your team.
I was just looking back at that said Kinguin roster. Fox, Makalele, Scream, Rain, and Dennis. That seems so nuts to say now. It's crazy. In terms of like the transition, obviously you did it yourself, Peter, right? You went from full Danish for such a long period of time into Vitality. I remember chatting with you guys in interviews, and then you'd say occasionally if it was just the French guys left, it was saying go French. They spoke in French then. If it was just you got Danish guys left, go Danish as well. Was that treated as a stopgap? Was that like the ultimate kind of solution for you guys? Because it does seem kind of weird if you're in the server and you kind of still can't, even if you're dead, you can't understand what's going on. Like, can you tell me about that?
Like, specifically in the beginning, I think we used that tool just to win out the rounds we really needed to win. If we could see it was either me and Magisk or it's Apex or Saiwu to use and actually win the round. But the further we got, the more we just stuck to English. And I think there was a given moment at the major where I did say that je parle français, which is like talk French, right? Because it was such an important moment that I wanted to make sure that they didn't mess up. No, but obviously it is difficult coming from a standpoint where you've been talking your native language for so long, and that's what you've been used to, and then all of a sudden you have to shift into talking English or whatever language you go for, because it just takes sometimes 1 second longer to think of what you're going to be saying. It's not going to be as instinctively, and it takes time to adjust. Some players are really good at just leaving it behind. I remember that Saiwu had at that time, I wouldn't say struggles with English, but he was not like a good English speaker. But
Fran knows.
I know.
But it didn't really. Yeah, you know, that's for sure. That's a very unique one. But he was one of those guys that would just, it wouldn't actually take any damage on his individual level, because he was just so good at the game that he would just rely so much on his mechanics. And as Janko mentioned, it is this balance between firepower and the communication. And let's be honest, with how this game is progressing and how this game is being played, I think it's just more important to look at that we need to just shoot our opponent before they shoot us, and that is where firepower sometimes comes in favor of the communication.
I also dislike how much I use the term firepower, because I don't like it. Like, it doesn't, people think it describes less than it's supposed to. Because, for example, firepower, communication is part of firepower in some way, like reading the game. People equate it with firepower equals mechanical skill and your aim.
Yes.
Right? But for me, for example, a player like Cold Zero, when we brought him to FaZe, one of the main reasons was to be that secondary caller. And when we were in MIB, and one of the conditions I had for him was to take English classes while he was in Belgrade.
Oh, really?
Yes, to get more comfortable with English, because the problem isn't, and this is what he said to me even on MIBR, the issue isn't I can understand what everyone is saying, right? I'm calming what's happening, 2 guys here, 3 guys there. It's like when I want to call something in the mid round, right, on the CT side, I need to explain, I need you to go there and I want you to flash for me on this timing, right? Like that takes longer than it's supposed to, than he would like, and it's enough to lose that timing, right, to get that flash when you want it. By the time you explain it, maybe your smoke has cleared, you lost the timing, the guy peeks you, you die, round falls apart, and it's very frustrating. So it's some of those next level plays that it requires you to say a lot in a short amount of time and be as concise as possible, where some of those communication issues arise.
And I really think, like, when you look at teams like Vitality, who has now been in this national line for a long time, they probably have a certain standard for communication, something they need to be functioning. But it's not like they are going to be thinking and saying all kinds of crazy things that other teams are not going to be doing. They've hit like a bar to where the communication needs to be at, and where they can actually have their individuals to work as positively and as good as possible. And I think that is what you need to achieve when you go into this national squad, is that you just set the bar at, this is what we need to achieve in terms of communication. Now we can actually have our individuals performing.
And also communication has evolved over the years, just like every other facet of the game is. Nowadays teams have so many code words, you know, short words to describe like certain situations in the game, right? If someone is on a flank, right, like our word was matrix. If someone says matrix, that means you just need to not die. This person is in a great position and you just need to let him play, right? And now you have those words to simplify things. You know, when you want to freeze, to do this, to do that, like teams just have that so that everyone is immediately on the same page, understands what the IGL wants the team to do, and make it, you know, one of the things, I don't know how you feel about communication, but people think good communication isn't just talking a lot all the time. Good communication is delivering the relevant information in as few words as possible.
It's efficiency,
and
that's what
exactly,
it is.
it's not like 3B. It's like, yeah, I don't need you.
I know.
I got you. You know, like players need to be able to hear the game. Your player that's on the other side of the map that has to deal with the lurker, maybe he misses a step because you're overcalling.
It's like we would always say the same thing 3 times. I think he still does it, but it works.
Hey, he can get away
It
with
works.
it. So I'm going to give you that one. Maybe Donk as well. There's one more angle I just wanted to pick your brains on with this. It's a little bit more old school, because I think when we say play style now, there's not really that distinct difference between countries or between regions as there once was. But just from both of your perspectives, did you feel like a difference in sort of the typical, I guess, Danish Astralis playstyle when you were merging with Vitality, and the same for you, right, coming with both MIBR and FaZe? Was there ever any kind of, I guess, butting of heads in terms of the regional playstyles you were used to?
Yeah, man, for sure. Like, Danish counter has always been very calculated. Like, it's about like making the best possible decision whenever you have the best percentages. So you would always calculate and think, okay, we have a 70% chance of winning it, and this is what we're going to go for, instead of going for the risky one. Whereas the French one at that time was, depending on what in-game level you had, was very more like aggressive, and they were playing a little bit similar to in terms of playing the percentages, but a little bit less than Danish Counter. But it's always when you need to merge 2 teams and 2 playstyles, it's hard to like find that right balance, because on one side you have the coach that wants to stick to what he's been good at, then you have the in-game leader that wants to stick to his thing, and it's about merging and finding that right balance. And that took a lot of time for us in Mattel to figure that one out.
Yeah, in MIBR there was definitely a clash in terms of it. We mentioned it yesterday. You know, in some situations you have the option to slow down, right, to wait it out when you have an advantage, for example, to let your opponents play there under pressure and then punish that, or you can pounce on that opportunity immediately, right? Speed up, like get it over it with sort of shock and awe. And you know, the Americans were used to playing with more pace. Obviously, with Fallen and Cold Zero on your team, they're used to playing more patient and kind of playing 4D chess. So getting everyone on the same page and for people to sort of listen to each other instead of just talking was one of the bigger challenges of that lineup.
Well, the page we were on, sadly, is heading to a short break, but don't go anywhere. As you can see, both teams for our final game of the day are setting up behind me. That is Liquid taking on G2. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, this is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I wanna record another one.
Liquid versus G2 and Shuhei right here coming after a great day one in Krakow. Were you surprised at Crimbo and how he managed himself?
I think he's been a positive surprise to everyone so far. He's had a great attitude throughout the games. He's bringing in a little bit of a new energy to the team. Yeah, everyone was very happy about the first day performance. Did we expect it to go that smoothly? Maybe not, but it did.
Maybe not. You did see him kill him, but...
That's true. It was a pretty easy kill.
I can imagine that happens. Now, when it comes to kind of the tasks that you have, I know that IEM Krakow is a very important event for you personally, of course, being Polish, but I feel like you have a lot on your plate because you're integrating Crimbo, kind of. You're still working with Elige. Nerds has the role situation that's still being figured out. Ultimate has its ups and downs. So from my side, it seems quite overwhelming. How do you deal with all of that?
I think we're working a lot with our psychologist, Tanner. I think he's doing a really good job with us. He's preparing us for these games and how we should approach it. I think that right now we're taking a little bit of a different approach to this tournament. Obviously, given the circumstances that are happening with us having Crimbo and us still trying to find our way into the level that we really want to be there. So we're not really focused too much on results right now. We're focused on the path that we're taking towards there. So, yeah, we just have to take it step by step and be patient along the way. I know it's going to be a long road still, but we're all ready to do it. We feel good. Yesterday we showed it that it's working, so we'll just take the same approach for today as well.
Yeah, it is a tale that we hear many times of any team. Of course, it is about the path that lays forward. But when we look at the 2025 for you, that you have gone on record to say, one of the toughest years I've had, the toughest year I've had in my competitive career. Is it hard for you sometimes to muster up that patience? Because I feel like we were expecting so much from you, then everything changed around you. Now you have this whole project to deal with again. Is it a part of you saying, well, come on, when is it going to be my time? Because I know that I can do this.
Yeah, 2025 was very rough. A lot of things changed for me. You could say that I got out of my comfort zone. There were times where I was too comfortable, maybe in my career, and then I didn't recognize it in the moment. Me joining Liquid and working with very different players and completely different dynamic and kind of redeveloping my role as a leader on a team with different players. That changed my perspective on a lot of things, and I'm not perfect. I'm still learning a lot of new things. I'm still pretty young into the scene, so I'm just taking 2026 as another step forward to grow and learning from last year. A lot of mistakes were made, and that is something that I'm working on right now. So far, this year I'm feeling a lot better than last year. As you can see, even in my individual performance, I feel it, but also just as a team and feeling confident on the servers with calling, etc. So, yeah, I'm on the right path as well.
You see it. You look like you're growing into yourself again as the Shuhei we know and love. Finally, for this match specifically, can you tell me then what Tanner has been focusing on versus for this very important match, I want to say, that can qualify you directly for stage 2?
Yeah, it's just once again, it's about the approach that we're coming into the game with. It's more of a step-by-step approach. We're not, like I said, we're not really focusing on the result. Whatever happens, happens. But it's about the mindset that we come in with, the preparation that we've done before. So yeah, to keep it brief, not going into details, that's basically what we're gonna do. It's about how we're gonna be kind of, let's say, coming into the game with what mindset rather than the result.
Okay. That's comfortable, I guess, and I hope it's going to pan out for you, and we'll see the steps that are taken today on the server. Thank you very much. Dziękuję.
The Intel Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Checks, and the City of Krakow.
Liquid versus G2 as our final game of the day on the A stream. As Shuhei was just alluding to, some tough tides for Liquid to be dealing with as of late. And for G2 on the other side of things, this is actually the first time we're going to get to see them in 2026 in an official LAN game. Tell me about that, Janko, because prior to this, obviously, there was Blast Bounty. Now we're coming into this as the first kind of big arena tournament of the year. Give me, first of all, kind of a taste of what you think that means for some of the teams who maybe chose to go, maybe didn't choose to go.
Well, I think in terms of G2 specifically, it was strange for them to skip Bounty because where they are in the ranking, you know, getting a couple of wins there and getting some points, I don't think they can make Rotterdam. Even if they beat Liquid here, you know, they can't get the invite, and sure, they'll be at Cluj, obviously. This tournament, they'll be at Pro League, so still have some opportunities, but Pro League is, for the majority of it, is online, so less points, you know, and it creates a situation in which if you don't do really well, you know, if Krakow and Cluj are your two big opportunities, right? Yes. And a lot of teams, we know, treat Bounty as the warm-up tournament because you get a couple of online games, right? You can go into a boot camp, play those games from there, and then if you make the LAN finals, you know, then you travel and get to play a couple of LAN games too before you come to the big one here in Krakow.
And I just believe that now that we're talking about this subject, I just got to spend my time getting here together with the assistant coach of G2, and we specifically talked about the subject that they decided to skip Bounty and come into this tournament. And they did really want to emphasize on getting a really effective boot camp in and actually getting as prepared for this tournament as possible, because they felt that this was where they really wanted to like kind of break through and show what they can do, instead of getting a start to the year where they maybe felt like they could have spent it more on practice or getting the protocols correct. And now they actually get here, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can actually, we can see those kind of things that they've implemented.
And I want to say, I have no problem. G2 situation is a little bit specific because of the VRS, but in general, I have no problem with a team, this being their first tournament of the season.
Okay.
Right? Because I'm so tired of hearing teams have the excuse when they, it was the first event of the season. So what does that mean?
Like,
It's just
why
excuses.
is that an
like
excuse?
you haven't been doing this for long enough now. You know that when I hear someone say this, for me that's an indictment from now on the staff of that team.
Okay.
Right? Because whatever your players are different. You know, players have specific needs and whatnot. If your players need an event before, you know, an event that's important for you in the calendar, go to it. Whether it's Bounty, whether it's Fragadelphia, whether it's Draculan, send them to that LAN. If they don't, but they need a boot camp, do a boot camp. If they don't need anything and just can rock up like the Mongols and, you know, get to the playoffs and have a great event, then you can do that. But I don't want to hear like, it's the first game of the season, it's the first... What does it change? Like, you forgot how to talk to each other on the server, like you forgot the environment of plugging in your stuff and everything. Like, I think that excuse is long past being valid in any way whatsoever,
So
if it ever was.
Any of those teams up, what was it, like Mongols, Maus, G2, using that as an excuse? That's it. They're
Yes,
done in your book.
yes,
You're
I'm
out.
going in.
You're not a G2 fan anymore. If we hear them say,
Of course he is.
right, Peter, we've got a scheme. We've got to make
well, I
it.
mean,
Anyway,
He's right. He's
I need
right
to
though.
be
that
objective, right? I'm not a fan of a single
He's right
team.
though regarding the excuses. You know, I've made them multiple times. Hey, this is the first time I'm not ready, but you're supposed to be ready. This is your job. You've actually had time to prepare for this one. And sure, there's going to be nerves when you get into a tournament like this, that you want to make yourself look good in the team. And hey, we've made the right decision, yada yada yada. But ultimately, when you show up and you say it's because it's the first game of the season, that's just excuses.
just to play devil's advocate for a moment, because obviously I have to put this out there every time. Never played on a professional team. I'm not good at Counter-Strike. I don't understand the inner workings. But what you're saying with, you know, G2 assistant coach saying boot camp was more valuable than going to the tournament, as you were kind of saying as well, surely you kind of have the luxury with that format of maybe being able to do both, right? It's only one game every couple of days online. Maybe you have the boot camp for that period. Then, of course, you do have to travel if you make the playoffs. But I don't know about your take on that as a former professional.
I think it comes down to what they feel most comfortable around, and some teams, they really like to use official games as kind of practice games, but it can also be kind of dangerous if you're a team that are kind of struggling a little bit. I wouldn't say that G2 has like been super struggling, but they're not at that level that they probably expect themselves to be at. So to actually have more time to just dwell into the fundamentals of the team, to what do we need of each player and everything, it is a combination of players that have to find each other. We have seen also with 100 picking up the in-game leading range, you know, there's a lot of things happening inside the G2 camp, and I mean, from their perspective, I understand why they've decided to do so. We've also done that back in the past. But ultimately, we're just going to have to wait and see if it actually pays off, because yesterday it didn't look like a G2 that was playing like perfectly in the beginning of the game, but they did pick it up. So there's still a lot of answers to be answered here. I
think also you need to take into account if they made the LAN finals portion. Well, now you went somewhere to boot camp. Now you travel to Malta. Then as soon as it ends, you have to come here because you're playing immediately. If you make it to the playoffs, which is the goal, right? You're only home for 3 days before you have to go to Cluj for the next event, and it's like you have to look at the big picture too, and the different situation for the players as well. I mean, Hunter is a guy who has 2 kids, right? And has a family at home, and it's, you know, of course the job is the job and there's things you have to do, but you cannot, and I think you'll get more out of players if you don't overwork them and you give them just some time at home. I even believe that they came back from boot camp home for a couple of days and then they traveled to this event, you know? So it's about striking that balance, but when the tournament comes along, there's no excuses, right? This is where it's just business as usual.
And I think for Hunter, that's an even more apt point, right? As you said, got a family at home, but he's also taken up so much more responsibility now. I don't know whether you've had actually a chance to talk to him about that, but is it, what's the kind of percentage time uptick that's taken on top of him?
His wife is the MVP. That's what he says, because he's just had to put, you know, like you have 8 hours, like let's say, of team practice with the breaks and whatnot, maybe 9. And then on top of that, he does individual work, whether with Saw or with one of the coaches or just on his own, sort of, to really become better at his new role and become better at his job, right? And it is what it is. It's the reality of things. So I think it's going to be difficult at times, but that's the life you chose.
100%. What would you be doing if you were the G2 manager in terms of which events that you decide to attend, which you choose to skip? Would you have gone to Bounty, or do you think this was the best kind of use of time for them skipping it?
I think this was probably better in the grand scheme of things. right? Like, I don't know on the inside what they feel like the main issues are within the team, right? But I love boot camps. Like, as a coach, you know, I always love them because you get all the players in one place. Everyone is more focused. Everyone is playing more CS just naturally, right? And that's where you get the most efficient work done in a way, right? And considering what's coming after this event and the schedule that's waiting in the wings, like, the main goal is two things: to get as a better seed as possible for the major, but also to get to improve as quickly as possible, right? And I think with what they've decided to do here, G2, they took the sort of hit on potentially getting some points from Bounty, but would that have been worth it if they made the top 4, but then they come here and they don't make the playoffs because they just didn't have enough time to really iron out all the things they wanted to.
There could be a case like if they would have been a completely new team, just getting a couple of games in to play some officials, because it is different playing officials and playing practice games.
Yes.
That could have been a case for them. They have been together for a little bit of while now, so obviously they do know each other. And as you mentioned, Janko, when it comes to boot camps, it is also just so much more effective in terms of fixing things. If you have, like, let's say 30 things you need to fix before you go into a tournament, you can fix that in maybe 3 or 4 days, where it would probably take 2 weeks if you would be at home, because people are not focused. You have other things you need to do. You don't have as many hours on the schedule. So it ultimately comes down to how they utilize their time, and that, I think, is the most important part when it comes to this situation.
Just touching upon the bootcamp situation as well, Dupree, were you part of the no PC bootcamps?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Multiple.
How did you feel about that?
They were the pioneers.
We were the pioneers of this one. And I think in the beginning, people laughed at it because they're like, how are you supposed to get better at Counter-Strike when you're not at your PC? And I think we kind of bought into that idea as well in the beginning, but when we saw how it worked, or at least how it was supposed to be working, I think we bought into it in the fact that we got to learn each other a lot better. Like, we got to work a lot regarding pressure. We got to work a lot about, like, the mental part of Counter-Strike, which I believe is also an extremely important asset when it comes to playing in these type of tournaments. So sure, the whole idea of having no PC bootcamps can be a joke to someone that doesn't understand it, but I actually think it's a very great asset. But at the same time, you also need to utilize it at the right time, because if you just throw it into a team that doesn't actually buy into it, then you're just going to waste your time. And it just takes time for people to understand that talking eye to eye with someone, or talking about my feelings, or why I actually get nervous when I'm playing a game, to spread that and actually accept that and deal and you know, spread that to your teammates, to be open about it, that will actually help you. But it takes time for people to understand.
Especially at the time when Astralis was doing it. I mean, our scene was so immature, and professional players too, all of a sudden they're getting paid tens of thousands of dollars in salary and getting, you know, even more in terms of prize money, and they're just doing whatever the hell they want in these teams and in these organizations, just because they won for a while being able to do it, you know. But Astralis at the time was just very good at finding edges whichever way possible, you know, and they've changed the game in that sense when it comes to culture and team building, everything, that we very quickly saw teams, okay, now everyone has a performance coach. I mean,
it's true.
You know, probably half of the teams in top 20 have a performance/mental coach, an analyst as well, or an assistant coach, right? Because you realize that having that strong bond within the team, if you don't have that at the highest pressure moments, you're going to crumble, right? And you're not going to have that resiliency that is absolutely necessary if you're going to be successful in Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
You know what's funny about it? At that time, imagine we would have just done something completely crazy and people would just think, hey, that seems to be working. Imagine we jumped out of an airplane or something and people, hey, that's what we need to do to become better. I mean, because at this time, I can just sit and say, yeah, but we got so good because we talked about pressure and there's all these no PC boot camps. And in theory, I can have my own opinion about that. I think it works, but people can think, yeah, right.
You know, all my friends are going, oh, if your friends jumped off a bridge,
I'm going to do it too.
Absolutely.
Did you go up a mountain or something? I remember seeing you lot like.
That was Vitality.
That was Vitality. Were you on Vitality then?
Yeah, that was the opening boot camp of Vitality. We ended up in a snowstorm. Imagine me walking around on a mountain with Saiwu in a massive snowstorm, and we were supposed to be sleeping inside of a teepee, like a tent. But then the guys that had kind of organized the whole trip, they decided that it was too dangerous for us to sleep in that, so we had to walk outside in the middle of the night and then walk to some kind of random hotel in the middle of nowhere and sleep. It was a crazy, but it was a very
Did you film any of this? Like, I'd love to get a peek behind the curtain.
I think Lars, he did a lot of like selfie remotes from us. And he's like, yeah, we're now standing here on the mountain. It's gonna be great. And the French guys are really moving into this one.
I think this is where like you're glad that your performance coach is an ex-special forces like guy.
We feel very safe with this guy.
Who is sort of like that. This is just another Tuesday for him. You know, like whatever he says, we'll do.
It's amazing. Anyway, back to the task at hand. Sorry for that brief deviation. Liquid versus G2. Let's talk a little bit about Liquid, because I think there's obviously Effia touched upon some of the different pressure points that Liquid are feeling at the moment. I do want to pick your brain about Ultimate, because there's been some slack from him and being thrown his way. What is your take on Ultimate at the moment? Is it satisfactory?
I don't think so. I think it's way too inconsistent, right? Like there's way too many shots that he has to hit, that he misses, whether it's at a key time or not a key time, you know, and it's been a while now that he's been on the team, and I just don't think if you're Liquid, you've seen the progression, right? You've seen the improvement that you were hoping to see.
And it's like with I think it was Swiss. He brought it up. He said that this guy is actually extremely talented. I have seen what he can do specifically in practice, and he has had games in official games where he has been popping off and been doing better. But lately, it just feels like, as you mentioned, he's missing too many shots. He seems to be caught out of position. He makes plays that doesn't really make sense to the whole game plan. And for me, I'm at a stage where I'm feeling could Liquid actually benefit from having an AWPer that would be, I wouldn't say more aggressive, but maybe contributing a little bit more from what he's doing.
I actually think it's the other way. I think Ultimate may be an AWPer that you need to sort of, to an extent, build the game around him, right? And what he does well. The problem is there's so many space taker riflers on the team where he has to do a lot of supporting and, you know, a bit more passive AWPing maybe at times, and I don't think necessarily that's his strong suit. That's where he's most comfortable at, and I'm sure he's been trying, you know, to widen his game and everything, but just hasn't been able to find the success that he was hoping for.
Speaking of comfort though, Elige yesterday, that was a finished performance. That was very, very nice.
It felt like a old school Elige, good old Liquid Elige that we know him for, you know. But it's actually quite fun to see Elige play, because you can feel when he hits his comfort zone, when he hits that thrive. That is like picking fight left, right, and center, and that's what he's so good at. Like his confidence when he hits it is just extremely high. Like he would push up middle, I think it was like 3 or 4 times yesterday, solely just trying to go for a fight, because when he knows when he hits that stride, he is just probably better than everyone else on the server. And it's good that he understands this kind of caliber that he can bring to the table. But obviously, he also mentioned himself that sometimes it can get too much, and that's also what I think can be the issue with him, that he sometimes forces it a little bit too much when it's not working for him.
And you know, in a more big picture sort of a thing, Liquid were in danger of not making the Budapest major, right? Yes. And they were playing the Fisher event in Belgrade, and Twists was on the team knowing he was going to leave for FaZe. And what happened in that tournament, I think they even went 0-2 or something along those lines, and then they sort of flipped the switch. They stopped trying to play like how they were practicing and the standard way of playing, and they just played with a ton of pace. Like they just played with fast on the T side. Even if they're losing rounds, they kept playing fast, and they made it to the semifinal of the tournament off of that, right? And I think maybe the uptick in performance from Ultimate is also now they're playing with a stand-in, so they're adjusting their playbook to some extent, they're adjusting their expectation, they're freeing up some of these players to just take risks and go for it, and perhaps it can be a recipe for success for Liquid, at least in this tournament. We know how important it is for them. They've decided to skip Cluj, Pro League is online. You know, they need all the points they can get to perhaps be in the invite bubble for Rotterdam.
On the other side of things, we got G2, who admittedly did have a bit of a slow start yesterday. They did manage to flip things around though, taking the win versus Passion UA 2-1. We're at the about 6-month mark of this kind of a new rebuild of G2. I think obviously we'd have to say winning a Blast London, that was an incredible highlight. By no means an easy grand final to get through Vitality in that one as well. But since then, a little bit up and down. What's your temperature check on the current state of G2?
I think they're probably a little bit underrated, because when you look at the last 2 eliminations or the losses at the last 2 lands for G2, it's been Furia Mongols, Vitality, Furia Vitality. Those are their 5 losses in best of 3s, and that's been why they aren't higher in the ranking. You know, they haven't been able to beat those teams on a consistent basis. Obviously, they peaked at Blast in London, but from that point on, they struggled. And it's also the manner in which they lost to Furia and to the Mongols at the major, right? Like it was very one-sided games, and then they stepped up in the decider against Falcons in a very, very close affair where they just got bested, you know? So a lot of positives for them in last season, obviously lifting a trophy, something many other teams were unable to do, but this is where you really need to see improvement early on in these tournaments, you know, see some good wins, see some deep runs, because otherwise you need to look at, all right, do we need to make some more changes?
And I think that is what is so important for the time moving forward for them now. They've crossed this 6-month threshold that I've also have mentioned before, being that in the first 6 months, that is where you kind of need to get the fundamentals to go, and you need to figure out how everyone is working inside as a unit. And now when you cross this threshold, this is where you need to start producing results. And at this time, G2 obviously winning Blast in London, you know, that was that massive result that probably no one expected. But nowadays, like, we do need to see improvements. Now, this is where they need to start moving in that winning direction. Not necessarily winning trophy by trophy, but making consistent playoffs, making sure that what they're doing is on the same page. But if they're not doing that, I am worried. I mean, I am worried for the team as a general. Like, if they don't, let's say in 2 months, if they don't move in a direction where they actually have seen improvements, I think there's a case that someone is going to be swapped out.
And you know, there's a lot of positives about the roster in terms of rounding it out and having some talented players who don't have a massive ego and everyone is willing to sacrifice for the team, and that's a positive. But also, man, when, you know, it's a close game, like the 2-2 game at the major, or some of these like playoff games potentially, like, who do you turn to? Like, who's your playmaker? Who's the guy who takes the most resources and says, all right, we're going to call this guy's number? You know, maybe it's Matusz. Like, it seems like potentially Heavy God has been very good for them, but he's from that lurker anchor position where usually not so much in the making plays early on, sort of an angle, some Pius to somewhere in between. So I think that's something that has to be answered. Malves was initially kind of brought on to replace Nico in the long term. Unfortunately, I don't think he has the chops for that sort of a role to be a star player. I think he can be great in a flamesy role. You know, aggressive space taker on the T side and an anchor on the CT side is where you could get the most out of him.
I think my biggest worry when it comes to this lineup is not the fact that, you know, Hunter has picked up and now has to transition to becoming an Ingham leader. I think he's more than capable, and I also think that he has the individual capabilities of doing so. My worries comes a little bit about what is the superstar they have to turn to when things matter the most. I mean, I've played with some Pius, and he's a player that can be somewhat passive. Is it gonna work inside this team? Is it gonna be enough for G2? Are we gonna have to are we gonna be seeing enough out of Mattis? Because he is, to me, probably the biggest star. I feel like Malps has also been this kind of guy that has been going a little bit up and down in level. And at this point, I'm still worried to see like who's actually the one to turn to when things matter the most.
I think that's the thing, right? You're both touching upon it. We use the word ego. I think it has a bit of a negative connotation, but sometimes you have to make those ego plays to like become the hero, kind of breathe a little bit of life into the team and turn it around.
I loved having players with ego. I had them on both my teams, all the lineups, because it's like when you're on that big stage, man, and you know, you want a player who will think that he's better than everyone else and who won't be scared to make a play and go for something. It was even a knock on Zaibu for a while, needs to have a slightly bigger ego and call his number a bit more often, which he has done since. But yeah, glad to see the Inferno pick from G2 doing that blast run, and around it became their sort of signature map. They've went away from it as the pick for a little while there, so good to see it being brought back here.
Well, let's going to see who's going to turn up big in the server today. It's Liquid versus G2 with Chad and Alex.
Loving that desk, absolutely loving it. And whether or not G2 are going to be loving it remains to be seen. Liquid, they did see Mirage success versus the Ninjas. Quite a convincing start to their campaign here in Krakow. And for G2, I guess a little bit harder work, a full 3-map affair versus Passion. Chad, what do you reckon when you see these two teams locking horns for a spot in Stage 2?
Well, the conclusion I've drawn based off of what the desk was discussing right there is that G2, with the position they're in World Counter-Strike, should be beating Liquid with a stand-in.
Yes.
And should be locking themselves in, progressing to Stage 2 of the tournament. But let's just see how easy that's going to be for them. We know that once a team has a stand-in in the server, that there can be a little bit of alleviation of pressure. However, pressure on Liquid to make sure they accrue enough points to qualify for the Cologne Major. So more on the line than just Krakow right here, right now, but I'm sure Shui and Ultimate would love the opportunity to fight for a spot in those playoffs, and that's a long ways away. They can cut their journey short right now by just picking up 2 best of 3s back to back. You go into stage 2, you get a day off, and everyone can take a bit of a breather. Crimbo can get a bit more time, who was pretty impressive yesterday on Nuke.
Yeah, really good form from Crimbo, putting himself in that shop window.
CT set up right now, 3 players towards A to deal with this. Keep your eyes on Nertz. This block smoke from Hunter with the dual Berettas is key. Mab's playing the triple box, and Pice, I was going to say from Ticket, but bell rung.
Yeah, he's dead as well. A little bit anti-flash, nice move from Nertz.
That is huge. Does it force the rotation? Yes. Sampius is cheating over. They have left the vent unbroken, so now it's Hunter and Malbs. So still 2 on the site, but they're waiting to see if there's a CT reaggress. And Malbs is actually selling a little bit more of a fake over towards B right now. That's just a decoy in the sky.
Now there is a smoke in the sky. Okay, Hunter's going to have his smoke ready for the block. Will that slow them down? They have the Palace push as well available to them. There's the flash. They strafe on out. Hunter receives the first comfortable. Crimbo goes down with empty hands. A second from Hunter. Elige brought out of the round. It's Shui that trades, still with a man advantage, and another smoke available, so they're in no rush.
They're letting Nertz play as well, so he's going to come in through Con, and he'll be able to combine with Shui and Ultimate for the finish. Fight will be on A.
Sampius arrives, Mattis as well in tow, just arriving now from CT.
You're not going to expect Nertz poking his head over stairs.
Yeah, that's going to come as a bit of a shock to you behind that smoke.
Well, pathing through bench.
Okay, Sampius might have the angle here. Nertz has the clear. Elevated, just hard to track the head. Sampius does well. Ultimate does manage to find the necessary trade. It's going to be all onto Mattis in the clutch. A slow, methodical, drawn-out T-side pistol. Now looks like Liquid have done enough. Mattis going to try and cut noise, hope that the bit of an overplay from Shui comes his way, and it has come with an opportunity for a quick one-tap. Gets it done eventually. Ultimate, no Kev. 1v1. Mattis got to make a move. Speed is the name of the game. That clock is ticking. Ultimate just hiding on the site. Now spotted out. Plays the game and tracks the head. Mattis on the jump up. That really could have gone wrong.
Yeah, well, Nertz right there. Just getting a head-to-head duel against Heavy God, winning out that fight, putting it into a 4v5 advantage for Liquid. That's the key. Sure, it's very close in the finish right there. Hunter does a great job to get 2 kills with the dual Berettas and that smoke to segregate the ramp presence. This is what draws it back into a round that could even be contended. But tricky from Liquid, right? Not direct, forcing the comms to be all over the place. So that's a good way to kick off the campaign. They're fast up A already.
Yeah, we've got a quick one here. SMG's clashing, Galil spraying. It's actually Nertz with his signature MP7. Buffed, and you're feeling it. Elige takes down Hunter default. Nertz aggressive into Sampius, and just like that, this force bite got nothing to boast. A kill from Mattis, the only exception. 3 kills out of the MP7.
All right, well, what can Heavy God get done? Can he farm anything up here for his troubles? Going to use a smoke to try and get to safety, but Liquid did a similar play yesterday. People didn't catch the game against NIP on Mirage. The second half was just back and forth, constant force buys. No one was able to break serve. Then Liquid ended up taking that in 2-0, and you mentioned it before, G2 got put through their paces against Passion, who are now taking on NIP for elimination. We can go check that out. It's on the 3rd map. Very close last time I checked, as Heavy God will lose everything. So the board has been wiped. This will be the easiest round to deal with so far for Liquid. Might be some upgrades into 5.7s, Deagles, P250s, but you can't be shoving any more than that.
Well, that's certainly not going to be the Force by Wars story of yesterday.
Exactly. So I think this is going to be a whole lot calmer of a start for Liquid. This is essentially a gimme. There is a flash in the hands of Mattis, so we'll have to keep our eyes on that. That'll be the way in. It's really going to depend on what the opening call from Shui is on this anti-eco. But they know exactly where the money is as well. Going to maraud 4 players top mid. Crimbo lurking through apps, picking up the position of NAF.
Look at him go. Nertz is definitely throwing caution to the wind, and he's found the perfect gap. No one spotting the fast cat. Elige is. He's going to be holding to try and pick off any of those players stacked up on A, but it does look like a wide open B side. Should be discovered soon. Heavy God's hit a real long-range headshot onto Shui there. The bomb down. Liquid going to get a bit weird for them now.
Have plenty of Util to find the finish. Sure, you're in a number disadvantage, but if they were stacked up and the flash comes in and they clamp down, that's a whole lot scarier. But now they've split into a 2-1-2. So how diligent can Liquid be?
Palace occupied. Malbs executes a headshot onto Elige. That was beautiful.
Important kill.
Yeah, Hunter unable to finish it off, but Mattis does get it done. Still maintaining that man advantage. This is getting weird now.
Good block utility for now. The bomb will go down, and if they can get back to ramp, or Nertz has to fight.
Nertz has to fight. He's got 2 ahead of him. Good work on the first. Controls the spray. Heavy God, the absence of Kevlar really costing him there. Wants to hit the heady. Nerds just peeks into him. Gives it up. Ultimate has to win a 1v2. This was supposed to be the easy one. Supposed to be the gimme. Sunpius anticipates ramp occupation. Audible to Ultimate. Heavy God, very low HP. If Sunpius hits this double hit headshot, it is awkward. Can deny Heavy God. Looking good, looking safe. 2 clutches already from Ultimate. Saving Liquid in the pistol and saving them from red faces against the Eco.
You're going to feel pretty hard done by if your Heavy God on the defuse right there and you're not actually being covered in that situation. Ultimate plays it well, understands that there's no kit in that situation and is able to pick it up for the boys. So the biggest worry is all the rebuys. Here's the opening zinger from Heavy God. Bang. All right, well, we are into the first rifle round, and Sunpius will bring in the AWP. Ultimate, not the same, and this is direct towards A. 3 players through Palace, 2 through Ramp, and there's a whole lot of smokes dotted on the map already. CT block smoke towards Con, 1 towards Palace, and right now it is just Sunpius highlighted here. If this timing comes in, he's overrun. He's dead. What? Hello?
Sure we didn't spot him?
He's so lucky to be alive.
Yeah, Ultimate was supposed to be dead. Matis swinging through CT, Shui vulnerable, lots of bodies on his screen. Crimbo down, Ultimate trades looking good for G2 to get their defense up. Nerds has an opportunity to make something out of this round. Sunpius towards the stairs, you can hear the audible spray from Ultimate as well.
How are you meant to plant in this situation?
You're not, you need something to give. G2 not going to overplay their hand, they know this one's a must convert. 2-man advantage. Sunpius actually going to be the only one on the jungle side as they group up and are going to give some fight. CT timing not looking good. Ultimate gets caught off. Should be it. Should be all said and done here. Nerds, I think, even jiggled out, spotted out, headshot onto the AWP. First of a 1 versus 4 bomb on the floor. The guy is going to have to do an awful lot of work.
We've got a triple swing in here.
Yep. Good luck. Have fun. Nerds tries to hold the spray. Does get another. But there's G2 picking them up the first round on the first gun.
Okay, so rifle round conversion and an eco that came down to a 1v2 in your favor. You know that the money is going to be a little bit ropey right now. I didn't think that Sunpius not going down to Shui there was going to cost them because of the CT setup that was in play. But that first kill comes in, it's a completely different round. Sunpius is able to find impact. So that actually is costly. It is going to be a hero AK in the hands of Nerds. Some light upgrades for a few of the other Liquid members right now, but a good opportunity for G2 to grab their second. If you're Liquid, you want to try and keep this damage up. Will have to be a miracle moment to get yourself a round victory, especially with how staunch this setup is in middle right now. And losing that AWP, they didn't get it back, so Sunpius just operating with a rifle.
Leech is holding for like a late window smoke. I wonder what their cue is. Throws it out. Hear that flash, audible ramp taken. And Matis just tracks the jumping Shui. An important trade from Crimbo's Deeg, and you can see this forward position of Hunter. He is quite committed to this. With the loss of Sunpius, it gets weird. Low HP, yeah, he'll fall. Just a long-range pistol. A Glock at range finishes the job. What is this?
Still tough, Nerds is low.
Yeah, should be good for Heavy God to find a couple here if they do try and get forward of Con. Window peek, lovely double. Malbs and Heavy God saving G2 here. It's going to be Ultimate 1 versus 2. Doesn't connect on the first opportunity. Does have a little bit of room to try and get that bomb planted, which would be a nice addition to the coffers of Team Liquid.
Has an incendiary to work with as well once this goes down, so it could buy him a little bit of extra space, and he does have Kevlar. I've already seen him win a clutch, but that was against the Eco. This time, they were the ones on that.
Can he convert again? Ultimate, been pretty cold as ice in the clutch. 1-on-1, swings on out, he's not scared! Ultimate, just clutches on clutches for Team Liquid.
I love it from the beginning of the rounds, right? Shui jumping out. His entire job in that situation is to make space, and he did exactly that. Traded by Crimbo's Deagle. Then you have a rifle swinging from Underpass and Connector. This is massive from Crimbo, right? The level that you need to hit that shot right there, that's what opens up the round, thanks to Shui making the space. So a selfless in-game leader, and then Ultimate, it's a tough clutch, but he is allowed to isolate that into 2 1v1s. So very well done there from Ultimate on the finish. That's 2 clutches for him in 5 rounds of play, and Saw will not be happy with that one. especially with how competitive they were able to keep it off the back of that eco. So now it is going to be a broken bye for G2. We have 2 M4s of either variety, an MP7, an MP9, and a FAMAS in the mix. Everyone has a smoke, but now lacking a kit and other key pieces of utility right now. So what is the idea? Are you going to boost start play for B apps? You're going to jump out window, push into underpass? Are you going to try and play a standard round?
Smoke break doesn't quite go to plan.
And not ready for the second one either, so they flubbed that. Shui's in the vent.
Yeah, and they're already jumping up as well. Crimbo, he's going to have a bit of a test coming his way ramp side. 2 of them sweeping through the ramp bit. Little bit too easy for Crimbo. Precision. 2 quick headshots. Malbs and Mattis left wanting. Mission accomplished, and Hunter even conceding this window space.
You might just want to hunker down on B and try and hold on to what you have right now, because the A bomb site not overrun yet, but will be in a moment's time, and Liquid are taking their time.
I mean, those are the most, you know, those feel great as a player when the fight comes to you and it's a round determining double. Just like that. Oh, guys, actually, change of plans. Crimbo's won the round.
And I was keeping my eye on the radar there as well, because they were doing a double A lurk, essentially, right? Crimbo, normally when you're playing extremities, you're going to have like a pack of 3 through middle, 1 B apps, 1 A, and then the A guy usually chooses, do I go apps or do I go ramp?
Right.
Well, Nertz was the second A guy, so even if Crimbo goes down in that moment, I'm pretty confident Nertz will activate and take the space off the back of that push, right, to try and punish. So it was set up quite nicely and didn't really need to follow through in that way. Crimbo just finds the double.
I quite enjoyed the little bit of util we saw from Liquid there. Loved the little Molly con smoke and Molly jungle, and a nice deep CT as well. So some diligence on display from Team Liquid.
This is 5 rounds out of the 6 played so far that have gone in the favor of Liquid. So this is already a great haul on the T side of their map choice. Inferno up next. Anubis is the third and decider if we need to get there. It's been played a handful of times now with the new iteration here at IEM Krakow.
Don't think they're desperate to give any AKs away.
A good restraint. It's looking tidy right now for Liquid. You're hoping you could be a little bit more of an agitating force if you're G2, but it will just have to be a partial behind the saves. No chance. Yeah, absolutely no chance. So Crimbo winning that one on his lonesome, essentially. All right, well, G2 have done better when they've had less. So they've got less now.
Real variety of weaponry. Not falling into that trap of seeing an unsmoked window and peeking into an AWP. Not going to be falling foul to that one.
Navigo does have a smoke over towards B to block, so
fake B with some util, or like a little fakey
I think
double pump.
In rounds like this, you know there's residual weapons and likely utility, so you want to apply a bit of pressure to force out those nades.
Which has just been thrown. Block smoke on B amps, thrown by Heavy God.
Halving through this is going to get dangerous, but here they come.
Yeah, okay, flash in the sky. Heavy God anti. He's got a good weapon for this close fight. Oh. Woof. Haircut from Crimbo. Just trims him out of the round. Nertz getting a bit frisky around the smoke. That's going to cost him everything. He goes down.
Coming through window.
Push through this smoke. It's poorly thrown. Gives him a little of an angle to escape and exit. And there's a leash taken out. Pius putting in a shift with the double kill. Short occupied as well. Could get weird. Crimbo goes down. It's falling apart once again as G2 have the lesser weapons. Ultimate overwhelmed. Too many bodies on his screen here. Gets caught out. It's all up to Shui. A 1v4 with his position noted. Mattis secures it. Mattis and Sunpius a pair of frags each, and G2 make it work.
Okay, well that one's going to really hurt the confidence of Liquid there. Just as I'm saying, they're putting together a pretty comprehensive half. They're losing to these rounds.
This is how it starts.
Exactly, right? Crimbo, I'm coming out of this round thinking, okay, I got to praise the stand-in. He's looking very sharp in these moments we've seen.
What did you make of Nertz's push through the smoke there?
It's a Nertz move, but those type of moves can cost you, can't they?
Yeah, I mean, they were just talking about how, you got to have a healthy amount of ego. I think that's the kind of play you make when you've got plenty of it.
Yeah, and I think Nertz would love to definitely lay down the law against Saw and Sunpius on the other side of the server.
A little bit of history between them.
Yeah, no good fun, but when progression is on the line, you want to get this done quick, smart. Elige, palmed out mid, flash is good. Spam through, Hunter will give up the room. Forced to use his smoke to stay towards the island box. 2 in through underpass, ultimate Elige top mid. Crimbo ready on this lurk through Palace. You'd see him they're playing in the smoke, so if they get anything in middle, they know it's a clamp down he can activate sooner.
We may find one here. Heavy God is parving into the crosshair of Nerds, and he does control it. Opening kill. Favor of Team Liquid. Hunter in a forward stance here. This could get a perfect flash. Face to face with Shuey. Mattis pivots. Hoping to be caught in the smoke. Blocking them now. Looking for that multi-spray down. Not going to be... Oh, he's not going to be caught. Tries to dip into the smoke, but Nerds will catch, and a missed AWP shot should be it.
I know Malbs has to be somewhere. It's the A anchor.
Yeah, and now we know exactly where you are. Anticipating the arrival of Palace. He is under so much pressure. No, it's with a redeeming triple.
It's tough there, right? If you think about that situation, you're Malbs, you're the A anchor, and you're the last one to die, and they're coming A. So you're like, oh, didn't even really get a chance to do my job. But second tactical timeout called. The pressure is definitely on G2.
The hang time on Shuey clicking as well. He's just couldn't quite believe what a perfect flash that was.
We could see it coming with X-ray. It looked too good.
Okay, Saw on the mic. This is the second timeout he's elected to take in, what, just 8 rounds of play?
Yeah, so, well, right now, 2-6, T-side, Mirage, things are not going well.
Yeah.
I think, right, giving them the opportunity to try and piece together the next round approach as opposed to just spiraling down the hole of tilt.
Yeah.
Right, so, all right, boys, what's the plan? What are we going to do? Or is there a key adjustment? I think that they've thrived more in the rounds where it's chaotic. So... how do we do that?
How do you manufacture chaos?
Do we set up traps? Are we going to go aggressive to force those fights early? And if you are willing to go aggressive on the CT side, it's not always going to work out for you, right? You could just get stunted like we saw in that previous round with the Crimbo double kill. But here's the plan. It's a 1-1-3, all playing retake from Ticket. 2 players boosted up into B-Abs, but it is a great call from Shuey. They're exploding the Sampaias. This has happened twice. Last time Sampaias was on the stairs, he was lucky to be alive. Oh, okay. They leered out, they were ready to go, and they've called it off. So B-Ap's taken by Malbs, very active.
Does he run into Malbs?
Well, does he play to contain or does he keep pushing?
He's hearing this, and he's... Oh, AKVM.
Well, this is what I mean. Do you keep pushing or do you play to contain? Right, like...
He was going a million miles an hour into that duel. He's done well. Hunter should be able to win this, and nice composed tap to the head of Nerds.
Well, you know you can't go B now, at least not through apps.
Shuey's got an awful lot of space. Ultimate and Elise joining him. Is this just...
Look at all the user they have as well.
All through middle.
There's so many nades.
Mattis is going to spot them. Yeah. Oh, he's adjusted quickly. Ultimate needs 2. Mattis denies. Important multi from Mattis. Perfect on that M4. Solid hold. Sampaias will put the cherry on top, but they convert off the timeout.
Yeah, they weren't to know it, and I'm not sure why it was called off, but if they're going for that A play, right, it was just Sampaias there on the site.
Yeah, open runway.
And then within the mid-round, it gets a little bit sketchy. So you're sitting there going, they have all these nades, but it's not a traditional round. They're hoping to play contact. They know that Malbs has pushed. They knew that Hunter was in the underpass. And here it's like, well, okay, Matter's got a bit of a jump scare right there, but he's quick to it. And a massive triple from him. Really think we're going to see an awful lot more from this kid in... Oh, okay. Just as I'm about to praise him, goes down window. But I love what I see from Mattis.
Yeah, he definitely is a talent. One of the very few left-handed Counter-Strike players as well in the Tier 1 realms. Can only really think of Woxic as an alternative. Crimbo does well to track the aggressions of... Was that Malbs?
Yeah, another opening death.
Pedal to the metal. He has had a rough half.
Well, they lost mid-control, right? So they're looking for a response elsewhere, and there was a flash, so at least it was team-based. Hunter draws one back.
Yeah, that seems to be a recurring theme as well in this game. But look at that! Oh, Elige, a fumble! Hunter was looking the wrong way, but got a little too excited a little too soon. Gives him a warning shot, and Hunter very quick on that knee-jerk flick.
Look how disconnected Liquid are right now. Crimbo is still over towards a ramp. Ultimate is over towards Delpan, and Shuey, as we were just on board, was in B-Apps. So they're very spread and waiting for a G2 re-aggress. It looks like if Ultimate just holds this line, he could get one. Well, there's info.
It's certainly info. Not going to be particularly satisfied with that result.
They get a boost.
That's a cool reaction. Might very well catch Ultimate here.
Over their own smoke.
Sitting duck, you're just not ready for that. Lovely adjustment.
They're assuming it's a block smoke. It's just a way to present themselves an opening. So right now they should be able to putt this one in. Sampai's playing retake. He gets information, just needs to stay alive.
Yeah, same util set this time from Crimbo. Smoke towards connector. Shuey towards the jungle side. Hunter is returning to window though. They are going to be boxed in. Tap to the head. This is Hunter's round right now. Quad kill, the 5th denied from him, but it's Heavy God that ensures all his hard work was not in vain. High impact round from Hunter. He was all over the map there. Kills on A, mid, B. He's done it everything.
Now, they can still salvage this half. Just taking a look at the financial situation for Liquid right now. It looks like we're going to be sitting around the 2.5 as the low end and 3.8 as the high end. So do you want to just take a partial in this one and full buy in the final round and just aim for 7 on the half, guarantee that lead? Or do you think that you've still got them a little bit shaky and you have a good call and you can get an AK on Nerds, you could maybe bring out a Galil on Crimbo? There are options in a round like this, and it's the first time Flashy's going to take a tactical timeout because things have been going swimmingly. So in this moment, just coordinate the final 2 rounds. I think you'd be extremely happy with the 7-5 on the half. Yeah, Mabs has been hemorrhaging in terms of opening so far. Him and Heavy God have both given away 3 opening deaths. Opening kills have been Heavy for Nerds. He's got himself 4, 2 for Crimbo and 1 for Ultimate. So there is a bit of an idea, right? You can see some pistols invested upon. They buying down to around the 2K mark with the 2,400 loss bonus. They get the bomb down an extra 600.
They actually are going to start quite heavy B focus with Mattis and Heavy God, so little light on the A side. Mid's dealt with. Shui was trying some aggressions, and Mal's not going to have any issues shredding with the help of Hunter. Nice, that's quick.
All right, well, Hunter gets himself up to double digits quite swiftly there as bit of a Hail Mary, but we know that Liquid have been able to make it work with pace before. Let's see, will we walk away into the halftime break all tied up 6-6? Will Liquid be able to sneak the 7th past the keeper? Remember, they got the pistol with the conversions. A couple of really important clutches in this half from Ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, Saw called his second time out at 6-2, and they've won 3 consecutive rounds, so certainly does seem to have been converted upon. The 3rd being the easiest, and now the gun's out for that battle for whether or not there will be a lead for Liquid.
Addis is aggressive through underpass.
He is hyper-aggressive. It was Shui
spotted him.
I think he saw a pixel. Is he going to swing it? Mattis has gotten very close, very quick. Crab walk in, headshot provided. Lovely opening kill, netted by G2. And Mattis should have been a dead man. Nertz hoping to be overlooked. If he gets another one here, Nertz does win it out. But in the meantime, he's lost teammates left and right. So Nertz and Ultimate. One towards middle with the bomb. It's Ultimate 10 frags deep, 13 from Nertz, the 2 high flyers from Team Liquid, trying to turn this on its head.
3rd time they've been in a scenario like this. So let's see if the 2 of them can pull it off again.
Smoke on Con's fading. He has to peek into B. Heavy God's Orb was lying in wait. The double orb now revealed, and there's both of them in the feed to close. G2 tie things up neat and tidy.
A team ace, 6-6. We'll be right back.
a strong start on the T side of Mirage. It's the first map of this best of 3 winner, securing themselves a spot in stage 2. And there was 3 1v1s going Liquid's way, had us at a 6-2 scoreline. G2 stabilized a second time out of Sort, coach of G2, and they just won everything on the way out of the half. We're ready for the second half. I got Chatty B with me. Mirage is Liquid's pick. Is 6 sufficient?
Well, they're definitely a recovery to bring them back into contention right now. And a pistol, they'll take the lead. Looks like they're setting up for an A play pretty swiftly. Hunter has 2 smokes. It's going to be 2 through ramp.
Oh, he's doing the Hunter smoke as well. Elige looking with the same game plan we saw.
It's essentially the same pistol round. Look, 1 firebox, sorry, triple box, 1 ticket. So let's see how this one lands, shall we? This will be direct.
This is going to be a lot for Elige to handle on the dual Beretta. It's a long-range block headshot. Okay, 1 is all Elige will find. Some Pius brings him down, but traded. Oh, there's a lot for Shuey to do. He's going to be cleared here. Jumping Malbs. Yep, lovely. Man advantage with CT control.
Nerds can flash.
Nerds will be flashing, and we're going to need some fragging out of stand-in. Crimbo, here it's for first. They bring the fight to them ahead of the flashbang. That's with a smoke grenade and a dream for a 1v2. Has to be quick about this. Heavy got down to 50 HP. Smoke will have them on high alert. They'll be certainly concerned about that. Unlikely that he's got the kit, but they don't know for sure. Hunter gets a bit nervous, pushing the smoke, and there's the kill.
Has to stick it if he wants to win.
That's the plan. Heavy God's going to spam. Heavy God's going to spam, and he will surely find him eventually. Still got a couple of seconds. 3, 2, and ammo conservation wins it for him.
Okay, well,
he panics. If he spams a couple more, it could have got a little weird.
We slit the pistols there, but that one got damn dicey. I'm curious with the Molotov coming out of Palace here, if it's meant to be under balcony or on top. I can understand why you would throw it on top of the balcony, right? Dealing with dual Berettas up there can't be easy. We didn't see it get thrown, so we don't know if it was missed or not. And especially with Mattis jumping through it. So either way, it's going to be an eco for Liquid. No force buy.
Oof, quick headshot. Crimbo's deeks it a couple of bangers.
I'm impressed with how sharp he's looking. I understand, like, this is the thing. He's one of these players that gets spoken about at the moment. I'm seeing these threads like, yeah, look how underrated he is. I don't think he's underrated. I just think he made his bed. He decided to stay in big when we knew there was opportunities out there for him, and now he's decided, oh, I want to go to greener pastures. Same thing as the Tabson syndrome, but Tabson stayed.
Yeah.
So we know that Crimbo's good, and we know that he can play these roles very well, but in terms of him not having any match fitness since October last year, he said he was playing a lot of face-it games, staying in shape, but it's good to see how sharp he is. Right, hitting some really important deagle kills, not in this round, but one in the first half that resulted in an ultimate 1v2. A couple of important AK kills, he's getting pressed. So it's really nice to put himself in the shop window.
Yeah, because he certainly, when he kind of, you know, blew up on our screens, picked up but for big, he did look like a kind of a...
Does he knife him?
A real opportunity. A German talent in the making, and yes, he will.
Okay, well, makes sense, doesn't it? You like making more money.
Yeah, the whole plan with that Mag-10 was to make cash. Feels good to hit those deeks. It's really nothing to report, though.
He was unleashed yesterday on this map.
He looked incredible.
It was the T1000. At the moment, it's a T1. Not the league team. They're also pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And dead? Well, there you have it. Okay. So will Elige be able to activate right now on the CT side? That's the question. Maybe the key to success right now. He plays a pivotal role over towards Connector.
$1,500 in the bank account at G2.
We'll see how often they want to get Hunter up in towards window as well. Okay, well, top cat window smoke, standard opener. Lee's jumping out, so he wants to stand and fight for mid control. That smoke, obviously blocking the underpass, but Heavy God can still spam through it. It ain't a wall.
Oh, wow, the combo. Heavy God does all the work. Some Pius the lick of the flame to finish.
Felt like they were very, very ready for that.
Yeah, they knew what that smoke meant. Nice read of the situation. Shuey's done incredible work finding Towers. He got 3. Okay, ace defended. Don't you stress. Some Pius with a claw back onto Nerds short. They've got the bomb ramp, though.
Surely Shuey's just bowed them out there. That's a massive triple kill from the in-game leader.
That is a lot of work done.
He was on 3 kills before that, so he's doubled his frags in that moment and essentially sealed the deal just to keep it to a 1-round game.
The only thing that makes me slightly uncomfortable is just how segregated all the CTs are.
Well, I like the fact that Crimbo's got around the world, so at least he can clear out that space. That means that eventually Shui is going to be able to focus elsewhere, which his biggest problem at this point would be thinking Palace. And Ultimate is patrolling the key rotation, right? They could obviously go all the way around CT spawn, but that's very unlikely, and he's heard them now.
Okay, so confirms he's in the right place. Off angle adopted, hoping to catch Heavy God on his swing, but Heavy God looking a little deadly. Wins it out and pulls it back to a 2-on-2.
Just use your nades and hold them at bay.
Got 25 seconds and the bomb is still under enemy control. This is so hard for G2, regardless of the fragging done so far. Crimbo lingering in Palace.
Sure, we need to let him get the bomb.
He's going to let them retrieve it. They'll scoop it up, 10 seconds to go. It is going to be well timed from Crimbo. Catches some Pius, Heavy God, he has the bomb, but he's just surrounded. It's almost unwinnable.
Has to force the plant so he goes down before time.
Takes the fights and looks like he will actually perhaps see a save of sorts. Brings through an AK-47, but not the round.
Okay, that's a huge amount of damage though, right? I understand that the round gets salvaged by that Shui 3K we're about to get in the replay.
Here it is.
Yeah, that spacing there between Mabs and Hunter, not great. That's what makes the first two frags easy, but the third, brilliant. But so much damage done. This is going to be a very weak Liquid buy. They're under a huge amount of pressure right now. They lose this round, it's going to be a streak coming out for G2. So, Liquid, you need to hold on to this.
Oh, Nerds. Does do half health to Malbs. Ultimate will be up close ramp. It's a good angle for this SMG. Whether or not he wants to actually go pushing, with flash perhaps thrown in, we'll see. Well, no, he is just going to try clearing through. Same thing we saw in that first half. Worked out for Crimbo, works out for Hunter and Mattis.
And Alish was playing con with this MP9. You would have liked to have seen a pause and maybe a better idea made generally. It's not that they didn't have an idea, right? They went for the ramp progression, but Alish has one of those weaker weapons. Maybe he could have been part of that assault. And last round he tried something aggressive too, right? That underpass play with the underhand smoke, looking to catch them on the mid control. Heavy God has this one dead to rights, and that'll be round.
And by doing it this cleanly and this dominantly, you've already highlighted that there could be a string of G2 rounds to follow this. Save certainly going to be able to keep that conversation alive.
I wonder though, do they want to just set out and hunt? They know that the guns are being carried through. I think with how easy that one was, maybe think, nah, let them save them. We think that we can get it done regardless of those guns still in play. Because everyone is able to get themselves a little bit juicier to carry into the next Hunter, upgrading into an M4. So the money's the conversation here. It's 1900 into the next for Liquid. You have these two M4s, you need to make a move. You take the save on everybody, and then with the 2400 going into the next, you're able to get yourself a buy. And Ali's trying to make a move, but Heavy God accounting for everything there is... There's the timeout. Would have enjoyed it a round earlier, but that's easy to say where we saw how it all unfolded.
Yeah, one of those just rounds that's so easy to dismiss. No flashbang. Head in the crosshair of a Tech-9 up close, and yeah, it just falls apart.
I think it's fortunate that Crimbo and Nerds are the players with rifles right now. They've been doing a serviceable job throughout this map so far. So how can they insert themselves into the play? Nerds looks like he has a spawn for A. Crimbo too, if they wanted to try and jump up Palace and see if they could isolate the A lurk, that's a fight you can normally take pretty quickly within the round and then have time to back off. Can also start dropping the util they have to the players with just pistols, so they're able to set them up and block elsewhere. Crimbo and Nerds both starting A.
Early heavy util, they are just running up! Way too easy! Hunter and Malbs cut down, Nerds with a double spray. Quick pivot. Heavy God wanted to try and find a rebuttal, but in front of a smoke he can't. He has to respect it, has to concede it, and a rifle will fall. Oh, wicket 2 retrieved by Ultimate. Very good work. Profiting the most out of Nerds' double.
There's just nowhere that they were able to respond to, right? They didn't have anybody near, they didn't over towards B to try and take some space, and in terms of the information, right, you didn't have a whole lot. You just ran out the ramp hoping to find that gap, knowing that it's the short and the B player, and unfortunately they were both towards the A site. So do they overthink it, Liquid? It's one of the scenarios where you're in this 5v3. What you want to do on the CC side is merely play for information. You don't want to be in any position where you're hard committed to a fight. Right. As soon as you get the info on even just one player, you're able to rejig and be informed on how you want to set things up. This looks perfect, doesn't it?
It looks pretty tight. And the smoke is going to confirm some of their suspicions. You can see Util thrown out by Sampaius. Mattis starts to make his move. And in the open, though, it doesn't matter if he hits the shots. Ultimate will go down eventually, but the round is theirs. Nerds, 4 kills. You were saying he's been putting in a shift. You're saying he's been doing his job. He certainly does this time. 2 saved rifles. He leaves with 4 kills.
Yeah, beautiful round. Okay, so if you look at the rounds that Liquid have been able to win throughout this map so far, it's the ultimate 1v2 where they had 1 saved gun and a couple of upgrades, and now 2 saved M4s turned into a win against a fully bought up G2. Now, there won't be any issues as far as the guns are concerned. They can get them out again. No Sampaius AWP, but Ultimate has his. These are 2 AWPers who I actually would prefer to just see with rifles in their hands.
Yeah, can't argue with that.
At least did he just nade himself? Or did...
Didn't catch it. Could have been an attempted break. He doesn't have his HE.
Yeah, I was looking at the other monitor, so
a slower approach, understandably, when you just tried a pacey A and it collapsed.
And they've essentially been given mid-control. Interesting now with the block smoke over towards B, if Crimbo starts to gravitate short so they can clamp down as a unit. But with the setup on A, that's telling that won't be the case. So just siphoning through the util to slow this roll. A peek from Mirage. Doesn't get any information, and now the underpass crawl can activate. Window smoke deployed.
And top connector.
So this could be an A split or meandering up catwalk and trying to turn the screws on Crimbo and Nerds. Looks like it will be up through Con. Oh, get Hunter into the window.
Ramp smoke is fading.
Hunter is so good at this. Probably the best in the world at playing the window lurks. There you go.
It's an opening kill from the window position. Ultimate gonna have a lot of work to do. They're all pushing in. Never mind. Shuey gets 2. Strafes on out. Perfect for 2.
Flashes deep.
Yeah, Hunter, however, can cut this rotate off. You're not going through the murder hole. It's got that name for a reason, and a missed shot should be able to get that bomb planted. Sampaius takes a little bit of a lick from the incendiary. Hunter distracted. It's Nerds that's pulled him away from that CT side. Sampaius Tetris, Hunter still doing a great job for G2. In combination with Sampaius, it will fall to Crimbo, the super sub. What have you got? A missed opportunity towards the ramp player. And a very uncomfortable post-plant for him. How are you supposed to find this defuse?
And Abnan.
Yeah, Hunter's playing it really smart. I say that. Have to eat my words if he gets this. Doesn't find the headshot. Sampaius confirms it's their round. Nice attempt from Crimbo regardless.
Yeah, good rifling work there from Hunter to hold the rotations, and a keen one there from Sampaius. Okay, you hear that from Shuey. Yeah. They win this, they're winning the game. And that's, again...
Alicia's nade.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. He's trying to do the brick side one.
Yeah.
Like, you know, all the face it demons are doing these days.
Get a little bit tricky with it, cost him 60 health. Now, the reason that Shuey's saying that is because neither team has built any loss bonus. So both teams are just teetering between 1400, 1900, 1400, 1900. So he thinks they win this round, they bankrupt G2. This is worth 2 and gets them back in. So key round right now.
Chip damage onto Mattis. Ultimate keeps trying to sweep through the ramp side. Nothing to report despite heavy occupation. In fact, the whole squad starting to congregate outside of A. Plenty of CTs to respond here. Nerds gets forced out.
Oh, wow.
That's very aggressive. Ultimate onto Sampaius, but blinded. They're coming through. Shuey's done very good shift on the A side. This time, unable to provide a thing. Have we got a Mattis have broken in? Elige behind the smokes. Bomb being planted and a flash in front of the face of Ultimate. Limiting what he's able to do as he tries to sweep into the site. Mattis could be spotted on that one. A nade with his name on it. And a close quarters duel that Malps will win out. Traded by Crimbo. Are they even interested? Shui told them how important this one was.
They
but
should
not the
save.
desired
They'll have
result.
nothing in the next round. They need to be saving.
Getting away with the AWP's a nice bonus.
Has Leash gotten a kill in this second half?
I don't think so.
Now, Shui's had a couple of moments. So he came from first over to second with only 3 kills. He's sitting on 8 right now. So he's had a couple of multi-kills that have been somewhat influential. But yeah, this is slipping away from Liquid now. This is their map choice. It is Inferno up next. Again, even though they picked up the victory yesterday, we're still going to give them the stand-in excuse. And this is the thing, they even accounted for the A play, right? Because Nert's traditionally the short player was over towards A. That Joker scenario that we do see play out a lot on Mirage.
Yeah, just that extra man.
So they read the situation. They just didn't win the fights, and that's tough.
Sometimes that's Counter-Strike.
Yeah. All right, so G2 limiting the aggressions early here. Top Cat smoking Molly into the well of middle to make sure nobody can just run up and take the fight before they get this island box control. But Ultimate and Elige, and again, Elige really needs to give them something. Shui's found some space. But Heavy got great on the extremities. And it is just the USP.
Yeah, which is why Shui has burrowed in this corner and is just going to hope he gets a back turn of Heavy God. You know, it's not a glamorous job. Someone's got to do it.
Yeah, and some of them make it look good, right? Heavy God's one of those players who...
Oh, yeah, that actually might force him wide. It's not gone spread deep enough.
Okay, so
forward position could be overlooked.
Yeah, if he can catch a timing, we can start to have conversations. Heavy God doesn't clear this guy. What do you reckon? 50-50? 100% clears it?
Yeah. He has played this game before.
Yeah, I think when you play these roles, you're not going to get caught off by anything. Alicia's done some damage onto Malbs. Bomb slipping down close towards Con, so are they going for the A finish? Ultimate and Elige will be here with the rifles in a second. There's still time to pivot.
B certainly gives the path of least resistance, but no, yeah, into A, into Ultimate, into the AWP. Headshot provided, more required. And they've only got 18 seconds to make this work. Heavy damage inflicted. Ultimate gives him the opportunity, and they collapse. Krimbo, the last man. He's over on the other side of the map.
Okay, call it 12.
Wow. I mean, fair play to G2. They are running that clock down. It was by no means a guarantee, and then just suddenly, they managed to find a massive frags in a short period of time.
Again, it's another scenario where Liquid have the right players in the right places, and they're unable to connect the dots there. So the swarm of G2 make sure that it's overtime at a minimum. That was just 2 saved guns, so it will be another rifle round as Hunter is recycling the weapons on the site, making sure nothing is get blown into the hands of Krimbo. And he's been spotted now as well, so Sampaius removes him from the play, and there you have it, G2 up to 12. And again, just returning to the conclusion I was drawing from the desk conversation, this is your expectation for G2. This is a team where Yanko's listing the teams that they're losing to. These are the elite squads. Now, Liquid might be an elite org with players who were once upon a time extremely successful, but we are yet to see that in a long period of time. G2, they're just on that cusp. Can Krakow be the event where they break through? Well, they just need to get through Liquid to secure stage 2. Final chance for Liquid to try and claw themselves back in. 4 straight rounds required. No defused kit. Everybody with a rifle, no AWP. Enough utility to make it work, but a standard round with the pace that G2 have been running. Once they get top mid control, they're just hitting the brakes.
Oh, brilliant from Sampaius, using the tracers through the smoke to track Elige. It's important from Ultimate, though. Stops him after 1. Rough first map for Elige.
Yeah.
Complete contrast to yesterday.
Yesterday he was popping off. Yesterday he was just
22
absolutely
or something?
dominating it. So much confidence. I'll bring it up now. It was, yeah, you bang on, 22 kills. He had 7.37% swing, so very influential, 102 ADR.
Crimbo, lucky to be alive after the first spray from Mattis. Will be forced to reposition by the Flames. It looks like Heavy God actually going to try and commit to this. Crimbo, wow, handles the short player. He's done so much. Gets 2 of the required 3, but Heavy God dead to ultimate. That should be round. That should be Liquid 9. It's Hunter in the clutch, though. He's going to give it a good shake of the stick. 48 to work with. Shui already gets across the sight line. His ultimate was on site, gets the jump on the first, and Shui could very well be putting himself in the vice if he's not careful. From behind, the backstab should have him. Didn't peek. Nerds did not engage, did not spot him. Shui should have the drop on him. Oh! The reactions! Truly ridiculous, revolting from Hunter! Precision on display! He's been playing this game a long time, but he keeps on shining.
What a stylish way to pick up map number 1 for G2. Liquid in the dumps right now as we head to Inferno. But a fun map there with some shining moments from Hunter. Great way for this one to close.
Got those Kovac reactions. That's Kovac rifling.
Okay, well, let's throw this one down to the desk to see what they think of things.
An insane way for G2 to be wrapping up this map number 1. Despite Liquid starting off 6-2, things getting a bit too complicated to handle as we moved into that second half. Definitely the story of a lot of the individuals, a couple that we're going to be talking about, but yeah, a very stylish way to be closing this one out, Janko.
Yeah, definitely. And we talked about, you know, who you could turn to on G2 when it's crunch time. And the one reason we didn't mention Hunter is because he's the IGL now and he has a lot of other responsibilities, but definitely a playmaker in his own right, and I think showed us why on Mirage.
This is exactly what we want to see out of a guy that is now picked up the in-game leading flowers of the team, that he can actually contribute not only by giving the right calls, but also winning clutches and playing individually as good as he just did. That is what you do seem to be missing sometime when you have like a dedicated in-game leader. But Hunter, you know, he's been a big player for a long time, and now that he's picked up a new role, it's good to see that he still has some of those capabilities.
I think you can probably attest to that, not personally from you, Dupree, but you've played under some of the greatest in-game leaders ever, but the transition that it takes to become so great in that field means that you do have to sacrifice other areas. Like there is a reason why we always talk about the potential drop-off in firepower when you take on a mantle like this, right?
Yeah, because you need to, sometimes you need to give up some of your roles, some of your positions that you played previous to make space for the new star players coming in because you've decided to take up another role. And that can be hard to kind of adjust into, but it's also where you need to be like super unselfish because you need to create that space for the rest of the team. It's like a huge bonus if you can just keep up at least a big portion of what you used to be as a player. And I feel like from what I've seen from Hunter, not only in this game, but also if you go back in some of the games, is that he is still quite stable as an in-game leader, and it's a really great asset because I'm going to have to turn my attention a little bit towards Huxi, because Huxi has probably been an in-game leader that you for a while has been thinking that he probably brings a lot of tactical depth and calling to the team, but the individual part sometimes feels like they're down like maybe half a man, and that is not really the case for Hunter in this part.
Have you ever considered becoming an IGL and like extending your career in that way?
I had a saying a couple of years back that I said I would be too stupid to be an in-game leader, so I'm gonna stick with that one.
Should we continue?
Too stupid to be an IGL, too smart to be on the desk.
Hey, I wasn't into frag after all. You have to turn your brain off to be it's like North and South Pole, right?
Should we continue the Hunter conversation? You had round 10 that you wanted to bring up, Dupree. Another masterclass coming out of Hunter.
I think round 10 is where things start to turn around for G2, because we've just praised Hunter for him being so good individually, and you know he gets the first kill here, and then at this point Liquid has been abusing a lot of these individual plays. At least probably should have gotten this one, but Hunter flicks and makes an incredible frag, and instead of Hunter just staying around jungle, he leaves some pyres towards the CT side, knowing that they will play a little bit of retake. He maybe expects him to head towards back to the B bomb side. He gets boosted, starts to continue to be fractured, gets another kill here, and then again he decides to run back because now some pyres, he knows that it's going to be a credible shot here, and from there on Hunter turns things around, takes matter into his own hand, and from there on it kind of elevated and gave that confidence boost that G2 didn't really find in the beginning of the match, and from there on they actually managed to tie the scoreline 6-6 before heading to halftime.
Yeah, had a couple of incredible rounds even earlier on where he would just get one kill pushing underground, but getting so much information for his team, allowing them to rotate over to the A bomb site, had tons of impact. And for me, I think also this is the future, this is the next step of evolution of rosters, like having an IGL who is not just a sacrificial lamb, right? Like a guy who can actually play on a high level, plays like any other player his spots, but on top of that is able to lead the team too.
And just in terms of like, you know Hunter quite well personally, right? Did it make sense when you saw this transition? Do you think he's, from the outside, to me at least, he seems like a mature enough guy to be able to take on a huge task like this?
Absolutely. Great guy, incredibly mature, level-headed, always a hard worker. You know, way back in 2018, 2019, when they were on Crazy, he would, on his own, you know, watch demos of where he's playing on the map on the T side of what the anchor is doing on the CT side, right? And that's when teams were just like sort of anti-striding on a team level, like he was doing it on an individual level just to gain any edge that he can. So I think he was always sort of destined to become one and has all you need. And I also just want to point out that it's perfect that they brought Saw, and you know, I don't think there's a better coach for first time IGL really to help you and give you the tools you need to lead the team on a high level.
Well, we got to see the elation from G2 after Hunter pulled off that magnificent clutch, so let's see how Liquid were feeling after that one.
He's a short plant. Worst side. Come in this bench. I'm picking now.
Planting.
Default. I didn't see. Wait, Camille has good timing. Don't pick. Default.
Perfect. That's right.
He hit insane shot, bro.
I mean, Shue's right. He hit an insane shot that you're not really meant to hit, but Hunter does it anyway.
Sometimes you just have to admit that your opponent is just better than you, and that was the case here. And you know, what I actually think is really nice to see in this specific clutch from Hunter is that he hits that insane flick, and instead of just trying to play it smart or outmaneuvering his opponent, he just, you know, tries to find that next fight. And at that time, he's like oozing of confidence, and he just wins out the fight. And as you mentioned, he just hit and changed.
And that's what made him instrumental in the run that G2 had in 2023. You know, winning the Winter and the Summer championships at IEM. Right? He's a guy that in those playoff games, like, he's going to take every 50-50 duel. Like, he's going to swing on every 50-50. And you know, you need someone who can do that in playoff games, right? Who has that confidence and who's able to win those duels, because it just opens up so much space for the rest of the team.
So you're saying you want Hunter to be the ego player. He's the secret superstar of G2.
Listen, I can tell you, Hunter has no problems with confidence.
Well, that's a positive
I'll
sign.
leave it
I mean,
at that.
I mean, Hunter is probably not the one you would have to turn to in the regards of having to have this superstar performance. But if he can pull off performances like that, then you probably have to turn to some of the other young guys that they're supposed to take it more of a heavy load. But if he can continue doing like this, that's a really great sign.
Flip side for Liquid in this one. Obviously, we can use the asterisk stand-in situation, not the ideal situation for them to come in. Do you want to talk about Elige? Do you want to talk about the drop?
That's what I was doing. I was checking, like, because the casters mentioned, did he get a single kill in, you know, the second half or whatnot? And he did get a couple. I mean, but obviously he had a stinker, you know, which is a shame because he had a great series yesterday. So yeah, even some of those rounds around window head-to-head against Hunter seemed like he was off his game, really.
And that's what happens, you know. You can have, sometimes you can have a good day, you can have a bad day. And obviously, as of right now, this is just one bad map. He has a chance of making up for now on Inferno, so let's not rule him out. But obviously, he was missing for Liquid. That's 100%. Specifically, also playing the connect area, which is a place where you need to make a lot of right decisions and also knowing when to take the right kind of fights. And this time around, it just didn't really click for him. And that was clear that he was a missing part for Liquid, because I feel like the rest of the team actually contributed in many good ways. I think Nerds had some good rounds, but also Ultimate had some good rounds at the beginning of the game that took some while.
Honestly, just a little bit of a lack of discipline in a key moment. I feel like, you know, the round where Shui gets a triple kill early on and they're in a 5v2, that ends up being a 1v1. Right, and it puts a huge dent into Liquid's economy. So when they end up losing a round, it's back and forth with the forces. Like, you need to be able to win that round. I'm not saying, you know, not losing a single player, but more cleanly than that, because you can just play for information. There's only 2 guys left for G2, and in MR12, every single death matters.
Yeah, 100%. Did it feel like entirely different to what we saw of Liquid versus NIP yesterday? Because this was the map that they managed to put NIP to bed on, right? This Mirage. Did it feel drastically different for you?
No, I mean, I think the bigger picture here was that the game plan from Liquid in the beginning seemed that they wanted to let the individual just have a lot of room. I think that's also what worked for them against NRP yesterday, and they did get off to a really good lead, and I feel like it was more like G2, they understood how to counter their proactivity and how, like, they started to be proactive themselves to try and find the space, so they understood how to counter the playstyle that Liquid was bringing, and as soon as they kind of shut that one down, Liquid didn't have that much to fall back into. Then, like, a 6-6 half is not bad, but once they turn into the CT side, you could probably clearly see that there was a couple of issues that Liquid were not aware of, and the fact that they had that stand-in, that they didn't have, like, the right agreements. But I feel like yesterday, the individuals were just playing way better on the Liquid side, whereas today it was lacking mainly for Elise. But in terms of the game plan, I feel like they tried to go in with the same kind of approach, which worked, but then got countered throughout the match.
Yeah, NIP, different caliber, I guess. Than
Yeah, they didn't have a great day yesterday, especially on the T side, right? We're able to stay alive in the tournament today, but also Liquid will definitely say, our economy was a problem. You know, we didn't have that many great buys. That's because you let 5v2 become a 1v1, right? That was the only round that they won, and the saved gun, you know, where G2 rushed A and Nerds was able to get a quick double. So CT side left something to be wanted.
Quick thoughts on Inferno. That's G2's pick coming into this series. What are you thinking of this one, Dupree? What do we anticipate from G2?
Well, G2 has been looking really good on Inferno. It's been a map pick that they've been very comfortable going for, so it makes perfect sense. And they usually just play with such force. Like it's mainly on the banana, specifically on the B bomb side. They are by being very notoriously, and they're really good at executing, and it just seems to be giving them so much depth to their map pool and sort of to their playbook inside this one. And I feel like at this point now that they've managed to shut down Liquid kind of early in the game, and now moving into the own map looks really comfortable for them. So I think it's going to be a 2-0.
This is where Counter proved his mettle, because Saw, this was permaban in all of his teams, right? And this is where he's great at mid-rounding. If they get an advantage, you know, pulling rotations, throwing those mini-fakes. So I think G2 closes it out.
Well, the game will continue over here on the A stream. Unfortunately, over on the B stream, Passion UA did sadly meet their end. So let's get a few closing thoughts from them.
It has reached that time of the event where we unfortunately have to begin saying our goodbyes. Standing here with JT from Passion UA for a departure interview. What do you have to say in your own words, JT?
I mean, today was a really bad day. We didn't play very well, but I'm super proud of the boys of getting this far, and just want to look at the positives.
Well, looking at those numbers that production just threw up there, the positives few and far between. Perhaps you should change your names to Passion NA for Passion Not Applicable. Because clearly you were missing that in the server today, gentlemen. I'm going to ask production to bring up that stats packet just one more time here of Halzerk and his performance in this series alone. It's not looking good.
I mean, he had a really bad game, but usually he's a really solid, great player. And when we lose as a team, so.
Look, JT, I know how difficult this all must be, so I don't want to keep you here too long or really kind of keep you guys any longer than I have to in this moment. And listen, JT, looking at those numbers, you could be prime Glaive. There's not a whole lot you're going to be doing with what you've got on the plate now, is it?
I mean, like I said before, Halzerk's been really great for us. That's just how CS goes, and there's a lot of great teams here, and sometimes it's difficult to compete with their firepower.
Firepower indeed, for what was in fact a cremation, both inside and outside of the server. Well, I think that's a very fitting segue as we close the book, or I should say the casket in this scenario, and what has been a predominantly underwhelming display of Counter-Strike ability. Gentlemen, if I could ask you to do the honors. And what was already a dim light is now completely extinguished. Counter-Strike is a very punishing game at the top level. But fortunately, for our premium subscribers at home, that punishment doesn't have to end here. Halzerk, please, do the honors.
Bro, I'm never wearing that.
Well, I'm ready.
Nothing mid, nothing mid.
Firebox for a blind.
Tell it. Break smoke, break smoke, Alvaro, breaking.
Duality, close.
Upset.
One more default, one more closer robs to me.
Come together, please. Let's just triple swing. You ready?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1,
swing,
go.
swing.
Carry left side.
MVP stairs, MVP stairs, MVP stairs. Default do something.
Default. He flash for him.
I don't know.
I am flashing stairs, guys. Flashing stairs, guys.
Bench up, bench up.
He is blind, he is blind.
Guys, let's focus on.
Default.
Default.
Default. Default dead.
3v4, guys.
I need jungle.
I'm crossing
Wait,
city.
first city Mario. First city Mario.
For me to stay epics.
Bro, but he was in the smoke.
Nice, guys.
Nice, guys.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
Welcome back. We are ready for map 2.
I know what Moses had a dream about.
Yeah, I know. I know exactly what he had a dream about. It was Team Liquid versus G2 on Inferno, I reckon, and he saw it go 3 maps. He saw us get to cast Anubis.
Look, I'm looking forward to it. Harry and Chico got the honor a little bit earlier today when BCG lost their series.
Yeah, 3D Max looking pretty strong.
Let's see if Liquid can bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, fair play. Shui was right. He did hit some crazy shots in that last round, but they did kind of lose control of Mirage, and that was Liquid's pick. A reminder as well, second stage of IEM Krakow available for the winner of this one. G2, the desk has already discussed it at length. This is somewhat of a must-win for a team like G2, especially with Liquid fielding a stand-in. Now, if unable to attend, we do have Crimbo in his place.
And I expect him just to play pit and cut.
Yeah. Well, he's been, certainly hitting the shots necessary.
Just as hard to have influence over the game proactively unless you play it like ROPS, so you're receiving a lot of the fights. But 4A to deal with this.
Oh, hang on. A little bit delay on Elige's engagement. Oh! Stunning! Tracks the second as well. Elige, a double, quadra. Okay, nearly all 5 on the pistol from Elige. He's nearly got his same Mirage frag total in the pistol.
Yeah, I think he would have been pissed off with his performance in map number 1, right? This is a guy who we just cast yesterday, lighting up the scoreboard on that very map. He gets 3 kills in the first half, 2 in the second, and now he's gotten 4 on the pistol. So if he can get going, he can be a difference maker. There's no doubt about it. Second one is dirty. Absolutely dirty there from Elige.
Filthy, yeah, 4 from him.
Okay, well, that's one way to shake off the woes.
Was it deliberately that he didn't shoot the guy that was looking at the floor because he knew his teammates were going to keep coming out? The guy hadn't seen him. Or whether or not it was just a little delay. Very interesting.
Crimbo gets a little bit of info there in second mid. There's also this question mark smoke top middle, but Elige flashed off, needs to back off. Supportive U2 holds them at the door for now. 2 smokes to find a finish. No flashes to assist with entry pathing. So all congregate in Banana right now. Another smoke will just be darted out to the half wall. And Sentry connects with that to try and delay this assault of G2. Have gambled the third player over. Sampaius lobs out the smokes from a distance. Near they come.
Yeah, how's Ultimate going to fare here? He times it very well. 3 heads roll in just 20 bullets of the magazine. Shui going to be susceptible to this jump up. Yeah, vulnerable, no cover. Elige able to provide one onto Sampaius under a lot of pressure. Scrutiny, but with resolve, he does manage to solve. Gets himself that double. He's up to, what, 6-1 in the first 2 rounds of play?
Yeah, so we had a 4K on the pistol for Elige. We had a 3K on the follow-up for Ultimate.
Yeah.
So between those 2 moments, there's rounds being won.
And he has, unironically now, got more kills on Inferno in 2 rounds than he did in Mirage over the course of 2 halves.
Okay, so let's see if this trend can continue. As you need to bring some fire. We were talking about Hatman yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
You learned the name of Hatman.
I did, and then I forgot the name of Hatman.
I just think calling him Hatman, it's a good name.
And I'm 20%.
20% sure?
That it was Dan.
Okay. Dan the Hatman.
Dan the Hatman.
It rhymes too.
It does. And he brings some energy that's kind of, usually reserved for teams not called Liquid.
Yeah, we're making assumptions from a ways away, I'll be honest, but I'm assuming it seems American sport culture.
It does.
So it could be a little bit... I don't...
Because he was wearing an American sport jacket?
Yes, but I don't think... Initially I said maybe American football. I've retracted that swiftly.
Okay.
Lacrosse?
Lacrosse. That's a good shout. Kind of a jockey, but not like, you know, a bit of a nerdy jock.
Well, lacrosse guys are cool.
Yeah, probably.
But not as cool as the football guys.
I mean, it does look less cool. I'm sure they'd still be, you know, cooler than me.
Could be swimming. He was tall.
It's true. Okay, Elige is definitely not playing scared, is he?
Give him some more.
He's going to be in that little Nico cubby. Catches him as they walk up, but also, what a lovely way to have the early info. He knows nothing's up. They're pivoting into the 3-man stacked A site. Looks like Ultimate's going to get info top mid. Is he going to be taking fights here? Yes, he isn't. I lied.
Oh, why is he going B?
I have no idea. I have absolutely no... Alicia said nothing's here! Ultimate comeback, says Crimbo. Need some help. Need a little hand, please, and thank you. Nade in combination with the bullets seem to be fine. No problems here.
Okay, spotless. That's... a great way to go into the next rifle round, isn't it? No need for reinvestments. Everybody had rifles. Sure, Ultimate has himself with a FAMAS, but that'll be all good in the hood. And equipping themselves will be G2 now. So Yanko discussing the push-pull.
I will also just remind everyone that Liquid had a strong start map 1 as well. It was like a 6-2 half. Sure, that was
that is true.
T-side, but like Liquid had no absence of strong starts. It's about how you finish, though.
Well, they're looking to do a 3-man B opener. Crimbo's going to throw the deep banana smoke to help facilitate this. So it's him and Ultimate's job just to hold them at bay. Furious smoke, and away they go. They're going to fight.
Yeah, straight up, spamming down into the smoke grenade. Ultimate has gone down. Was he aggressive middle there? It looks like he was. Looking at the radar, you can see that X quite forward position. Mattis just owns him.
I don't know about that. We'll get to that in a moment, because there's still... Should be aggressive banana and Nerds here, also committed. Kind of have to fight. Like... Okay, well, Nerds will brave it, swing away. Mattis got top mid control.
They really are applying pressure to Elige. What's his response to this? He'll throw a smoke
Has to play ahead of it.
Forward.
Crimbo's with him. They're giving up the A site, essentially.
Whoa, it's an uncomfortable round, isn't it? Looking good for G2. Shui's in this forward position, though. There's certainly...
Nerds is just trying to bait.
An opportunity for Shui to go overlooked or uncleared. Looks like some fighters will be swinging through. Did a bit of a double take, but in their 2-on-1 exchange, Liquid managed to tie things up even. The bomb was spotted as well.
40 seconds. They have time to pick this one up.
Crimbo's playing Joker. He just lets Nerds play for the 1v1. Or what's going to be a 1v2. Crimbo just going to be hiding out the back of the site if he goes down, if they elect to commit to this fight. Ooh, nice clear from Malbs. He's nailed it now. Let's see how Crimbo fares.
Well, Heavy God's clearing A and he isn't taking contact. They might take the bomb back, right? Heavy God, at the same time they took this banana fight, walked out Boiler, and Elige was playing safe on Trash. So the fact that Heavy God hasn't been spotted by the pit anchor, but Elige will be in library in time. Can he get anything done on the cross?
Oh, we can definitely get something done. Heavy God goes down, bomb is spotted, and 2 across. 3 bullets, reloads in front of their faces. Has he got any more? Needs to buy time for Crimbo to be a part of this.
Crimbo has the kit.
Yeah, and he's trying to buy time for that. Not in a hurry. Malbs and Mattis both sticking on site. Trapped by Elige. Position! Nice angle from Mattis. He punishes Elige. Probing prematurely. No time for Crimbo to really make a round out of this, and I think he's acknowledging that, starting to back away. Going to try and do some economical damage on the way out the door. Just the one.
You could see that even with the way that Crimbo was pathing away, they didn't know where both players were. So I think in that moment, Elige thinks he can isolate a fight on the site, and he didn't know that both players, they still didn't even get the information that both players were there after that exchange went down.
This was impressive from Malbs. Usually you see that top sandbags position. I think no, it's just a bit premature. Starts to pull the trigger, and this, I love that angle from Mattis. Saw how much it punished Elige. I wanted to see Mattis opening onto Ultimate, because that was 3 kills in the round from him, so
yeah, I think if you're starting 3 banana, normally you just want your A players to be delaying. If you have an AWP, it can make things a little bit easier on you, but having a rifle like that, almost feel like you're throwing your life away. The buy's not great for G2. Still, trying to be quite impressive on this banana control, and Elige is more than happy to fire back to delay and look for any damage through the smoke he can.
Another 3-2 start. And that's quickly subsided. Nurse is cheated back over.
That's an interesting depth for the smoke, like on the logs of Broom. Arms is ahead of it.
He wants
Shuey,
this.
Yeah, Shuey, you're in a lot of trouble. How's he done that? He gets one. Moving with the FAMAS, finds a headshot, and Elige feeling like a lot of work to be done if they were to commit here. Just kept at bay by the flames.
He needs to play side-side. Ultimate's going to want to take this angle.
Okay, that's going to be really nice.
But if they search, it's this half-wall boost that I'm worried about. The fight might come quicker than that anyway.
Ultimate's on the line. Just a reaction speed test, and Mattis just crouches into the AWPer.
It's all about the heavy god lurk again for me.
Wait, why does Elige look like he's pushing that smoke? He's pushing the smoke. This is uncharacteristic aggressions, and it's met with an AK bullet. All right, then. Kind of feels awkward now, doesn't it?
I can catch the... Oh, no, the bomb's passed.
Still?
Well, they know where both players were. AWP on B, Crimbo aggressive. A site should be open. Where does Hunter want to use this smoke after the plant? Will it just be for Moto? Look how disconnected. It's going to take a good 10 seconds for Ultimate just to rotate over here. And they know where Crimbo is, so it's either through apps or short. If they get the nade in pit, you can take Heavy God out. Hunter's actually being proactive, playing through this long smoke, so he is buying some space. Burrows into Moto. Got to get a move on, boys.
Could be one hell of a HE if he gets it right. Heavy God, on your head, son! Dunked on! Hunter the wrap. Oh, no, elects not to.
Yeah, it's not a good plant.
No, it's a good plant from this side. Gonna need some covering fire. Here is Ultimate, and he's not gonna miss. Nails it with the AWP. Fourth for Team Liquid, seventh for Ultimate.
Yeah, a little bit dicey there, wasn't it? So for me, again, it's the Heavy God lurk that opens up that round. He found the timing on Nertz on the long side, and Elige playing for Info at the same time. So those stereo frags coming in is what felt like it was gonna cost Liquid. This is with your Heavy God, right? You're playing in this position. You're thinking, why is he got an nade so late in the round, right? Those tend to be quite frustrating when someone has an incendiary or a HE for those type of moments. I think they know they probably could have snatched that one away.
Well, if I show you the radar as the bomb goes down, you've struggled to explain it. Actually, no, you wouldn't, because you did. You actually described exactly what was going to happen.
You understand Hunter's move too, right? And the reason they plant in sight is because you're worried if there's somebody library or you know has Crimbo data back apps, I can't plant default. But then round gets away from him.
I mean, you're anticipating a late HE like that.
2 MP7s, and this one Heavy God and Sampius.
Heavy God had a fantastic T-side on the first map of this series.
Elige is the one operating with the MP9. Let's see if he just charges down Banana. It'll be a two-player A start, so G2 maybe a little bit more worried about something. Sorry, Liquid a little bit more worried about something faster towards A.
Ouch, Malv swallows. 45 damage from a HE grenade. Man Incendiary is destined for a little more, trying to flush them forward, and they will have here that audible. Not the most perfect of HEs, doesn't do any damage, and now flashed off of the CT line. A third man coming to peek in, it's Ultimate, just in time, but a missed shot between the wickets. Would have loved that. And with confirmation of the AWP's location, Heavy God might start cooking.
He's found some good timings and moments so far, and it's a complete reroute. Nobody stays Banana. Shuey cheats over to make this 3 strong on A. Sampius tasked with throwing the nades, a supportive AWPing piece. And they're about to erupt through middle on the fade of this smoke.
Yeah, off you got, nerds. Shuey tries to draw attention and segregate, and actually Sampius is alone. The resweep from Nerds. This is a great isolation of the fights. He can't get two. Brought down by Malbs. Converging into the site, Pit's still occupied. It's Shuey onto Malbs. It's Crimbo, though, on the truck. If he can get one, deny that bomb, it's awkward. G2 in trouble. Hunter takes a heavy bullet from Elige, and he's left alone. Should be 5. Liquid, solid as a rock in the defense.
Okay, we'll have to be a partial now, and maybe into the following a sore tactical timeout to start having a conversation, because again, it's a strong start into map number 2 for Liquid.
Really liked that kind of combo of Nertz and the Shuey Incendiary. I think he may have heard the push of Sampius, and knew he had someone dead to rights on that clear.
He did have a couple of, like, in Banana as well. The HE was good, and then the Incendiary that lands that flushes them forward. They were definitely being harassed by the utility thrown by Liquid.
Yeah.
So what's the strat right now? It's a car smoke that Elige is ahead of.
Ash?
Gonna get blind.
Elige. Oh, he was looking at the floor, but it doesn't matter. Still sufficiently flashed and executed. So now you've got a rifle and a man advantage.
Yeah, this is the double-edged sword of wanting banana control, right? You don't want to let Tech9 just have banana control to do a B execute, but at the same time, if you play forward on your own, that can happen. Now they have a rifle, now they have a man advantage, and they can still go for the same plan that they were hoping for.
Also, twice, Ultimate's been on this very line. Are you going to be surprised if he's there again?
Surely they smoke first.
Yeah, he's going to get one, but they're coming quick. He's going to get overrun if he's not careful. Shui cannot give his life up. He must maintain some sight presence, and more than that, he's found a headshot. They're closing the gap, throws out the smoke. Tech9s are coming for him, gets overrun. Cover from Ultimate, it's a no-scope. And Amalb's finding him eventually, gets a bit lost in the source to Shui. Altis Deeg is known to be deadly. He's already demonstrated that thrice. Needs the ace. Ultimate last seen towards the ruins. Crimbo's utility kind of tells him where they both were. Now he's found himself an opportunity to try and manufacture the 1 versus 1.
The only safe spot.
Oh, just perfect from Ultimate. Creeps into the line. And his third frag. I don't know how that no-scope covering Crimbo, it really did save Crimbo's life. I'm curious to see how far of a long-range no-scope that was from Ultimate, but he's got a bit of a smile on his face.
Yeah, and he's having a good map, right? 10-2 right now. Yeah, important kill from Shui, and then the defensive smoke. They're sure able to use it against them. For Malbs, there was very tough, right? He can't plant anywhere in the site. Get to first oranges, I suppose, but even still. So this is it. This is a similar time as map number 1 where Saw took a timeout and they were able to have a spurt of rounds and get themselves back into the game. As far as Inferno is concerned, I think 6 is good for the CT side for Liquid. They can make it great with 1 or 2 more. So how do they open this round? Do they want to just take the pace out of a game, which is what we saw on the T side of Mirage, going default spreads, allowing the Liquid squad to really just siphon through their nades and then just grouping up for the finish. Crimbo playing for info again through Boilo. Jump spot. Well, no, just strafes past. Wants to delay their timings for the default of Apps and Boiler.
Silent mantling.
That's very efficient. You don't need to go on the stairs.
Yeah, none of that. Don't want to risk being spotted out by the mid-aggress.
Also want to jump past that window.
More forward position from the sniper.
And it is a tempered pace, right? They're not really jostling for banana control in the same way. Trying to be a bit more methodical about it.
Ooh, he clips him.
8.
Bang, the 1-2 punch, that's lovely. Whoa, that's not so great. Nertz burns down, force wide, spam doesn't quite connect. Oh, but the nades do. Ouch! G2 off the back of the timeout, and they've got a 2-on-4 in their hands.
I'm going to take a look at the util in a second, because as Ultimate puts in another, it's just some pies. A lot of the time, they're in these like blender scenarios where the nades that are coming in from Liquid are great, right? They're doing a lot of damage. They're also being distractions.
Like every time they get a little bit of a foothold, there's like an incendiary flash, a HE, something to make them uncomfortable.
Yeah, and it's not always doing a huge amount of damage, but it's still causing chaos in these scenarios.
You do hear some bias. Sure, you got the bomb down. I figured that was all you're going to get, a consolation prize. But a conversation about the clutch is... Ooh, that was lovely onto Ultimate there. This is what you're saying. I mean, every time I see Ultimate or some bias with like a rifle, they do look pretty comfortable with it.
Right.
Pretty comfortable.
I think this is the thing in CS2. It's tough to be an elite level AWPer. So we're spoiled by players like Molodoi.
How many do we have?
Onasies. Well, Zaiwu.
Yeah.
Onasi, Molodoi, Shiro.
And then it gets a bit like, you know.
I think Wonderful definitely had his moments in the
Wonderful
major.
Torji, like how much do you...
Right, so exactly. Simple.
Simple, obviously.
Of course. Okay, so these last patch of rounds have been close. You know, 2 or 3 players surviving. So it doesn't feel hopeless for G2, even though the scoreline doesn't look great. But you're running out of chances.
Oh, and he's running up mid. This is very aggressive from Shui with a full belt of util as well. He just wants to be a bit of a destabilizing presence. He's completely pantsed them. Nertz doesn't get caught off by some pious. Liquid are not giving him any respect.
A gear shift here.
I mean, we all have played an Inferno game where the CTs just run at you, but Not IEM Krakow, not with a spot in stage 2 on the line.
And the final one in the back there from Mirage all the way down. The base is second mid, so
That's
this is feel good. This is a very dominant CT half right now.
Whatever that is.
Well, we'll find out. Once we see the smoke that Nerds throws, we will know what they call Astralis smoke.
Yeah.
Which some other team might call G2 smoke.
Like when Steel was asking for the Astralis Flash 2018 edition in our matchmaking game.
Oh, of course.
Hey, you know the 2018 Astralis Flash?
Yeah.
Let me think about that
give it
real
a
quick. Am I on B when I'm throwing that, or?
No, of course. Let me just, yep.
Yep, just checking.
Yep. I threw it.
Yep. Blind, pop, bang. I say all three.
I'm watching Nerds right now.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Chevmeister's on him.
Is he doing like a spawn insta? He's already got it out.
Maybe just roughly knows. It could be.
Hi guys, welcome to Nerds' smoke tutorials. Don't forget to like and subscribe, hit the bell. And yeah, so what you want to do is you
spawn
want
where you're in front of the window.
Make this spawn, aim at that particular part of the brick, and jump throw. Was there a tap W? That's the question.
There was a tap W?
It looked like a tap dub.
Does he land it? Oh, you're happy with
the
that.
judges.
Okay.
Happy with what they've seen. And that seems to be... I think
more damage!
They're throwing an Astralis HE!
Oh, well, this is the Virtus Pro spam.
Ah, yeah. Is he going for a Zentares as well? Wow.
Gonna need an element out of G2 if they want to win this round. Otherwise, it could just be all potty for Liquid.
Yeah. Bad.
Yeah, so util damage. More was done in this round, but you have 137 for Shui, 111 for Crimbo, 123 for Nerds, 73 for Elige, which is going to go up. Even more right here.
Wow.
The nade placement has been marvelous.
Astralis-like, dare I say it.
It's very nice to watch. I think opening kills is a real problem for G2 in this half. They have managed only 2 as Heavy God gets a pair of his own, but will go down.
He's always good for a couple. Heavy God and his Desert Eagle, but 9 and 1, yeah, not the same case as that timeout kind of stopping the bleed. Liquid responded quite quickly, straight up the guts of mid, and it really has put G2 in a rather inescapable hole.
I think I said that Shui was at 137 before the damage done from that last round. Now he's at 248.
Oh, so he hit.
And Elige was at 73, and now he's at 152, so doubling it. Yeah, so it just keeps going from bad to worse right now. All right,
like
2 rounds left.
600 damage of, like 6 kills worth of utility damage in 10 rounds. It's impressive. Ultimate blind! Oh, he just pulls the trigger anyway! Ridiculous. And that was a quick one from Crimbo. Tracks the wide swing.
This is one of those ones that you're going to have to go in the huddle and quickly wipe it away. We've all copped a hiding before, but this is such a shift, right? Elige was struggling on map number 1, managed 5 kills.
Yeah, he's shaking it off. It's really positive signs.
And that's the thing, I was a little bit worried when I saw Ultimate 3K and Elige 4K, right, to get them their early rounds, but now it's looking great, right? It's team play. They have a very good understanding of when they're initiating together, when the nades are coming in. We've been highlighting a lot of that. And right now, you're in a 3v5 number disadvantage scenario that happened in the blink of an eye. You don't really have any options. You've got 2 smokes and a molly. The B execute is all they have. Ultimate tucked in towards Emo with the AWP. First contact, Shui. First oranges. And no flash to even push them off of these lines.
Yeah, smoke's not going to affect Ultimate's outcome. He's primed and ready. And he doesn't hesitate, doesn't overflick, nails it onto Hunter. A missed shot now, and if he re-peeks, Sunpires could punish, or could now. He's been audibly heard and executed. Never mind. Ultimate at the back of the site. 4 kills deep in the round. 16 and 3. What a half he's having.
It's a bit of a smile there from the coach as well. Could be an 11-1 in a moment's time. This was great. Fully blind for this first one. Smoke for the break as well. Not quite deep enough, but still profits. And Shui drawing enough attention. Defensive smoke there. Lobbed in front sight. Final round. First half, second map, progression series.
perhaps pop.
Yeah, Liquid have been very consistently winning the fight for that banana control, making life really difficult for G2. When they want it, they get it. And this is ballsy, right? The fact that Shui's not supported or...
I think the only thing that's fine with this is if he goes down, there's still time to rotate because he's so deep. But things are working, you may as well. Something that would normally be like, nah, let's not do that. When you're 10-1 up, you're going to take these type of risks.
Oh, and it's rewarded as well. Does he throw out the smoke? Like that really, yeah, that ruins your day,
It's Map's 5th opening death.
Rough.
He was also giving away a lot of opening deaths as well over on Mirage. And it's just not even tradable, right? And they can't respond off of the death either with any space elsewhere.
Ooh, hang on. Ultimate missing a shot. Doesn't really matter if he's got so much support. Elige and Nerds are there. Not anymore, they're not. Elige goes down. Crimbo's here. Maybe got an easy frag. And the bomb. Info flows. Man advantage. Crimbo supported by the... Scroll wheel! Nearly got weird. Whew. Everything's fine. We're looking at 11-1/2.
And all you can do is sit here and give you a bit of a tip of the hat, as Hakai would say, to Team Liquid. 11-1. Domination on display. The CT side of their opponent's map choice. This one could be going to Anubis.
Is that side or long?
I'm
defusing.
Nice!
Do we have time?
I have it?
I have it.
I'm running just for safety, Corey. I trust you, but I'm running.
Why you don't trust me?
I trust you, but I'm running. Dude, let's go.
Oh, the vibes high in the comms, and understandably so. An 11-1 smashing G2's pick, and it's already practically over.
Safety first there from Ultimate, I like it.
Yep, I trust you, but I am running. Hunter is running into second middle with some high-octane Counter-Strike. He doesn't want to let this one just roll over and die. He'd rather put up a fight. Malb's holding his mid.
Oh, caught the player slipping abs.
Oh, he's doing an awful lot, isn't he? Crimbo, hang on. Taking down some Pius has put a bit of a spanner in the works and coming on in for more. Nice from Malbs. Nails the headshot. Hunter's got the angle. This is very cheeky from him. He's using
he has to be around it
range of the
somewhere.
USP, and you walked in, he still taps your head off, and he's feeling pretty hard done by. Of course it's me. Why is it me?
Okay, that's an avenue.
Oh, what? He's got on them both. They can just pivot. They wrap B, or do they just go for this pit player? Hunter's managed to get himself into pit as well. So good positionally. What a pistol he has had. Both on his screen. He's doing it on his own. Double kill from Hunter. Still, perhaps Shui's got something to do about this one. Never mind. Matt is in the back. And it is going to be a G2 pistol.
Looks a little bit ugly there for a second. You bang on about the positioning, right? And I think the best way to try and shake off getting dominated in the first half is to come out and try and take some initiative. The problem is it can go the other way. So the fact that they're able to stick the landing on this and Malbs is able to get a couple of kills, that might be a confidence booster. But the fact that Ultimate gets these two, they're piecing the round together, think, okay, Hunter's probably in apps, we might have an open runway, but you're bang on. He did a great job at maneuvering around.
Just already being in pit. Mad.
So Liquid really want to keep applying this pressure. Bomb goes down, Force Spike comes through, 2 MP7s to Tech 9 and 2 Galils. That's the thing, you don't have to play this one fast. You know that G2 are going to have the weapon and or utility advantage, right? Depends on what they're trying to prioritize here. But if you just wait out the normal block util and you throw enough of your own to force that, you might be able to give yourself the advantage when you can pop into a play later. And it looks like they're going straight in for an apps pop with 3. First block spent, lads, they have to play through it.
Yeah, they are just charging straight in. Heavy Gods Famas good for it. Tracks that pit drop and covered by Hunter. Just into the meat grinder. Look at that. Perfect. G2 5 alive. Liquid's force falls flat.
Okay, well, will this be a comeback for the ages? It is going to be a long way back up the mountain. But as far as CS2 and MR12, it should be saying MR12, right? As opposed to CS2 is concerned. This can happen very quickly because right now it's just going to be a deco. Next round will be a rifle round. And there's no reason that G2 can't get on top of that, right? And if they keep limiting plants, we know it's going to put them in a situation where even with max loss bonus for Liquid, they're going to have to go buy, half buy. Nert sees the swift move from Sapias in towards window. Recom to Ultimate, who's just burrowed down in second mid. Flash.
Swing. Frag. Clean as you like. A little bit of HE as well, right on the doorstep. Double nade finds Nerds.
They're playing like a team who thinks this is possible right now. And they're not just, playing default, burrowing up. They're still staying active. These moves that you're seeing mean that there has to be comms. Someone has to be calling the play, or things have to be working within the team to be making these motions happen. Can they keep it clean again? Inferno, we'll likely see this one just simmer out for a moment's time, but Liege probing a boiler. Crimbo and Ultimate will be coming up the guts of mid.
Dealt with. Ultimate just trying to stop it from being back-to-back flawless rounds. He wants to try and get one.
18 and 6 right now.
Yeah, he's had a great first half.
We were having a discussion. It's something that I've definitely been an advocate before is resetting the...
Oh, he does get one.
Resetting the scores at half.
Yeah.
Right? Because, it doesn't tell the true picture, and being able to keep tabs on every player and their frags from half to half. Obviously on HLTV you can go after the match and you can toggle between the sides, but actually having it during the game, it would really show the players who are being impactful from half to half and not just resting on their laurels of a strong opening performance. And it's not that that's bad, it's just that it is a game of two halves. And it can also help us point praise in the right direction when players are putting in big moments. But here we go, guns are out. How long can they keep a lid on this, G2?
No, it's definitely stretching his legs up mid. This is very quick pacing from him. happy to be a bit of a soldier alongside Crimbo on the Apps crawl. Hunter throws out the top banana util.
This gives him a bit more room.
Now Malbs can swing. Yeah, off the flash. They're tucked on Broom. He knows they're there. Covering fire was there, and another opening dead for Malbs. Mattis, a similar fate.
Hunter can mop this up.
You certainly can. Look at the health of the two of them. 30 HP between Shuey and Elige, both of which are still there.
So they know that Hunter was throwing the util. So aware that there could be another player. That passive flash that was thrown there from Sampaias is to bait them into exactly this.
This is what Janko was saying. There's no absence of confidence from Hunter. And you don't take a position like this unless you've got confidence. Oh, the whole team's there.
A bit of damage done, but nothing lethal.
Would have been nice.
And now it has to be a save. So here's 12.
Okay, breaking through early.
It's tough for Malbs. Obviously, Janko was touching on the conversation when he was brought into G2, brought in to potentially be a replacement for Nico if he left, because Malbs played more of those space-taking and aggressive positions previously, but then was tasked with, on the CT side, doing anchor jobs. On the T side, he got some better spots, but they weren't Nico's positions, or essentially a lot of the positions he plays today, and just hasn't really been able to deliver a superstar level of output in those spots. It's not easy to do.
If it was, it wouldn't be special.
No.
Nice guys, keep it up. Focus. Nothing lost yet. Let's go. Clear.
I'm going to ask on air, is that from this round right now?
I suspect so.
Okay.
1 round ago.
Because I don't imagine that would be...
The sentiment now?
It's going to be a similar sentiment, but it just got infinitely harder.
Yeah, it did.
I understand it's only 1 round, but now it's only 1 round.
Yeah.
At least you had a buffer before. All right, well, Sampaias brings out the AWP. Do they keep up the more slightly aggressive maneuvers like the pistol? And Molly is to dissuade exactly that.
Oh, Malbs just already operating a heavy loss of health. 34, all that remains of him, as he does make sure Mattis gets on that box silently. Doesn't want to give the game away.
What's the timing?
He can't be. If he throws it, oh, it's way too early. They played this slow of Liquid. And over the half wall gives you a bit of an angle.
That hasn't landed as intended.
Don't think so, no.
It is sketchy smoke because it hasn't landed as intended, but...
You could see Shuey was kind of tempted to investigate.
They can do whatever they want right now. They're about to get top mid control. Nerds and Crimbo in combination. Mattis is going to start lobbing out his util. They've kept this 3-man B setup with the boost in place the entire time, but they draw out that smoke. You've got brackets now. You can finish over towards A. Maybe God gets the opener. Okay, well, that's the pit player. You know he's the pit player. Do you still want to head his way?
And if you don't, you might have to get past this sniper. So Sampaias actually going to react into the site as a reaction to the library smoke. Gives Nerds a lot of room. Hang on, Heavy God's going to be exposed if he's not careful. Yeah, awkward fight now for Heavy God. He's done so well. How's he got 2? Number 3 asking too much of him, but Sampaias can just finish this one off. Combat AWPing from the Spanish sniper. Triple out of Sampaias. G2 another round of play.
All right, well, there's enough money for another Liquid buy, so the pressure will not stop. But important opening incision that comes in, and how many AWPers you've seen with highlights from around this box. I think this needs to be an AWPer's bread and butter on a map like Inferno, so Sampaias putting it on display.
Nice, Alvaro. What a name as well, Alvaro.
You win this one, you can put Liquid on a partial.
Elige takes 50 damage. He does look like he wants to take this fight. Malbs, this looks like an aggressive push that still won't work out.
2 and 7.
2 and 7. Rough in the opening duel department for him.
It's something to be said. It's good that he's not backing down from his role, but also just having one of those days.
feel like a liability. Ooh, very hectic spray that does actually work out for him. Hunter will connect onto Shui on the final couple of bullets through that CT smoke, and the whole squad were outside of B. They're going to park Elysian, see if anything comes their way upon the fade. That looks like it's going to be 50 damage. Oh, just a bit shy. Doesn't do anything. And a missed orb shot, but still the rifles are there. Hunter swings on out, and Elysian will punish Mattis.
I think if they got that nade in, right? You wonder if it does enough to take Elysian out of the picture, but either way.
I see how good Heavy God's anchoring is. He did so well in the previous with his double. But now he needs to do it again. 3 players, 1 defender. Hunter smoked off, starts to spam, drawing attention and contributing. Hunter is doing so much for G2 right now. Quad kill from Hunter. He's on B, he's on A, he's everywhere. Keeping his squad, calling the shots, and fragging at the top of the scoreboard as well.
Yeah, a couple of bailout kills from him there.
He clutched on the final round of 1v3 as well.
That was stylish, wasn't it? That shot he hit on Shui was insane.
He's looking really good.
When you look at this, there's so much pressure on Heavy God, but no. Hunter takes one through the smoke, that pressure alleviated, and then Heavy God, he gets one. That's all he needs. Okay, still believing is Sampaius. So 6 more required just to push us into overtime here on map number 2. You pull that off, you progress to stage 2. Now the money is partial territory. And there's no need to do a shove all in. You have so many chances, right? You have a pocket strat right now, something that you've had in the lab that you've dry runned. At least try and execute that with pressure, right? A kill or 2, the bomb going down, that's great. You keep the comms chaotic for GT. Don't want to give them clean rounds. You want to avoid just all 5 staying alive and just waltzing in one at a time.
Right. Heavy God hears all of this, and he's not going to play scared. In fact, he's going to play active. Will find an opening kill. Oh, what a quick second as he slides into the fight. They have lost Hunter, though. Their most impactful player no longer with them. They've got a 3-on-3, but they've lost the sight.
Out.
Behind the smoke, hoping he catches something on that smoke break. And yeah, he will. Mattis actually bursts the leash on Mini Pit. Gets really uncomfortable for the 2 of them now. Shui knows he's got to make a play.
Guns.
Unarmored AK for Shui.
Shui can take a risk in this situation.
Could, yeah. Sampaius is holding for that eventuality. He's actually lining up nades to set him up for this short wrap. Ultimate just going to be tucked, hoping to be overlooked here. Peeks out, catches him on the quick switch. A second is crazy! Oh, we go 3! Anubis required a smashing. An absolute smashing. The question is, what do you do about that? Shake it off. That's what Liquid did after the first map. And we'll be back with Anubis.
Hello guys, this is Mattis and I joined G2 this month in July 2025. Before G2 I joined Fnatic. That was one of my best pickups before because I was trying to get out of my regional teams and stuff to experience more how to play on the bigger stages. Obviously I always had a higher expectation also for myself. Even on my regional teams I was only a short period of time, I think it was around 2 years to be honest, and I always wanted more. I thought in a way where I can show myself up more and be helpful to and show everyone that I can be on the higher stages, especially show it to myself and prove it. Playing on the biggest stages as I always wanted to when I was grinding in my regions, and basically since I was a child, and I saw it's possible to like play on these tournaments, and it's very nice.
Dumao once said in an interview that he wants to play Counter-Strike with no regrets. And in fact, for Legacy, it's not about how they exit the tournament, it's how they're happy with their own play, and clearly not happy just yet. They want to stay in this tournament and prove even more. Both teams getting very loud as we're midway through map 2. 8-4 lead for Legacy, but any lead can disappear if it's between both of these teams. We'll see how the pistol fares, as Foot, we know how capable they are.
This T side is what Legacy are looking forward to, that's for sure. Seen some great T side performances out of players like Dumao and Lotto. And trying to find a little bit of life here on this map of Ancient after Dust 2 got out of hand quickly. Positioned themselves in a good lead here out of the gates, and now look to close things out in a half that they are comfortable with. Jump spotting in.
Well, one player stood up.
That's the information.
Yeah, if they both all stayed crouched, they would have been invisible to the jump spots, but alas, here comes the A-split, and there's actually 4 defenders here. Dumao trying to dodge the headshot, impossible to do versus Symmetry. Losing 2 already, sensing the stack, wanting to leave the other way. 2 players chasing. Lotto walks out onto B. Nissim trying to cut off a rotation, potentially. Demon steps out.
Oh my God.
First bullet of the round is a kill. Lotto has flanked, but it might not matter. Nissim has to make some space of his own. Necessary in the 2v5, and that's a great shot back. But immediately it's sidelined by Jugs. And now Lotto being read into right now. There's only the one real threat. It's from that B site. Demon holding. And delivers. Sharp on the headshots, as always, our Foot, and Lonks back animated as well. The screaming match continues in this elimination game.
Dude, he's letting that scream linger too, man. He's letting it all out, making sure that Legacy know, and some good reactions from Foot right there. They not only stopped that initial attack there, not allow Dumao to pass and those Glocks to overwhelm them. They got a firing squad waiting for them, but then not giving Lotto a chance to make his alert at least impactful as well. They quickly recover and shut down that bomb positioning here, and the footsteps heard inside of A main, met by a molly. Gonna slow their roll. See what can get up to. Hard cleared, so absolutely nothing. Gerbini gonna claim a freebie there. Take over this this B side of the map here, in which Legacy would have liked to fall back on.
It's lore drop time as we have the huddling of the Glocks inside of T-Spawn. Talking about Lonks' career, did you know that he played for Falcons, by the way? Very funny.
Yes.
A terrifying part of his career. So he's really hyped up when he was joining Sprout back in 2022. He was just a 17-year-old prospect and was doing really well at some of the lands that they were playing at. Got the call up to Falcons. At the same time, Boros joined the lineup. But Falcons made some changes, and Modern and Snappy, some pious, when that change happened, he was put on the bench. And then headed over to that ill-fated Bleed lineup that we'll talk about. Played again, stepped back in for Falcons midway through 2024 after the Boros incident. And then got removed, went back into the tier 2, tier 3 doldrums, even playing for a local Romanian team known as Nexus. And then miraculously got the call up back to Foot and can still show that he's got it.
Yeah, I felt like after being such a journeyman, he talked a little bit about that time with Nexus, playing with that Romanian squad that's been, ever established. They've been a team for forever, right? But I feel like that was a little bit too much of a task for a player that's gone through so much, for him to kind of enter into, struggling in online matches and things of that nature. It's so good to see him back and playing at a tier 1 level like this. It's got to be a breath of fresh air that he can bring in, young players that just know how to make the right moves, know how to win, and even doing so on land now. Happy to see that sort of revival for a player like him. That removal from that Nexus squad was a little bit contentious, if you remember. There was some drama there as well. So I'm glad to see that he's able to move past that and enter into this roster and look as good as he has been.
Yeah, I mean, he's surrounded by players that are similar to him. On the Nexus squad, I will say BTN is in contention for the longest single stint on a team, and Nexus as a team have not broken past the top 40 in those 10 years. So just talk about the expectations for Longs as a player, as Symmetry forced out by the Molly and into the AK of Lux. His first gun round for the side of Legacy, a necessity. The Demon answers back. Players looking the wrong way. Longs does good work on the MP9. Demon a second on the FAMAS and keeps it level. 2 versus 2. This will require a retake potentially, but Jugs is still here in towards Donuts. Planted safe away from him. Will not catch the cross. We have a solidified 2v2 here.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Krabini to find impact now, trying to make moves with this MP9 and getting cut off by Lotto. Tough fight ahead, Krabini. Lotto proud about his charge through the red room, and a difficult spray for Lotto that he can't complete. It's just Sadzi now. Cut off on the left side of the site here. Jug should be able to call that over. There's a little bit of utility left, and it's quickly dealt with. Krabini picks up the rifle and uses it against them. Time for the defuse as well. And Foot hold their own on the bonus of all things. Had MP9s in the mix and still managed to make do. A huge luxury of a round there for Foot to close the distance even more.
Yeah, that's a bonus round pickup. And the final timeout called in for Legacy here, as their money is not good. Wow, worrying signs. The game has just flipped. They have to make a decision, a tough one. If they force here and lose, Foot full control of the game. The money's great. Op out for Symmetry. Oh, man.
Just used the last time out, and I think there's a little bit of that feeling in Legacy's mindset, and it's always tough to get past after what happened yesterday. I mean, for both these teams, to claim a lead and watch it slip away. You see on the other end of the server, they're right across the street. How joyful this Foot roster is to close that distance. You're gonna be feeling the weight of that bonus. For a player like Lotto to miss out on those sort of kills, you know he's so good for it. Could be cause for some panic stations. Not just yet, though. Legacy still have a lead. Can they make do on this half buy?
Trying to force out an A split. Op, Symmetry, seen. Lux trying to bait the shot. Instead, he steps forward and hits the flick. And already part of that donut split dealt with Legacy trying to reposition. But they've used all the gas in their tank, essentially. Now just hoping Jugs makes a mistake here. And he doesn't. Jugs actually clears out Dumao. The players in middle getting picked apart. This round going nowhere. Fast for Legacy. Otto just trying to get antsy around the smoke. And peppered with bullets. Done. Flawless round. 4 Foot. Great footing. good finances for the CT side is a dream. They have a straight shot at a potential 2-0.
Yeah, taking over right now, the control of this one in the second half. I mean, you mentioned it, winning the bonus, but then cleaning up the next round in flawless fashion, not dropping a single body, being able to hold on to those AKs. Definitely feel in the Legacy camp that the job just got a whole lot more difficult closing out. See if they can make moves to open up these rounds. Able to fight for mid control. They're going to do so again here. Going to meet minimal resistance. Just an HE attempt on the smoke. Blown open from Laux. Trying to press the issue tucked in towards red room. Now trying to avoid the spam at this point. Recycled utility here. Karbeni in a tough spot. Lots of ATs, lots of mollies. For some wall bang damage. Lux will be able to avoid. Lotto trying to send it back his way as well. Eventually forced off the line here in his stance here, but this is some great positioning. This is Foot trying to press the advantage. Jugs at any given moment can start to make strides through A main. Whatever instincts that he has here could catch Legacy with a lot of information, but boosting above that smoke. Sadson reads into it.
Still a two-player defense, though, and one of them is Demon. Gets the headshot on the spam.
There's the aggression through A main.
Yeah, but it's going to be late. It won't quite catch the players as they cross just barely. That was the bomb.
This is Basement Dweller's first advertisement. And our second drop is, it's up, actually. If you're seeing this, it's up. It's available on the ESL shop. We had our first go at a jacket, and I'm really proud of it. I've always had an interest in clothes, but, you know, seeing behind the scenes how the sausage is made has been a lot of fun. And if you like the clothes, tell me. If you hate the clothes, tell me, but try them before you slag them off. I think they're really comfy. So yeah, that's my advert. I'm gonna try again. I'm gonna record another one.
It starts with a dream, with a team you barely know, in an amateur official that feels like the grand final, where practice becomes progress, and every loss feels like a lesson. When will your journey begin?
For 1 sec? Yeah. Quick reactions after that one, because obviously your map pick didn't go as planned. What do you think went wrong?
I mean, Ultimate was punishing us on B just a couple of rounds and just couldn't find the solutions. Couple of rounds we were a bit slow with mid rounds, basically slow communication, connecting the rounds. So stuff like that. Just in the end, like we didn't have the solution, right? Like it's on this side, I mean. That's it, basically.
Yeah, that is it. Thoughts about Anubis, of course. We've seen it a couple of times now today, but of course it's still a changed map in the map pool.
Yeah, I mean, I think the change, like, it will evolve during the next months. So right now it can be a bit random, but we had some time, like, since we didn't play in Bounty, to look up the map, and obviously they are playing with a stand-in, so I think it's harder for them. But yeah, there's a certain random factor in it for sure. But it's going to be interesting to see how it goes.
Okay, finally, is there anything you can reactivate Malbs a little bit, because he felt to be the one to fall to the wayside a little, like his openings didn't really pay off, like what's going to be adjusted there?
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely different map in Anubis, and like he has different responsibilities in that sense, because obviously Inferno Banana, it's a big deal when we can't really get proper control of Banana. Yeah. So in Anubis, it's a different story, but for sure, we're going to have a bit of a talk here and try to come up with some solutions for that.
I'll let you go then to have that thought. Yeah. Thank you.
Newest addition to the map pool. We're hearing from coach of G2 there, dissatisfied with what he saw on their very own map pick of Inferno. It's Liquid G2, stage 2 up for grabs for the winner of this one. And what is this, number 5 as far as how many Anubises we've seen?
Yes, indeed. Obviously, when it was released during Bounty, they were playing on the old patch. It's been played online a little bit in qualifiers. And we're getting it for the 5th outing during stage 1 of IEM Krakow. 3D Max have played it twice. We've seen Aurora in the server with it, but it'll be the first for these two teams. And Sour's bang on with a stand-in. What can you really expect out of Liquid? Well, they've been able to pull at the distance. 13-8 on Mirage, 13-6 on Inferno. Will this be closer for map number 3?
Seeing Liquid on the CT side, I'm immediately reminded that Elige was a bit of a demon in middle.
True.
Could be interesting
so he'll be impacted by this. G2 won the knife, opted to start T side.
Yeah, so that hasn't changed. Elige gets a lot of info, and they are just running straight towards Temple. Yeah, they are. He concedes the space, finds a further back angle. He's just being chased by the whole squad. We're going through spawn to A. What a call.
Okay, this is definitely a pug call. No U2, just Kevlar.
Okay, Ultimate. Oh, hard fights. Hard fights! Not for Ultimate. Great tracking. Nertz lingers in main, confirms there's no lingering lurk. Hunter takes that space away from him, and he's just going to back into him. Yeah, he wasn't ready for that at all. See you later. Hunter finishes the job, makes it even. A 3-on-3 retake, no kit available. Pug strat working? Question mark. Malbs has given one up. Messy for some players. It's going to get really difficult unless Hunter can keep hitting shots. They do. Both connect. It falls to Elige. He has to come up clutch. Already had his bell rung, low HP, run down by the Glocks. A little overwhelming and a little frustrating, I imagine, for Team Liquid. What an unusual pistol call.
Yeah, because it's going to sketch out the comms, right? And I think that if you're going to operate with a bit of a fakey gameplay right now, that could be a key for G2 to string out this team with a stand-in. Great shooting from Ultimate. He's top of the stats for the series so far. Had a very good showing there on Inferno, but Hunter has been impactful, right? He's been bailing the team out when it needs, and well, he's done it again here.
40B.
Yeah, and obviously we're going to be talking about this new hole and how it can be exploited.
There's some stacked HEs towards the hole right there. Molotov as well.
3B, 2A, block smoke main for now. A lot of this is going to be the potential for mid-round or late-round rotations or being able to catch players off guard. Stuff when you just start the season and perhaps in with minor tweaks, you don't really know what the meta will become.
Well, I mean, how many scrims total? Like, if you really played it, if you're really keen, it's still going to feel quite weird, isn't it?
It's only going to be a handful, right? So, and a lot of it is going to be theory. What ideas do you think are going to work? And if it works in one scrim, who's to say it's going to in another?
Yeah, nice securing that E-box position. Forces out another smoke. It's not great. Hunter can peek in front of this, and Crimbos was ready to punish. Hunter takes a lick. Hunted down by Elige, and he gets away with it. Nice find. Opening kill provided. Ultimate, though, is he capable with the scout? He is! So composed. Nice with it on the scout. He might even be ready for more as well. That's the bomb on Sampaias' back. That's awkward.
Addis is
with the spread of the flames, and he could have them both. He should have them both. Elige is low. Nice finds. Malbs onto Ultimate should be his as well. And it all falls into place nicely.
Okay, important couple of kills from Malbs from the pistol now into the force buy. It's important for him to get a bit of confidence going. He's at the bottom of the table stats-wise. It's actually him and Elige. So the two aggressive pieces for both of these teams having some moments to show the struggles. Elige on Mirage was completely missing, which is the opposite of yesterday's game. And then Malbs, in terms of openings, has been hemorrhaging them. So we'll see how they start to kind of lock horns down the stretch. But neither team is eliminated off the back of this loss, but we'll have to play again tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, just to reiterate for those that missed the death segment at the start of this series, Dupree and YNK discussing that this really should be G2's win with the caveat of a stand-in for Liquid. I mean, G2, the teams G2 had lost to, it is the elites.
And right now, Foot versus Legacy is live. The winner of that will play the loser of this.
Right. And that was in, which map are they into now?
They're in map 2. I don't want to give any spoilers. You know I like to keep it close to the chest for the viewers at home, Alex.
Yeah, a lot of people do like to go back and watch the games they missed. So
I also see people, you know, saying, hey, can you extend the end of the VOD so we don't know when a game ends? So lots of people consuming after the fact. But it is this eco with the saved MP9 and a couple of scuttled in pistols.
There are a lot more MP7s than there were previously.
For sure. There's no doubt about it.
I like the skin choice as well. You know, we get to see a little bit more of the
as a psychodelik guy, though,
personality of Hunter.
I think it would just be monochrome. But the fact that he's got anything with a bit of color.
Haven't seen that one before. It's crazy. What kind of tree makes that kind of wood? An alien tree.
I was trying to think.
Something from Avatar.
Yeah, because all I had was like Jarrah.
Yep.
Or a pine tree. You know what a Jarrah tree?
What's a Jarrah?
Maybe it's an Australian tree.
It sounds like an Australian tree.
Gum tree.
Yep.
Oak tree.
We're just naming trees now. Birch tree.
Skill tree.
Walnut tree. Skill tree. A beech. Is there a beech tree or is it just a birch tree?
I don't know. In Valheim, I'd cut down birch and beech trees.
Okay, so they do. Okay. Yeah. I was worried I may have conflated the two.
This is one of the rounds of Counter-Strike of all time.
It is. It is certainly a round. And you're starting to see why that T side... so, obviously, you've probably had a run around. Have you had a chance to kind of get a feel for it? Playing the map?
I played a couple, but I hated it. I just...
Why?
I think it's because I wanted more.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't... Oh, Mattis. There you go. I think you may have spotted him on the radar there, son. So that'll come through. But I think I didn't expect more. I think I wanted more because fundamentally the map is going to play essentially the same. This hole is going to make it more jarring at points. You can already see how people... First, when you're doing map theory, it's all based on the timings of when do we meet, right? And then what utility can be used, and then everything kind of gets built on top of that. Well, people are already, you know, molly-nade combos. You're not running through that hole.
What about the hole on like B plat for E-Box?
This is the thing.
Does that do anything?
Well, for the CTs, if you're playing on that platform and you want to flush the Ts back out once they've taken space.
Yeah, sure.
So that is an option.
And it does make the lineup for the Ts, you know, to molly plat
Slightly
a little less janky.
They've got these insta-dark smokes that G2 have been throwing out a lot, so they definitely got the reps in, right? Some teams might look a little bit jagged around the edges with the U2.
Of their T smoke. This should imply he gets a fight here. And he's going to get away. No, spoke too soon. Nuts does pay the ultimate price, but Ultimate gets away.
Still going to keep the pressure up. They're ready to pop into this second wave now.
Oh, backsides are going to be Molotov'd. So you eat the flash, you get Molotov'd out. I think they missed it. He does hit it. Nice shot from Ultimate. Supported by Elige. Liquid completely shut down this assault on the A side, just like that. Liquid are on the board on the CT side, and it is convincing. Ultimate leading the charge, 3 kills deep on defensive A.
Yeah, that Molotov that Sampanis has thrown has changed a bit, right? Because they've added some more wooden boards up there, so you have to throw it a little bit differently. So it definitely didn't land backside, which is where I think it was intended, but good trade work on this.
Yeah, this is the angle they were hoping to Molotov. He gets 2 frags from it.
Yeah, so that can't happen again.
And that was actually something Sorp in particular was highlighting, was the amount Ultimate was dictating to G2 in that second map.
So those mollies and nades.
And now he's mid. You know, he's going to keep it dynamic. His rival Orpa is on the other side of things. Some Pies might peek in here. And just like that, Malbs clotheslines him.
Okay, so both Elige and Malbs getting opening kills in this to draw us back to a 4v4. Hunter up to his usual tricks, working through water to try and harass Connector.
Oh, he's going to be having a bit of a timing here. I don't know if Shui's going to be ready for this. Especially on the low HPs. He got the double ready. Trade from Crimbo. Nope, denied. Hunter, he is deadly. 3 on the entry to B.
He's laughing about it right there on the cam.
Get cooked.
Having a good old time with how that one just unfolded. Now it's just about making sure Elige cannot save.
Oh, and he's been spotted as well. He doesn't realize it, but they'll be tracking his trajectory, and he's even
just going to walk into this.
Yep. ready for you. Lovely.
Okay.
Wow. That's terrifying, isn't it? He's having too much fun.
He's having a great series, this Hunter.
Oh, mate, 2 is fine, but number 3, caught on the crouch, books him with the spray, and he's just having fun.
He's doing it all. I wonder if he's laughing if he got like a miscom and there wasn't meant to be, like someone called there was a player middle, or either way, early tactical timeout called from Flashy. They do have the opportunity with the finances to get back into a buy.
It's quite a sobering round to lose after just getting on the board as well.
Yeah. Nertz is going to bring in the MP7. Ultimate will get back the orb. So that's the highs and the lows of this purchase. No kit. Do they want to try and operate with something a bit more punchy? And every time Chev's on it, right, they have all the spawns for this deep dark smoke. So they're throwing it every round. It's going to make it a lot more suffocating for the combo, right? If you play aggressive window and you want to play at a kind of peak dark, E-box, whatever you want to call it, this makes it really tough. So the fact it's instant, by the time you get there...
Perfectly highlighted by the cam there. You see Shui's arrival. Forced to expend a HE just to start, like, checking.
It's so early, doesn't it? But he's dropping that.
Heavy God. This is risky. That feels ballsy. I mean, I understand he wants to apply some pressure to the A-anchor, force out util. Nertz has got no util.
Well, there's nothing really left for Liquid at the minute 20 mark, right? We have a handful of flashes, 2 smokes and 2 HEs. So how quick can they bleed those out?
Yeah, the smoke's already faded. He's used it. Speaking of smokes fading, when's that dark one leaving?
Now, they're going to search. Nertz are pushing.
Oh, what a perfect pop flash. Hunter winning the previous with frags, this time setting up Heavy God.
Shui's making a move. Can he catch a timing?
With the flash. Oh, he's being held by Hunter. He's doing it all, isn't he? Just looks away as Shui rounds the corner, though.
So you know it's going to be an A-split.
This is really potent now. And he will just choose to engage on the one. He knows there's another in there. Crimbo's got a lot to do, faffing around with his nades. That's a bit awkward. Chooses to engage secondly. Elige goes down just like that. 3! Completely collapsed from Liquid. Oh. Nothing from Orp to do in a 1v3 retake.
Now get away and save. So 5-1. About to read the scoreline. Happened so quick, didn't it?
It was from competitive to not in a blink of an eye. Everyone losing their duel simultaneously.
And another multi-kill for Malbs. So, you know, we're going to keep tabs on his highs.
I always find it's impressive when a player can have, you know, a really rough 2 maps and then still be able to turn it on for map 3. I think that's admirable. Shows perhaps some development from Malbs in the mental.
And we've got 3 players from Liquid yet to get going. Shui, Crimbo, and Nertz. 1 kill for Shui, 1 for Crimbo, 0 for Nertz. And this is the thing, right? They haven't had too many gun rounds so far. I think we're looking at 3 out of the 6 rounds of play. I say that's 50%, so I'll take it back. I'll put it in my pocket and I'll try again next time. It's going to be a partial behind the saved AWP of Big Tim. When he's playing well, he's Big Tim.
Big Tim.
Because Tim's in Ultimate, for those people who don't quite get it. Yeah. Lil Tim otherwise.
Lil Tim and Big Tim.
Elige's in with a shoddy.
Of course he is. The perfect weapon for middle.
These are the rounds where you're on high alert if you are G2 for window play.
Right. Or might have something onto Mattis here. Yeah.
He was even pre-aiming the boost, right? Which is something we've seen Liquid in the past on this map do. And obviously we're going back 6 months, but he was ready for the boost and they've come out low side to get themselves an extra gun. Should we can get away with that? He can equip one of his teammates to do have armor.
Yeah, they're trying to channel them into A with such a forward block smoke on B. Heavy God shows his face but backs away. Malbs is activating middle.
This is the key for me, taking this space right now, because he's completely on his own whim, right? He's taking a chance, trying to segregate things. Still looks like they want to finish towards A. Sapias has util ready. Malbs first fight. There you go. Found.
Crispy headshot. Now they're feeling the pressure from the backside as well. If Malbs does start to swing heaven, those guys are dead. That's Nertz and Elige, both playing this close A main. Shotgun 5-7. Heavy God 1. Heavy God 2. Oh, the shotgun has not done anything.
All right, well, hold on to the AK and the AWP and you'll be all right, okay? This is...
It was a little halfy, a little attempt.
I still think this, regardless of the fact that when Anubis was in the map, we didn't have the economy change, right, the $50 per kill.
Yeah.
And there's obviously been these tweaks to the map. It's still, I think, going to be a T-sided map because fundamentally most of it plays the same. So holding on to these, loss bonus coming into the next is going to be maxed down at 3,400.
What was your previous, like, Chad Birchall par for the course for a CT side on Anubis? Like,
I feel like it was an 8. Like, well, for the CT side, yeah, like 4.
4, okay.
Right, 4 or 5. Maybe you could squeeze out 5 if you get the pistol.
Yeah, that makes sense. That checks.
So right now it's 3 for G2. They lose the first gun round, and now they've won 3 consecutive.
It's flowing real nice.
Don't want to give anything else over. Don't want to have to operate with any extra investments going into the next. So keeping 4 alive in main.
What was the board addition for? Like, what nade were they trying to stop from happening?
It could have been something to do with the boost, because the tall box reposition, you can boost on there, and you probably could have seen T-stairs.
I think you're right.
I would have liked if they had kept that, because CTs don't feel like they have enough options. So if you could have seen through, give them something.
Yeah, fair.
Come on, Gabe.
Ah, that makes sense.
All right, a flashy timeout number 2 within 7 rounds of play. Now, he might even burn all 3 in this first half just to get them 3 or 4 rounds, but after the performance you put on Inferno, you'd be hoping that you can put up some resistance. It needs to start, and now you know that it's going to take consecutive rounds to break the finances of G2. So these rounds are never going to be easy.
They really have got every spawn, haven't they? Or at least Hunter has, every time I've seen him throw that smoke. He's been doing his homework.
It's just interesting that there's no CT, like T-stairs smoke thrown out. I think they just want to hop. Okay, double AWP.
Double AWP,
yeah,
and an Aggie one from Crimbo. He's just hoping to catch this B main T-side approach. It's a big mid-fight, though. Flash from Pius. Elise just eats it. He's a dead man. He's a dead man. Ultimate's trying to provide help. I think he's actually tagged Malbs through the door there.
This is risky from Ultimate.
Oh, sticking around, yeah.
Position.
Feels like you're gonna, have to hit the first shot you take, and he has.
Crimbo's dead.
Crimbo's a dead man. Oh, core owned by Mattis. Just comes on in for 2. Sure, he wasn't prepared. Crimbo completely caught off and gave that sound cue away, and the B site is just open.
You hear that scope, you're licking your lips, aren't you? Right? You're just
so close.
And now Nerd's still yet to frag, looking like he could be 0-7. Is going to be hanging around. It's not going to work out well for him. Heavy God is under the scope. Oh, okay, he's on the board.
Okay. Rough.
No, the Grim skit was a while ago, all right?
Yeah.
You want to try and avoid these. Let's say that this is just domination from G2. You want to avoid the blips on the radar in series, like Inferno was.
Yeah.
You like, because you win map 1, 13-8. It wasn't. I don't want to say it was dominant, but it felt like they were in control 100%. For a lot of it. And with a team like Liquid, especially with the stand-in, you want to be able to put them away. I'm not saying they're a bad team, but for where I think G2 want to be, this is the type of team that you need to be beating. And even, yeah, sure, they're probably going to take care of business in 3 maps. The more convincing you can make it against teams like this, the better. Okay, this time I think we're getting aggressive T-stairs smoke, so might have to change. I think Liquid are going to be feeling desperate now.
Pushing out quick E-box.
Yeah, and Nerds can push out A main.
Okay, I mean, Ruggs is definitely going to be on high alert. You can see Heavy God.
This is exactly why I didn't think there was enough changes. You can just wait if you're G2. You re-smoke dark, and then you take T-stairs, you take Ruggs, right? You push back mid.
Here it comes. That's the smoke thrown by Hunter. Smoke will fade stairs. They've got this full, like, setup. Ultimate will play ahead of it.
Have a molly for this.
They've even got a molly for the cubby. Flashes as well. Nerds 1. It's the Ultimate that has to hit that on the swing. Distracts and destructs. He gets 2 more. They line up for the sniper. Plays ahead of the smoke grenade, and looks like it's done enough for Liquid to find number 2.
Okay, well, there you go. The aggressive play worked, right? They get the push through main, out through connector. Molly was good, right? G2 had considered it. They've definitely spoken about the theory of how they want to retake that. Should be extinguishing to give himself that buffer. And Ultimate continues to lay down the law. So 11-5 now.
He's in form. Oh, Shoo, he doesn't get a chance. Mattis has got a railgun. Blows his head clean off. Heavy God, he heard that. Nertz's aggression is so crazy. He gets one. Sun Pius eats it. Elige will swallow the grenade,
I don't know if he heard the jump, though, Heavy God.
He might be caught off by this extra man now to kind of catch the flank on Hunter. Yeah.
Oh. Now Hunter's kind of considering it.
Oh, some of his teammates are going to tell him he threw a nade. No? Yeah, hello? Oh, Elige is actually really going to hate that one.
You don't see that with Elige often,
No,
do
you really don't. That's horrific. That's 2 from Crimbo. Maybe Ultimate can once again
Big Tim, Alex.
save him. Big Tim in the building. Never mind, it's Heavy God. Swings on in with the perfect pre-aim. A cheeky wink to the team as he secures 8. That might be the first time I've ever seen that kind of level of whiff from Elige.
This is great, isn't it?
Oh,
Jump
that was
spot
nuts.
from Shuey, and yeah, just boots in the air for too long. And and
He
there
wasn't facing him, you know.
Yeah, I know, but it's not a
fair,
pistol.
Man. It's not fair.
Oh, come on. All right, well, there is the third tactical timeout from Liquid. That's what I was talking about a handful of rounds ago, that if you're Flashy, you know that you need to get as many CT rounds as possible, and right now that bar is 4.
He's talking directly to Shuey here. It's rough when you take a look at the scoreboard as well. Crimbo, Shuey, and Nertz. 8 frags combined.
I just took my ear cup off. I'm going to do that more in the timeout.
Did you hear it?
I think I can hear it.
Oh, that's cool.
If I do it.
Okay.
Especially if they're directly below us. So this isn't a force buy. This is just a half buy, and they'll...
A half buy that you really need to win.
Yes.
Yeah.
But, you know, you could have had 2 bad buys, or you can have at least 1 good buy, and maybe a bye-bye.
Bye-bye-bye.
Oh,
they've even got the
harass
geeky
nade.
HE.
Man, come on.
It's supposed to be hard to throw. Oh no, Crimbo, Windy in his room. Oh, it's just a disaster. Mattis runs into the site and just ends the round. That's it. That's round 9 for G2's T side. He's such an asset for G2, is Mattis.
Yeah, good pickup.
Brutal, brutal.
Him and Heavy got very excited.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think supported by the likes of Hunter and some Pius, you've got a really solid core.
They're winning 9-2 with 4 openings on the T side.
4 openings on the T side.
Yeah,
for
right.
9 rounds.
Ultimate's 4-1.
Wow.
Elige is 2-0. Nertz has got 1. But they're still just dominating them, despite of that. So it means that their reactions are on point. They've definitely been in the lab. Really prioritizing window smokes and the deep, dark smoke. That's been consistent. And then they've even had some nifty pieces of utility that they've...
Guy on the booth. He didn't hit me once. He didn't hit me once.
Well, they're having fun.
Easy to do so when you're on T-side Anubis and you're up 9-2. Is Ultimate going to test the hole? He is going to try and find that stairs angle. No one willing to oblige it early.
Now he's kind of susceptible if they start to contact. He doesn't have help. So his back's turned.
This is going to look really silly. Ooh, just in time, he's on the line. Quick one for 2. Wow, he saves his hide, just shows just how good he is with that sniper rifle. And Matt is even perfectly timing his evasive retreat.
You wish you had this more consistently from Ultimate, don't you? That could elevate Liquid. But good performance here today.
I'm more curious to see if people will start wallbanging this as well. You know, like from here, you could wallbang some Pius through the board, through the bridge board.
I think the problem is you want to do that more early in the round when they're set up.
Right, when they're behind the smoke and
that's
stuff.
what you could be mollied and naded.
True.
This is to salvage the 3rd. So 4v3, G2 hit the brakes, starting to whir into action towards middle now. Shui's taking an awful lot of spaces, so they're grouped up. G2, they're going to use the AWP on the line. Can Mattis hit another banger?
Can Nerds just win this duel? No, he can't. Mattis is... The death POV is so rapid. He's really quick on the draw.
So the problem is 2 players towards A. They don't know it. 30 seconds, still staying quiet, and so many nades.
I think they've got the right bodies in the right place for this A-Rap. You've got a main occupation. You've got someone Heaven. Elige, I think he's been spotted. Okay, holds his ground, stands for one. Traded by Heavy God, but Shui, perfectly positioned, was overlooked completely. Heavy God had his nades out.
All right, to salvage for the half, Zempius. 10 seconds, you got to make a play.
Yeah, well, the play is plant. Whoa, no, it's not. Okay, he hears them both, and there's no time to win the round. That's going to be 3. Liquid have just enough to keep us interested. Something of a conversation into the second half of play. G2, though, storming in the lead. We'll swap sides, and we'll be right back.
Let's go pop together, Mario, after this molly.
He's flashing, I think, Ker. He blocked pop. Careful.
He's headshot top, guys. 2B.
I will contact tower.
Okay.
Yeah. There's Gum.
Nice.
One more.
Stay alive, Mario.
Dead.
One more B, pop.
Dead.
Nice, that's it.
I'm running away
from this. Temple and A.
I'll search CT. I don't see
Take
I have
C4.
temple.
I look
Give
CT.
me.
I take
Hold
Modi.
temple.
I have Modi. I have. CT they won.
This is mid guy.
A player.
Last A player.
They had
You
two
can go
ops.
pop only. I have stairs.
I pop. All good. I pop. Nice, good job, guys. That two ops. Motherfuckers.
Wow, main takeaway is just how much Hunter's speaking. IGL, and he's been calling the shots to get them up to 9 on their T side of Anubis. The winner will advance to stage 2, joining the likes of 3D Max and PARIVISION, who've already secured themselves a spot there with the big boys. What do you reckon, Chuddy B? We got a long second half here, or is this going to be 4 rounds and done?
Well, the fact that Hunter's already dropped out the hole.
He has. I'm just going to occupy beneath it. Shui's holding for a camera smoke.
But it looks like it's meant to be an A fake, right? The bomb is outside B.
But Hunter's going to have the backstab onto Ultimate, trying to throw the nades. Good trade from Shui. Oh, long-range goosh onto Malbs. Some
They don't
Pius
even need the bomb.
loses out, and job done. Mission accomplished. Triple kill out of Nerds. He has just doubled his frag total in the first round of the second half.
Yeah, it's tough, right? And the question is 3 rounds enough for Liquid to get back into this game, or was 9 enough for G2 to close it, right? So we're about to find out in this second half. Nothing consecutive for Liquid in the first half of play, but again, it is Anubis, right? We know that it definitely has a T-side bias. The fake couldn't have worked better.
A shot from Malbs.
It's going to be a force for G2. I think that G2 might have some interesting ideas in terms of CT moves.
Well, there's a bit of a collision course set towards this A side of the map. You can see there's 3 Ts towards the T stairs. Nerds tasked with containing any A main aggressions.
This is interesting, right? Heavy God is the guy jiggling to take contact, normally the A holder. So is he meant to fight and go down? They're all going to swing together.
Oh, maybe. Here they come.
He's hearing all of this.
Oh, God, he's just going to have to stand his ground.
So right now, Malbs needs to block on B, right? He needs to make sure that they're not able to waltz in because Nerds has got a decent amount of information off of that.
Oh, he knows his bodies where that came from. 4 players just around the corner. A little jiggle, a little sliver. Unloads his mag for 3. Does very well. So back-to-back triple kills from Nerds to start off the T side. And Malbs will be found. Very difficult to track that Mach 10 at full move speed. And then Smatis just going to try and preserve Nerds' AK, see if he can bring it through to the next.
It's going to be very, very tough, right? Look at the radar. They've already got a decent amount of coverage. I guess if they think that he snuck out, because at the moment there is a gap. Never mind, he's going to get found. Yeah, okay. So there was a gap as if he was going to walk up T stairs and try and escape towards spawn. But now that they know, they should be able to lock this one in.
I think Ultimate and Crimbo combined have kind of got both of his avenues covered. Oh, he's spotted Barrel. He's doing very well. Mattis is holding on.
This is extremely costly. Do you throw any more bodies at this now? Ultimate probably would be like, I'd love to get an upgrade, so he might overstep.
It would be wise. You get that AK out of his hands, you get the AK into yours, you get an extra $600. Long-range burst, go on. Ooh, he's gotten it. Fair play. I mean, he said it was going to be hard. He makes it look easy. Well played to Mattis. 3 points of health, triple kill, and a save.
I think Ultimate, fortunately, is able to get himself an upgrade away from the Mach 10 because in that situation, because other riflers died, as Ultimate, your in-game leader and coach were saying, hey, let's not give away another life. Not only do we have to rebuy the $1,000 of armor, we're also going to have to get another weapon out in play. And he's thinking, well, I've only got a Mach 10. So it's like a fine balance to try and strike there. So they get this AK, and we've seen Mattis shooting extremely sharp. They've gone for upgrades around it, pistol heavy, with even a little bit of util. So there'll be some ideas flowing here for G2.
Easy nice flash lineup to set up Heavy God outside of A.
Both him and Nertz use that same move in this map so far. The deep incendiary, they can par the head of it, and it might catch a T off guard. So I want to try A again.
I mean, 5-7 is the perfect angle.
No flash?
Perfect range for this pistol to just hit the head. And he's unable to do so. Both of them denied by Nerds. What a
multi-kill in 3 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, we talk about, you know, resetting the scoreboard on the half. Nerds would have a very nice-looking scoreboard to start off the T side.
Alright, preserve the AK again, but this time he actually has a little bit of support to try and assist. If you can find a little bit of damage again, you can keep those financial issues flowing.
How quick a 9-3 turns into a 9-6, just a 3-round game, as easy as that. Limited resistance. Everything seems to be working, and pressure will be starting to build for G2. What felt like a very comfortable lead no longer is. There's another gun available. You're going to try your luck and get your hands on that.
Wow, Mattis! He is a demon! Just time after time. They can't get this AK out of his hands. He's got 6 kills holding on to it.
So you've limited Liquid's finances off of what were pretty convincing rounds out the gate, right?
Yeah.
And now the timeouts will be only called by one man. It'll be this man on the screen right here, Saw. We know that Flashy expended all 3 in the first half in pursuit of as many rounds as possible, and they got 3, and now it's just a 3-round gap. So Saw knows with those kills from Madison, the last couple, that the finances are not in the best spot possible for Liquid. If they're able to scoop this one up right now, can set themselves up to close things down and not allow Liquid away back in. Spice has the AWP. 2 kits in play, full util. And away we go. Will this just be a standard round, or is there something Saw and Co have been cooking up? Looks like either heavy mid or B. Yep, it will be B.
Yeah, there's a lot of bodies there. Mattis actually does get the spot ahead of the lurk smoke arriving.
Is this just a staging area behind the lurk smoke?
He's going to blow it open. Oh, they're exposed. He swings on out but gets nothing done. That's the first time Mattis has had empty hands. Malbs has to make up the difference, and he's done so. Finds himself the multi-kill, brought down by Elige, wraps around. Still CT, Hunter catches him with his nade out. Elige in trouble, gets run down. Good shooting from Hunter. It's Ultimate for that response. Pushing out with the flashbang Temple, though, and it is going to come down to Ultimate winning out the clutch. He's got the bomb, and he's got 2 to worry about.
There's so much time.
I like his immediate knife out pivot. It's going to buy him a
He's in
plant.
the flow state today, right? He's hitting a lot of shots. He's making good decisions. He's already won a couple of clutches. You go back to Mirage. So he will be able to get the bomb down.
This is going to be a real opportunity for Ultimate. This would be such an important round if he can convert
He's searching for a fight. So does he want to actually continue through?
This could be a bit of a shock. Interesting pathing. He's going to miss some Pius, but he is going to have an isolated body. And I'm not sure Heavy God's ever considering Temple.
Okay, but is Ultimate going to be pre-aiming this, or will he be expecting elsewhere, right? Because if he's not clean on this clear, Heavy God can swing into it.
He'll clear. He'll find it. Ultimate's clutch is taking shape. Some Pius can't quite believe the gap that's been found.
Okay, remember there was 2 kits.
He'll take Heavy God's position. And up against an AWP. What an undesirable clutch for some Pius.
And the clock now.
It's looking very good. This is one hell of a clutch taking shape. One man on a mission, playing the clock. Knows Pius is under pressure, and he has done it once more. Clutches and clutches, Flashy raising the roof. He knows how important that round is.
And that's Big Tim. He's really feeling it today. Map after map after map, he has definitely delivered. And when we did the coach check-in after map 2 was lost for G2 Saw, saying Ultimate was punishing him.
Bro, I
now
can't.
He's doing it again.
It's just such inspired movement from Ultimate. He dips straight out into A, through mid, through Temple, and manages to isolate the only player on B. It's just, I don't know, special.
And it's drawn another timeout immediately, right? So Flashy knows we're in the head, boys. We are definitely on the comeback trail right now. Just a 2-round gap. There's another buy in the mix from G2, but this one, the tone has just shifted.
It's a question of, like, who can carry harder, Ultimate or Mattis right now? Admittedly, he padded the stats with all those exits, but I think Hunter as well is probably one that needs a shout-out. He's started strong in that first half.
Yeah, who's going to be the next wing to come in with support?
A Molly nade combo trying to stop aggression's middle. Hunter has started solo mid here, so he's just going to puff up his chest and puff up a smoke to keep him delayed.
Yeah, and they're putting a lot of faith right now into Heavy God solo A. Hunter will start to shift over through camera, so it's a 3-2 split mid.
No one really tending to this, just going to play it as an info position. And taking the pace out of things are Liquid. Expecting some type of aggressive maneuver, also wanting to see what type of buy it is.
Just 2 smokes remaining. Hunter's got his in his hands, ready to replenish. Malbs with the opportunity to block on B. This looks like it's set for a frag, isn't it? Perfect angle for Pius. He'll connect, smoke to block. Elysian, in the meantime, did find Mattis to keep us level.
Got time to reroute. Nerds should activate mid right now to look for a gap, and will do. Out of utility, though, for the finish. Just going to be a flash on ultimate. It might be all of them coming through middle, see what they find and react off of it, because what felt like a lot of time has quickly just become 30 seconds.
It's just going to be pure contact.
It's going to have to be.
Okay, they're set up for this. Heavy God ready to react upon Hunter's contact. Now the sound cue heard. Nerds will go swinging in. Hunter handles it. Distracts. Oh no, Heavy God gets nothing. It's still a Liege down though. Hunter's doing so much, but covered, and ultimate hits the necessary shot to make this round a potential reality. A-main, heard, scoped in. He's very low HP, but he's still searching. He can have some Pius here. He's going to have to clutch up again. Is ultimate really able? And he's going to completely subvert the expectation. You're not ready for the AWP to be up close. You're not ready for him to be scoping up, posted up, and him a shot! Another one from ultimate!
Back to back, baby! That one is going to leave a mark.
What a beast. I think it was on Anubis where I first saw like Ultimate's debut of just
mid,
aggressive AWPing.
Yes.
He's very at home on this map, and these clutches in back-to-back rounds. Look at this one. He gets dinked, nails it, low HP, 1v2, catches some Pius, and then sticks around. If I'm Malbs, my teammate just said he's dinked.
So right there in Ultimate's head, the bomb's not planted for him. So if he stays in main, Malbs in the side, that becomes a very tricky fight. So Ultimate has no choice but to stay and take that type of a duel. And this is 3 timeouts taken extremely quickly by Saw. No timeouts left in regulation. If we get to OT, you get a bonus 1 each, and then I'll keep happening every overtime we siphon through. But this has gotten away from you quick, this type of a lead. And matters with that saved AK. That's why in that last round we actually saw a buy, right? Otherwise we wouldn't have seen that. The saved AKs actually built them up a bank of cash, those extra kills. They had a buy that, you know, it was lacking. It was missing kits, it was missing some nades, but mainly rifles. So that's why you probably get more of a tempered pace from Liquid in that round. What type of a buy is it? You know, if Flashy's been doing his job back there, he will have been knowing all these extra kills, the saved gun, and probably informed them that there could be another AWP in play. We've lost Crimbo from the server for a moment. We'll get him back in, don't you worry about that. And the teams will not be able to talk during this technical timeout. So you've just had the pause of your coach. You're hoping to get back in the server and just get going if you're G2. Now you've just got to sit and simmer for a moment, and you won't get another one of those. The LAN hall has cleared out. All of the games are completed for the day. Winner of this progresses to stage 2. Loser takes on foot tomorrow. Those plucky youngsters. They know that the money has to be tight over there for Liquid, considering these have just been clutches. Just Ultimate staying alive in back-to-back rounds means the finances cannot be flowing, and that's why you see G2 shove. They want to punish this, but you need to capitalize, otherwise it can start to spiral out of control.
Yeah, okay. Ultimate hoping to be given a freebie. Is Pius considering any more than this?
He's got Heavy God with him, right? And that's the traditional anchor, so they want to fight. They don't want to give Nerds the control for free.
Shui could set him up with a flashbang. Has been doing that quite ritualistically. Ultimate capable of swinging through. Oh, he nails the headshot! Heavy God's trade, but it's kept in favor of Liquid by Shui.
Someone needs a multi now on G2 to make this round possible.
Might have to be Malbs. They are setting their sights towards his bomb site, and he is so alone.
There's not going to be any pressure from B main, and that's not going to matter right now because he is pathing back, so he's going to find himself in a retake position. They've gambled for it being an A finish. Malbs starting to cheat over. And again, Liquid, just hit the pause. Allow the player to come to them. Lee should be the one to break the silence with a nade.
They're finding
if Malbs doesn't get back now, it will just be a save. He needs a multi-kill right here to make this interesting at all.
Yeah, see if he's got anything. He's heard a sound. He knows it's up. He just knows he's got to get 2 here. Minimum. Oh, but Ultimate adjusts. Thought he had the advantage there, Malbs, but yeah, nothing to be said about this one. And what seemed like an incredibly dominant first half has been leveled out with a 6-round run straight out of the gates on the side swap.
Yeah, so those 3 rounds, they didn't really feel overly convincing. One of the rounds they got away with because there was like a missed piece of utility from Senpais and Ultimate got to stay alive on the site, right? You go back to that A execute. So a couple of rounds where they're going to be kicking themselves. Even the last round of the half, Senpais is in a clutch where he doesn't plant the bomb and then loses to time. So missed opportunities that didn't feel like a lot in the scheme of things. Can't really come home to roost. It's tied up 9-9. And remember, there'll be no more tactical timeouts from either coach. So going to have to do this themselves. Mattis saves to Famis. He's got 19 kills short. A bunch of them were exits. A bunch of them did allow them to have more buys. But if you're not converting the rounds, which they haven't done in this second half whatsoever, Solutions feeling dire.
Crucial trade from Shuey. Double from Heavy God. Could have given him a bit more room to breathe. Nice tapping from Elish.
So that was 3 straight rifle rounds, essentially, and now we see them just going to partial. So save Famis with full set of nades, a couple of 5.7s and a deagle.
Oh, hello. Hunter's going to win it out. Awkward fight for Elish.
Yeah, it feels risky to take that type of a duel.
That's a dream opening kill for G2 on this partial investment. Oh, lovely ideas. Yeah. Oh, God, Nertz has got to get out of that. He survives. Mattis is further forward. Crimbo will have to clear this properly. Famas the AK. Crimbo clears. So now what? They've managed to get themselves back stable at 4-4, and you've got 50 seconds. What's the plan? Nertz and Shuey heading towards A main. Hunter does have the opportunity to throw the flash for Heavy God. This could go wrong. If they eat this flashbang. Perfect! Oh, someone had vision. It was Nertz that manages to at least stop it being the double, but Hunter back sight. They know someone threw that flash. Someone threw it. Flames, awkward. He's dead. Nertz and Ultimate securing it. It got a little sketchy. Malbs is pretty damn good with that Desert Eagle, but this would have to be spectacular. I'm not going to hit the first.
Okay, they're in the lead.
Can't quite believe
Can you? Yeah, I was going to say. Nertz has been an absolute monster in this second half. Obviously, Ultimate with those clutches, but Nertz has been the opening force. He has 5 opening kills in this second half of play. In the pistol, he was just a marauder, and then he kept that up round after round.
Like,
it hasn't slowed.
Didn't he have like 2 frags in the first half?
He was like 0 and 6 at one point.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, because I said something like, oh, he's doubled his kill total in 2 rounds.
Yeah, he is just...
He's on 16.
Go on monster mode. So right now, Ultimate and Nertz in combination. But also this pace, it's tough for G2 to deal with. Deep T-stairs smoke. That's going to give Senpais an angle. He's going to get mollied back. And they're looking to explode into B. Madison Malbs not ready for this. They're still doing the dark.
Yeah, they're just pushing in. Oh, just catches Crimbo before he finds cover. It's an important frag from Mattis. Sure, you've lost the sight, but you do have the numbers. Not anymore. Held by Malbs. Elish just comes straight into his crosshair. With the bomb now planted and an AWP bullet found, Shuey finds another contribution. Wow, Shuey's just getting them all. He nearly got 4.
Still in a 2v2 though. Smoked off Hunter. How are you going to combine? Are you going to come out the window? Yes, he's quick to this.
No kit. And Ultimate alive as well as Nertz. Liquid's 2 hardest hitters you've got to get past if you want to get your first CT round. Smoke. Peek nails it. And Hunter, what is he supposed to do? Forced to back away. There's just simply no time for this one. We're going to try and catch Nertz on that hunt. And he's just gone down. Wow. Incredible from Team Liquid. Yeah. This is an 8-round run.
That right there from Shuey, you get to see the whole how it can be a nuisance in the mid-round. Normally, you'd have to drop out the window and you're just free-falling. There he's actually able to take a fight and apply a lot of pressure. So he gets this kill on Heavy God, rotating away from A.
Drops
and he
out.
Pokes out. He poked out the window, got a kill, then dropped out, so he's in a position to harass. And then Ultimate is the necessary one to confirm it, and Hunter gets to take nothing through.
Just 2 more rounds now. This is phenomenal stuff from Liquid. G2 stunned at this moment. They have guns again, sure.
Oh, Elige finds an easy one. Pius just gets booked through the mid-smoke. Hunter's ready to punish. No trade, but no ammo. He's going to go for the timing, isn't he? Shuey, you cheeky boy.
Hunter lost his gun.
Yeah, and Shuey's not committing as I thought he was. Mouse is pushing. Wow, that's active from the B player. Love to see that. Now G2 have found their footing. Hunter again light on ammo. He has some support from the A player. What's Shuey going to do here? Can't believe he's still ready to take this fight with the USP. Running at him. Oh. Not the double. Okay. Okay, everything's fine. G2's round is just 1 kill away.
Okay, but Nerds is entrenched. I know that he doesn't have the bomb, but this is like a Nerds special. When he's off in no man's land, and he's got a lot of time to work with.
Just saw a bit of a grimace. Doesn't like how long this is going to take, this play he's elected to take.
Yeah, the bomb is miles away.
They have the bomb, it's probably what he's been told.
So what's the setup looking like? That's the key. Is there a way in? You've got Heavy God jiggling the hole. It's Nabs to make sure this one is contained. Now, the difference in that situation is Liquid decided to up the tempo off of the opening kill, which drew them into that type of a cluster fight. Now, I just heard some Pies say they have no money. That's not true, Chief.
They have some money.
They have more than enough money. They have an AWP, 4 AKs, and full sets of utility.
So, I guess you could say they've got lots of money.
Yeah, but the key is, G2, how are you going to draw it into that type of a fight again, right? Liquid have been playing much more tempered up until this point.
It's unlikely you're going to see that same reaction if they do find an opening.
Exactly, they'll just hit the brakes again.
Yeah. Okay, so already the CTs have cycled through, what, 3 of their smokes.
It's one of the problems, right, again with this map, but they are going to take some initiative. Crimbo.
It's his responsibility. He'll confirm that there is presence. Multiple bodies push B main. Oh, that's a well-placed HE. Shuey's been having a lot of grenades thrown at his face.
But if the fight comes to A, they've got the number advantage right now, Liquid.
Yeah, you're right. Shuey likely just going to want to stay there to catch any attempted water rotations.
Crimbo wants to lurk mid.
Showing some presence on A, Pius and Heavy God.
This is a tough push for Heavy God.
The angle doesn't work out for Pius at all. They both go down. A side open. Crimbo in mid would have loved that onto Hunter. Still does a lot of damage. It's going to hinder Hunter's attempts from the camera position.
I think you should save. I know you're giving over 12 here, but you're going to lose it all.
It's not a satisfactory result for them.
And look at Shuey's move right now. He is guaranteeing if they do drop back that they're going to go into the in-game leader who's cut off the pass, but they're looking.
They are. Ooh, they could have lost ultimate. They do! The round's over! Shuey is so disconnected, they don't know. They have no idea where he is.
Hunter has the kit, so does Mattis.
They're surely going to throw a smoke on the bomb. Shuey's going to try and stay cool. Try and stay calm. Mattis considers it. Crab walks in and finds the first of the 1v3. Now, though, Hunter can just get on it. It's a 5-second stick. Malbs just has to provide the covering fire. Shuey's trying to call the bluff, and the round is theirs.
Oh. They've just pulled off a number disadvantage retake of that A bomb site.
Can you believe how quickly they all fell?
Shuey was disconnected. I bet he's thinking the round is done. He's playing for the save in that moment right there, and they've given that one a go. I cannot believe they pulled this off. Big shot from Malbs. The double is huge, and then Mattis removes the last piece on the site.
Nice tap.
Malbs finding his form at the right time. 20 and 12 right now in this game. It's got legs. Now Liquid are in trouble with the finances.
Yeah, okay. You have a pocket call or anything? Pius relays, it could be fast A. Quick reaction as well from Hunter. He'll make sure Heavy God has some necessary support if he needs it. Got a block smoke. He says, I'm fine for a moment. I'll play this pixel. I'll throw the block smoke.
Hunter's joining him now, so they'll have 2 over towards the site.
Block smoke.
Oh, brave this.
Swing, Nerds. Oh, no, he's flashed himself. That did not go to plan. Neither did that for Hunter. He gets dunked on by Elige's nade. AWP only gets the 1. 12 imminent, despite the low money. They found a weakness, and it's A.
Giving this a look. Hold up.
Jesus. Oh, he hits on the second. Nerds capable with the AWP. can understand why they tried it. They had a number disadvantage retaking the previous.
Yeah, but this is a 2v4, and where the money's at right now, it's only 2,400 loss bonus going into the next. Mattis has 150 bucks in the back pocket.
Yeah, and you
but
just
if you're
lost it all.
Hunter, you're Heavy God, you're Sampaius, you're all in a much better position. But Mattis is going to be operating with something very light into this, what could be final round, definitely final round of regulation. Another opening kill for Nerds. He is 8-1 in opening kills. Ultimate is 5-1. Alicia's 3-1. So the openers, they were dominating them in the first half, but they weren't getting the rounds. Okay, someone's going to drop Mattis and operate with less. I think it might be Sampaius here. Clotheslines him on the way out the smoke. Just frustrations, I think, being shown with that type of a peak. So 2 MP9s, one for Sampaius, one for Heavy God. The rifles for the B defenders and Hunter in middle.
I'm just in awe. Like, you know, you said Ultimate's in the flow state. Nerds is too. Like, to see both of them in the same flow at the same time, it's really completely turned our expectations upside down for this Anubis. I really, really want to know what Nerds had in that first half. I'll be refreshing the page as soon as this game ends. Single digits, though, for sure.
See, this is it. They know that they can take the time. There's so much stress on the CTs at all times. Right, con pressure, a main pressure. You just have to block, and they're down to only a handful of smokes, 2 smokes. You want to have restraint or show restraint, but right now, game on the line. A little bit skittish.
You heard Elise talking about their B defense. Despite success is more readily available on A historically.
Yeah, helps when Nerds is opening up every round.
Does, certainly. He may very well have a fight coming his way after this smoke fades. Throws out Util, forces a fight this time. Heavy God wins it out. Okay, 2 in the feed from G2. OT, 3 kills away for G2.
We could have still going to finish B here.
Are they leaving? Very interesting. Falling away. Letting Liquid commit into this site, throw out their util. Smoke will completely obfuscate Malbs' angle. Throws a couple of bullets, doesn't want to get caught on the counter spam. And they've gotten the bomb across just about. Elige loses a majority of his life. Gets it down and gets away. Oh my god, this is still a conversation. This is still not going to be easy in a 3v5.
Away from the Orbs, giving it to Elige.
Okay, makes sense on the low HP. He's responsible for Temple. Ultimate's got so many bodies on his screen. It's messy. Perfect flashbangs, and G2 takes us to overtime. 5 alive as well. Wow, they just about found the recipe for success. 3 of the last 4 rounds of play going G2's way, and that's all they have to say.
Oh, okay, well now everything essentially gets reset. 16k.
It's very impressive that Heavy God wins that duel there, up against the rifle.
I was just saying Nerds was winning the fights towards A almost every round, and that one time he goes down and...
What's that, his second opening death or something?
Exactly.
What a sigh of relief that must be for G2, because that was a very high-stress environment.
And now the coaches will get some timeouts if they want to call them for some adjustments.
Oh, good point, because everyone burned them in their
It came very quick. I think by like 9 rounds, like 9-9 in this second half, there was nothing left.
Yeah, okay. Heavy util dump from everyone here. Look at Malbs. He's hit. Oh, he knows Chewy's been forced into the fight. Love that. Wait.
Is that their own molly?
Okay, yeah. That was a missed mid-hole molly. And it's actually forced Chewy into the fight from Malbs. That's really unfortunate. Oh, lovely mid-hold. They're going to walk into Hunter now. Back turned. It's just a little too easy, isn't it? Well manufactured from the CT side and swing it in for another headshot. Hunter convincing.
I found their confidence, and you would think with how regulation's gone, you can only be giving away 1 round, right, to the CT side.
Yeah. Well, better be this one. It's not a great look when your opening kill comes from a team.
It was a team molly, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Brutal.
You think with all these ultimate clutches.
What? Seeing ghosts.
Let's do Navi, guys. I sent it.
You see there was the pace in that round as well.
Yeah.
They got the fights early within the round.
There's definitely like a correlation between quicker Liquid and victorious G2.
Now, Hunter's just said, let's do Na'Vi, I'll send it. What is Hunter's spawn? It's the best mid spot. He's going out the window.
Ooh.
Chev, MC, he's going out the window. Surely. He said, I'll send it.
Interesting.
If he said he'll send it,
he will send.
Surely he's going to send it.
We love a full send. I mean, also, like you highlighted, you're expecting one on CT, like max.
Yeah.
You've just got that for like immediately.
So take a couple risks.
So let's roll some dice. You know, let's go for shock and awe.
Now let's see if Soars called him off because
there was a timeout.
Flashy's taking the timeout, but let's go, Hunter.
Oh, that's Mattis. Okay, fine. I thought Hunter was gonna get the smoke towards the stairs for his teammate. And yep, nope.
Well, they are.
So the smoke is going to enable some Pius to not be Molotov'd out of this line.
Well, it doesn't feel like he's... No, he is sending it.
He is. He drops in. And they aren't ready! Easy first onto Shui. An important trade from stand-in. Crimbo. They're just going to fight. Look at some Pius leaping out the window. A little bit of a deathmatch attempt for G2's second CT. Didn't quite work out, didn't quite go to plan. Elise is going to be able to confirm the location of the last, and a little slam of the desk there for Mattis, a frustrating one. Thought he had him.
Okay. Well, I thought it was a full. It was like
a half send. Yeah, I wouldn't say full.
A full send's just launching out the window.
Knife out.
The fact he gets an opening kill here is mental.
Really?
It's a nice trade. Yeah, Crimbo's had a tough go at the office today. Okay. Well, who's going to walk away with the lead?
It's whoever does anything fast seems to be losing.
Right?
It's just don't do anything for the first 30 seconds and you increase your chances. Shui's got an alternative angle for his mid-approach and pressure.
Now that volley won't work because there was the pre-smoke from Hunter there.
Right.
Ultimate outside of B, right? As we heard from Elige much earlier in the piece, saying they've been pushing B a lot. So if that is the response, the AWP is a choice weapon. Do they just let Nerds continue to go through the motions and play these mind games that he's been having with Heavy God to get this space? You just see, look at the luxury. No stress, no dramas, just hopping around. Everything is all good in the hood right now.
Peace, serenity. And here it comes. Ultimate, you still there? No, sir. He has departed, and now we'll hear that flash.
Okay, so they take
got it.
A main control, they take B main control.
Trading territories.
Supplies needs something on the line.
Yeah, he does. And he will deliver. Elige goes down. He's going to get Molotov out of position. He's going to be in a lot of trouble here. No, it's already strafes on out, catches Heavy God, and there's the covering fire. A-side falls, bit of team damage. Hunter's going to swing bricks. Yeah, he is. He's going to use that new toolbox to have additional cover. And actually has the fight, wins it out, takes down Nerds. Important trade. Mattis down as well after one. It's Crimbo having his round, his moment in the spotlight. Can Malbs have his? A clutch demanded. Ultimate just creeps on in. Perfect read of the situation. So it is kept to the minimum or the maximum, whatever you want to describe it as. It's just that one CT round from G2 as we swap sides.
And can they remember what they were doing to win the rounds in the first half? I think in a situation like this, you want to do something out of the box if you're Liquid, at least with the first swing of things. I did get some intel from production with the final rounds of Inferno, for people who didn't catch it. Crimbo called the round. He asked for permission if he could call it with all the youth, and they found success. So maybe Crimbo has an idea of how to get things going into this one. But double AWPs is apparently where the solutions may lie. You can see the economy HUD on screen right now. Elige has bought one. Ultimate, of course. G2, they can't get dejected at a moment like this. You got to keep it together.
You see, they've solved the meta like we have. If everyone has to play slow to win a round, and if you play fast, you lose, you buy 2 AWPs, you've got the counter to the slow.
Right, well, yes, it is a great way to deal with teams who are doing the slower moves. And I don't expect Elige to be going aggressive with an AWP.
No, sir. Let's see how G2's approach is on this attacking side, if they can even remember, like you said, what was working.
Well, he is aggressive, Alex.
Yeah, does a full sweep of mid and reports nothing home. Ultimate's being cheeky in this forward jail position. You can actually catch the tip of the head over the top of the smoke. Okay, Elige, that is still aggressive. Tried a little smoke break play, nothing to find.
Okay, so was he going to post up Fountain or close main? A lot of space for Ultimate with that deep B main orb plant. Does free up Crimbo as the third man rotating towards A. Crimbo can flash. They can fight A main. This smoke should start to fade shortly.
And upon the fade, it's just going to be whether or not Crimbo throws that flash at the right time. Still, a lot of action on B. You hear that Molotov, a second one now thrown. There's Crimbo's flash, and nobody home.
He's got another one.
Oh, maybe Elige could have the right angle for this. 20 seconds, they really do need to find that commitment, find that finish. Spots them. He nails the shot, knows there's more coming his way. Elige's secondary orb connecting. So does the supporting cast. He gets two. The wrap from mid finds a double kill. Maybe Crimbo gets completely overlooked. Yep, they're not ready for him. Hiding out on the back of the site, positioning beautifully. Clear from Malbs. Just in time, he provides the cover. Malbs with 4 in the round. Instantaneously resurrects hope. G2 have a chance. It's looking good. It's looking great. Ultimate, he's had so many clutches. Is there really a conversation to deny the Malbs? 4K, yes there is! Nails the first, isolating them piece by piece. Ultimate in the flow state, can't hit the first, 16 HP, he's gone! Mattis seals the deal, Malbs and Mattis, M&M get the job done.
I would love to hear the team comms right there at G2. They must have been screaming because they knew that Crimbo had to be around. He had a flash assist in the feed, right? So they're looking for him. There's no time, but their heads are on a swivel. Wow. They're spinning around everywhere. They knew that Crimbo was somewhere, but they had to punch in the digits, and that isn't a heroic moment from Malbs right there. Wow. He's been having a tough series, but he is having a great Anubis. 28 kills. Huge work right there.
That was, I mean, they did everything right up until Malbs. What a save. And now we get to once again tune into the A-main standoff between Nerds and Heavy God. Seems like Nerds is not anticipating him to have already crossed box. Trying to be intermittently anti-flash, but yeah, that's a free frag, and he's even, oh, he knows the setup. He knows exactly what's up. Nerds would only be on that position if there's an AWPer on the line. Elige peeks in too easy for them. Hunter puts him on his ass. Ultimate's in so much trouble. He is a dead man. He is so screwed. Just finding the one is impressive, but yeah, that's G2 up to 15.
Okay, so it's taken them a while to get to this point. Who would have thought after a 9-3 first half, but they've had to work hard for this. And I think Malb's massive moment like that is enough to inspire it. Sure, it's getting late. But this is for a spot in stage 2 where the big teams lie. Your Furias, your Vitalities, Na'Vi, FaZe, Mongols.
Spirit.
Mouse.
PARIVISION, 3D Max.
Falcons. We got there. Without cheating.
Teamwork.
I'm so impressed by Malbs in that round. Like,
I can't get over it, mate.
There's 6 seconds when they start planning. He doesn't hit that shot, it's over.
And it was in like a reaction flick. Like he was looking heaven. I'm sorry? It sounded like you just called Buffalo. He definitely just called Buffalo.
He did, yeah.
Oh, man. You know I can't be in a pro CS team, but I'd love to be involved in like the call-out names.
Yeah, you can call it whatever you want.
Yeah, I love it. Didn't you say you had like a variety of crazy Australian call-outs back in your day?
We had some wild stuff back in the day.
Vegemite.
Well, we never did that. That'd be a bit on the nose.
All right. Double AWPs then to try and take us into the double.
Right, so they did Crimbo last round. They did Elige and Ultimate first, and now it's back to Elige and Ultimate.
Yeah, he's actually missed his opening. Not an easy shot by any stretch of the imagination, but look how quickly they're gathering towards A. So Buffalo means A. You've already got A main control. Your smoke was towards deep A main, and now as it fades, you exec. Keeping it simple. There's only going to be 2 bodies here. Elige and Nerds. Gonna what? Smoke, break, and swing? Throwed by Elige. All of them on the screen. And he does go down. It's Malbs again with an opening kill.
Crimbo's so far away from this.
Chad, it's already slipping out of Liquid's grasp. They need someone to step up in the same capacity as the hero of G2 in Malbs. Heavy Gods found him pushing the smoke. Shui goes down. Elige, last-ditch attempt, peeks on into Malbs, but the laser beam connects, takes him down. Anubis, it's gotta be G2's. Forced to work for it after a dominant first half.
Blow the whistle, ref.
Throw in the towel. Nothing you can do. An AX sector close it down. Buffalo converts. 30-round game. A CSGO scoreline in a CS2 game.
We got 13-8 Mirage victory for G2. We go into their turf of Inferno and they drop 13-6. 9-3 up in the first half, and you're thinking this one is done, dusted, a guarantee, but Liquid, they show some gumption, they claw it back, and this one is settled in overtime. New Anubis, its 5th time at IEM Krakow so far, and that one delivered.
30 bomb from Malbs as well. Rough first 2 maps, and being able to shake it off and be the difference maker. That means that series is yours. That means the spot in stage 2 is yours. You advance, Liquid do not.
A huge game from Ultimate. Multiple clutches in this final map. Multiple clutches in this series. Nerds activating in the second half. And it doesn't matter here today. This one will go to G2. They will progress to stage 2. Liquid play Foot tomorrow, but had to keep the mental in it for this one. Props to G2. Gonna throw this one down to Shox, who's got Hunter.
The captain himself, because this is an insane victory. So much happened, but we got to start with maybe what didn't work too well, because I cannot believe you guys almost gave up Anubis after that first half.
Yeah, I mean, when we won 9-3, I thought we'll close it out because our city, Anubis, was really good on practice. And almost every round they were 1 or 2 alive. So yeah, I don't know, they were just better individually, sharper on Anubis on our city side, and that was the main reason why we didn't close it out earlier. But I'm happy that we closed it out. It's the first event of the year. We are a bit sloppy, so it's normal, and I hope we'll be better for the next stage because we need to be better.
Yes, it's some big dogs coming up in the next stage. Tell me a little bit about some of your members like Malbs. He didn't have the best time on Inferno, but then he got activated later. How do you deal with that from your side as the IGL? Can you also, with Saw, give them a little bit of props here and there, or a little bit of advice as the game's going?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Inferno T side was terrible, and it's mainly my mistake because I didn't call well as I should do in Inferno. So yeah, I think the main reason why we lost that Inferno is it's because of me. And yeah, I just tried to refocus for Anubis, and we discussed outside after that Inferno that we should be better on Anubis, just forget what happened on Inferno, and that's what we did. We started good, and yeah, we bounced back really good. And on Mirage as well, after 6-2, we bounced back good. So that's the thing that is making me happy.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Inferno was lost because of you, but Mirage was definitely won because of you. Tell me about some of the clutches. A little bit of vintage Nemanja Kovac here on the server.
Yeah, felt good. Ang still got it, as they say. So yeah, I mean, felt good, but doesn't matter to me too much if I play good. The most important is that we win. So yeah, felt good. I'm happy that we won that Mirage. Inferno felt bad, and Anubis at the end, yeah, I just need to rest after this one.
I get it. I won't keep you for too long. Just 2 more questions. First one is about how do you feel like you're balancing the fact that you're IGLing and you're putting up oftentimes the numbers still? Do you feel one or the other slipping when you're focusing on one? And how is that balancing act going overall?
I mean, I just need to find a bit better consistency, because even last season I had some good moments and very bad moments at the end of the season individually. So I want to try to be consistent individually and try to call consistently better. So that's hard, but that's what all good IGLs are doing. And if the team want to work, IGLs need to shoot as well back, and they need to kill. So yeah, I mean, I'm trying to balance it up properly, and my main goal is to be a bit more consistent than I was last season.
Okay, lovely. Thank you so much. A great victory here for G2. We'll see you in stage 2, and I'm going to take a walk because we're going to close out the show here from the studio with a lot that we saw today. PARIVISION and 3D Max, they already qualified to stage 2 earlier today. That does mean that tomorrow it's all up for grabs. Who is going to join those big dogs in stage 2? Will it maybe be BC Game? I know we were looking forward to Simple's return to the server, and after that they won, we thought this this might be the real deal. But is the honeymoon over already? We'll see tomorrow. They're playing versus NIP. And of course, Liquid will also get another chance. Ultimate, I mean, they didn't win the match here, but all those clutches, Roland from Poland was feeling it. And I think maybe he does deserve a spot in that second stage. We'll see. They're up versus Foot tomorrow. Those are some of those young upstarts who did get a win today as well versus Legacy. So we'll see. It's all left to be played for tomorrow here before we head into stage 2. And it's all about this one, about the big trophy, the IEM Krakow trophy. Who will take it home? We'll know at the end of these 2 weeks. And tomorrow, a couple more teams book their ticket to the next stage. See you tomorrow.
This looks fun.
Oh, on the line, missed shot for Woxic. Oh no! They've given Sway exactly what he wants. 1v3. Fake plant again. Time expires for James. Bit of a skirmish looking for the long control. Teammate comes in to lend a helping hand. James just allowed to drive by Woxic out in the open.
11-2 and he's running like that.
Macca's Orb just given these commanding lines to fire through. Wallbang did connect there for Simple, but he's so quickly the last man standing. Macca throws the hammer down.
Nice shot. Oh. Simple, man. He's just trying to get highlight of the year in lost rounds today.
Ultimate, they're pretty cold as ice in the clutch. One-on-one, swings on out, he's not scared. Ultimate, just clutches on clutches for Team Liquid. But look at that! Oh, Elige, a fumble!
Right, smoke.
Getting duck, you're just not ready for that. They're going to be boxed in. Oh, tapped to the head. This is Hunter's round right now. Quad kill.
Extreme Masters Krakow 2026, brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Zowie, Checks, and the City of Krakow.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Charlotte's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World
Hi.